easy. But experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
And we are live back with the racing action for part number 4. 9 hours left to go in this race. I'm back on the mic. Tristan Herbst joined in the production box for the time being by Morgan Cook. Jim Cunningham is supposed to be joining us as well. Not too sure where he is at the current time being. I believe we are trying to grab him and see if he can join us in the booth for the continuation of this. So I'll be on air for the next 3 or so hours, just about the 6-hour mark. Then another 2 will swap over, and then I'll be carrying you over the finish line along with Jeremy Scott for the final 3 hours of this race. But it looks like things have definitely started to change up here for the time being, and obviously the graveyard shift is officially over. And I can't lie to you, I am so thankful that it is over. It was quite a struggle this morning at those early hours. Trying to manage that graveyard shift, and obviously it's a difficult one for the drivers as well. A very it's a very mind gamey shift where you are practically left all alone, and you really just have to try and control whatever's up in front of you. The Bravo Snow 23 car has returned to the top spots of this current race. So that's Danilo Vaz, who's again currently 340 laps into this race almost. And the DCS Racing Blue team of Ethan Davies has done an incredible job to put himself into second place right now. Obviously, when I was last on air, he was a little bit further down in around 15th or 16th. And looks like he's really starting to push that car. And just behind is the Sahara GT Motorsports car. And what I'm really glad to see, though, is that our top ranking drivers here from 1st down to 5th are all within a good playing distance. There isn't some huge amount of gapping going on here. Which means that we could have some frantic overtakes and battles for the lead. The Vortex car has also made an incredible recovery from a huge number of incidents earlier on in this in this event. And now Michael Van Look really starting to put that Aston Martin where it belongs, and Vortex back on a potential podium reign here if they can chase down on the Sahara car. And then just behind them is the Impact Sim Sport SBR of Kevin Maillard, who during my time was leading this race through the graveyard shift. Seems like lost out a little bit down to 5th position. In terms of our AM leader, it is still remaining the same in 6th place of Delta Racing's Leandro Toledo. The other one of the Toledo siblings, I'm not going to say if it's a brother or a sister, as I'm not 100% confirmed, but we do indeed have 2 Toledo family members racing for the Delta Racing car. So currently the Brazilian driver of Leandro Toledo in the car leading the AMs, which is lovely to see. And then obviously just behind would be your DSP racing team of Luca Picardi. That's in the Pro-Am class. So currently chasing 2nd in the Pro-Ams, but 7th overall, with Vortex currently holding the Pro-Am lead. And that's just going to be the battle for the time being. I believe the Porsche behind him is not going to be your Ansys Fisher Motorsports car. That looks like one of the Project 91 cars. That's possibly in a bit of a back marker situation. There's your Ansys Fisher Motorsports car of Stuart Ash, the Irish driver, who is currently out on track in fifth position in class, but 8th overall as they currently head out circuit. A little bit of dust all over the circuit, but man, one thing I'm super stoked about is actually being able to see the circuit in lights. So let's hope to obviously have a little bit better visual racing here in this regard, that we get to see a little bit more, and obviously continue this on for the next 3 hours. There's only 9 hours left now, and this is where the optimism of the drivers will start to grow quite fond, because obviously as the time ticks down, it means that the drivers get closer and closer to achieving their end goal of getting this race done and dusted. And that is obviously the objective of a 24-hour race, is just to get it done. It is the longest format that you can possibly do, not only just in sim racing, but currently in real life. The same situation stands, that the maximum distances you typically see online is about 24-hour long races. Obviously, just because most cars, that's a pretty good window for a car to be pushing, is 24 hours. I think if you start to push a little bit longer, some further maintenance is going to be needed on these cars to keep them running for a longer stint of time. But yeah, for the time being, this is how it is going to stand, with all of our drivers currently progressing around the track. Obviously, that top 5 is in a pretty good battle with each other, all within about a couple of tenths within each other, which is lovely to see. Down in 13th as well, the Delta Racing GT3s under pressure, and we got a little bit of a battle going on there. But up in front, the DCS Racing Blue, and starting to get a bit sandwiched here with the Bravo Sniper ahead in the Sahara GT Motorsports car, like we already mentioned. But they are starting to close in as a 3-pack together now. There is a bit of a battle for 12th as well. That's the Quadash Racing team of Ryan Stringer, and he's got the Delta Racing GT3 just behind him, as we currently got Paul Botting Motorsports in the pit lane, coming into the Endurance pit lane now. And so the Delta Racing 2 teams chasing onto the backside of Quadash in 11th will obviously move up slightly, but it's good to see that there's a bit of competition going on that front, as we currently stick with the front leaders, because we are expecting a little bit of change coming here soon. The top 3 all within a good attacking distance of each other, to potentially make some changes around circuit. I'm just going to try and follow up again here on our co-commentator. Otherwise, Morgan Cook might be jumping in with myself.
We don't need to do might. We're here, Tristan. We're ready to go. Caffeinated and fired up.
Yeah, I've got the caffeine here too. Hey, we've got to stay fully boosted for this event.
Of course.
And let's hope that obviously we get the racing action that we need. You know, the more entertainment us as commentators get, the better that we can talk on. But I mean, from yourself, because obviously you got to witness a little bit of the early morning shift. How has the racing been here so far for the 24?
Chaotic, to say the least. This has been an interesting race. You know, usually these long-form endurance races, 24 hours, I've taken part in quite a few of them, broadcasted some other ones, but mostly officials. They typically don't have your full course yellows, your safety cars. You crash, there's no guarantee you're going to get caught back up in a pack with the safety cars or whatever have you. So you kind of got what you got. Whereas here, bringing everyone back together, they spread apart, they got get brought back together. It really adds a whole nother layer of racing as we're watching this battle for the lead that you don't normally get, and it creates a lot of chaos, excitement. There's also no live stewarding in the officials, so you see these penalties that pop up that aren't just automatically given, automatically cleared. They are thoughtful and precise and all of that. So definitely a different animal, but I, like you, am just so glad we can see the racetrack again.
Yeah, absolutely. Those headlight flickerings were starting to get a bit irritating in the graveyard shift. So it is good to see some good old natural vitamin D sunlight across the circuit here at Spa-Francorchamps. And a big thing that you mentioned as well is obviously just the benefit of this league having live stewarding. I mean, we've been looking at that stewarding channel for quite some time, and obviously they post penalties every whenever a penalty obviously comes in, but those penalties are all human considered, with about a team of 3 stewards who obviously factor in certain incidents that go around track. So there's no automated incident droppings that are happening there, which is always great to see, because unfortunately in sim racing the automated systems are known for not being the most highly accurate systems out there at the moment. So let's hope in the future. Oh, someone's gone off on the left. Yeah, that's Bravo Snow, and he's made a bit of a critical error. They're coming down into No Name, and I'm not too sure what's happened here. Was this possibly a bit of a brake lock issue, or was there contact with the DCS Blue Porsche? This is them heading into Lacombe, and through to Sector 2 they will go. And so just winding into the right-hander now, still all looking fine. It was definitely in the mid-rotation, maybe just a little bit too much braking and not enough trailing coming into the corner. And I think that might exactly be it. Just too much on the brakes, and that'll be enough to lock those back tires and get the car completely spun around. But good save, though, from the Bravo team.
Yeah, Lester Driver backs that thing into the gravel trap and is pulling it out with a tow truck. Obviously, a lot of skill behind the wheel here for Vaz. Falls back to 4th, but still well within contention, only about 2 seconds back of your leader. DCS Racing Blue has inherited it over Sahara XGT Motorsports, and then Vortex in your Pro-Am class leading the way 3rd overall.
Yeah, it's a great feat coming in there from the Vortex car of Michael Van Look. Obviously, like I've mentioned, it's been a big comeback for that car, as we do see the Sahara car jumping into the pit lane now to get a pit stop done and dusted. But that Vortex car has been in the walls here or there in the beginning of the of this race. Unfortunately, during a full course yellow, did go plowing straight into the rear side of another car and completely broke the front right suspension. So that set them into the pit lane for quite a long time for repairs. But like we always mention in long endurances, that consistency is the most key element. And thankfully for Michael Van Look, really has been consistent over the graveyard shift, which is quite frankly, like we were also mentioning, one of the more important shifts that you don't really think about. Half the team falls asleep, and those who are dedicated to the graveyard shift have to just put their heads down and make sure that they keep the car alive during that time. And so the Vortex team there really have done the job, because 2nd place overall is a great feat, but obviously 1st place in Pro-Am is going to be another great feat. The DCS Racing Blue, like we mentioned, has taken pole with Bravo Snow falling off of the barracks over there. And then we've got Bravo Snow now back into 3rd though, so they've gotten up ahead of the Impact SimSport team just in that past couple of corner segments, possibly up Kemmel Straight. So the two Mustangs didn't really have too much of a dice there. We didn't have a battle of the dragons, and we continue on there with Bravo Snow of Danilo Vaz. Like we mentioned, very, very quick driver, and wanting to try and possibly get back up to P1, where he just was momentarily before the spin.
Back to your point about the graveyard shift, I would argue it's the most important shift. More important than the very start and the very end, because that's where, as you also alluded to, most teams start to form cracks. You start to lose focus because it's 2 a.m., you're tired, you've been going at it for 8, 12 hours, whatever it is, and you think your bet is made, whether it's looking good or not looking good, and you start to get complacent. You start to give up, as we have a full course yellow here at the moment.
So another one has hit us, and we'll try and have a look to see if we can find the incident that has caused this. It definitely wouldn't be it wouldn't be the Bravo Snow car's little spin up that we had there, as we have seen a couple of ridiculously called full course yellows during the graveyard shift. I can't lie to you. We saw a couple where a car possibly just spun off, and that was the case for a full course yellow. I mean, it's dark, so maybe the marshals were just being cautious, but we'll have to wait and see. We do have a lot of drivers coming in and out of the pit lane, so maybe something to do with some pit lane area. Here's a bit of a replay. That this is the Quad Ash Racing of Ryan Stringer, and coming down towards Puon with Delta Racing of Marcus Adami behind him. So let's have a look. Was there possibly a bit of an error on the entrance to Puon? No, it looks like he's all good. I was expecting maybe an outdrift. So Morgan busy dual wielding right now. He's on comms and also on the production box, so just bear with us in terms of timing when we try and find certain elements out on track. I am still trying to get a hold of Jim to see if he can join us halfway through, but thankfully we do at least have a bit of a solution here with Morgan jumping in to cross both borders, and can tell you as a fact, not an easy job. That I know myself as well, so props to him for jumping in on that regard. Still busy looking for replays though. Finding it a little bit difficult yet to find something, like we have been for all the full course yellows. As I mentioned, some of them are deployed for some very unknown reasons.
Got one last to try here, which doesn't look like this is the case. Of Paul Botting 341 allegedly may have crashed. Doesn't really seem to be an issue, as they're on pit road at that moment that we were looking at. So I'm not exactly sure what that full course yellow is for. Regardless, it exists and we persevere.
Indeed we do, and all that we can do now is hope that it's quite a quick full course yellow that will dissipate as it comes. We had the same issue with Omet. Sometimes she got let known by the software that there was an incident in the pit lane, and it was just the driver either entering or leaving pit lane. So yeah, a little bit of a weird one. It might also just be the fact of how hard the driver slowed down.
Its rear end entirely. That's interesting. Okay. Team Racing Point is missing the entire wing.
Yeah, this is the car that started on pole in this 24-hour event. They are now down 25th with an entire backside missing. Looks like we have found a potential culprit. So this replay is where the damage has already happened. So we'll just continue to back source here, trying to find where this car has possibly landed up in the wall. And
there
let's
we
have
go.
a look. There we now see a back wing. So here we go. I'm gonna guess Blanchimont, and let's have a look. Okay, not okay. So it's not a Blanchimont. I'm wondering then where this Lamborghini has cooked itself.
Hard to say. Looks like we've gone back green as well. We'll get back to the racing action once we see what happened to this. There it is.
Oh, that is. I think that was the Rosso Esports car
I believe so.
of Arthur Targa, who made the contact on the backside. That
was
almost
already
looked like
during
full
the full
course
course
yellow
yellow.
already started. Yeah, I was just
Interesting.
about to say that it looked like it started already. So not the primary cause of it, but obviously something that's gone wrong.
This might be the next
he's
one.
lost it. That's live.
I
This
don't
is
know
currently
if
live,
they
actually.
realize that they're missing the entire rear section of that car.
Yeah, well, maybe that was a bit of an indicator, going through Blanchimont at full speed without an entire back package of aero.
Oh, don't
I
rejoin
think
there.
they'll get the
Holy cow.
Okay, that was a little bit close with the Project 91. And just trying to get it back to the pit lane now, Marco Aleandri, and not going to be happy with what's happened to him at the current time being. But the Impact Sim Sport SPR and the Quad Ash Racing teams now into second and third, while a couple of our top runners have decided to come in to get their pit stops done and dusted about 15 minutes into this hour stint. And now we have the Ford Mustang currently going past a couple of lap traffic. There's no clear battle there. And so they'll just take the inside road, make it one clean, sufficient overtake, and move a little bit further on. Vortex has also pitted. Now Lucas Romano will jump into the car, taking over from the previous driver, the German driver. And they'll continue to try and keep the success up in that car, because they were doing exceptionally well, holding the fort up in second place. The rest of the grid, you can see it from 45th. I believe that 45 car is going to be your current car, who is indeed out of this race. So from 45 downwards is going to be your cars with well over 200 laps that are not complete. We may see a return from the Prison Motorsports car of Aiden Hill. He's currently in 43rd.
I believe they were the cause of that caution action. They're
okay. Yes,
meatballed
because
for
I'm
about
seeing
5 minutes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm seeing a meatball there on the Aiden Hill car, so hopefully they'll come back out. I have a feeling it might be too far back to try and go search for this now, and we might miss a little bit too much live action. But I think we did find the culprit of why the full course yellow was pulled out, which is at least good to know that there was at least some kind of real incident as to why it was caused, and not just some random marshal deciding to put the entire track in full course.
We'll try it one more time here. No, that car looks like still being fixed. So yeah, regardless, we gave it a look. Timing and scoring being a little finicky right now, but again, we carry on back with live action. Leader DCS Blue on pit road.
Yeah, coming in now to get that pit stop done and dusted. The Quad Ash Racing car of Ryan Stinger does have a black flag penalty, though, that he's carrying around circuit, which is unfortunate to see. And when he comes in now, not too sure if it's going to be to serve a pit stop or to serve this drive-through penalty that he has now added onto himself. Not too sure when he received it, but I think it was relatively recent, and it looks like it was game given, not stewarding given, so possibly just track limits exceeded that he's earned himself, or even speeding into the pit lane. However, he already had it before going into the pit lane, so that really can't be the case for it. So that's unfortunate for the Quad Ash team, because they were doing incredibly well there. Ryan Stringer and Tristan Engelstad, and then obviously their couple of other teammates have really been pushing that BMW to try and get it onto the top higher ranks here in the Spa 24 hour. So just wanting to quickly see, is the Quad Ash car going to go all the way through and serve a drive through, or is it going to jump into the pit lane, because it is indeed also the pit window right now, and it looks like they're going to be stopping for a pit stop. So another time around, possibly next lap, they'll be coming in, and they indeed do a swap to Serena Tohar, who's going to jump into the car now. We'll have to serve the drive-through at the end of this lap.
The good news is, if there is any good news at all, the entire top 5 overall also on pit road at the moment for scheduled stops. So the loss may not be as large as it would be if this was, say, middle of the stint, where you're making a stop and nobody else is. This might cycle out in a way that isn't terribly detrimental to this Quad Ash Racing team, the 94. I believe there is DCS Racing, who was the leader before the stop, they may be the leader after the stop. No, it'll be Delta Racing. The AM drivers are at the point, with Team HSK Motorsports in the second position, of course leading the Pro-Am class. Now Ronin PT just got around them. They'll now be second, leading the Pro class.
Yeah, good little bit of fighting going on here for second and third. The Ronin PT car, the Portuguese team, we've been seeing them obviously throughout all the events, busy chasing for it, and we'll have to wait and see how the rest is going to go for them, as Ronin PT currently chasing in second and waiting to see how it's going to go.
Battle for the overall lead. At the moment, Ronin PT looking for it. And they are going to take it away. New leader overall. Back to the Pro class. Ronin PT, the Portuguese team, as you mentioned. Delta Racing falls back to second, still first in the AM class, with Team HSK leading a trio of Pro-Am teams. In front of the Rusty Spatulas, which is, I still think, the best name in this race for a team. And Paul Body Motorsports Pro-Am in third, the Canadian.
Yeah, great to see the Canadian driver there, Patrick Boylett, in the Paul Body Motorsport team. And that's going to be third in class, currently fifth overall for the 007 driver. And working their way around the Aston Martin 007, that has got to be a planned numberage and car selection. If it's not, then what a coincidence that is. But Delta Racing just a little bit further behind now. This is the other team currently racing in the Pro class, the Delta Racing GTD of Felipe Pols. And on the backside of Team Racing Point of Antonello Buccino. So I believe this is the Team Racing Point car, apologies, that did start up on pole, the number 19. The other one was one of the secondary teams who obviously endured quite a bit of damage from the Rosso Esports car that now sits, I believe, in pit road getting some repairs done and dusted. So it is very nice and refreshing to see so many battles that are potentially going to be coming over us in the next hour, as lots and lots of cars are still within attacking distance of each other, which obviously means that things are gonna start to change. As there we do see indeed our driver coming in of Serena Toha for Quad Dash Racing to get that black flag penalty served, and we'll have to just take a nice slow stroll through the pit lane. We'll lose possibly a couple of positions here, as the grid seems to have compacted a bit, so not the best there to get the black flag penalty. But as Morgan already mentioned, with everyone coming to pit row slightly earlier in the previous lap, it wasn't too much of a disadvantage with that black flag penalty having to be served now.
One of those silver lining situations. I mean, we talked about earlier how you got to keep focused in these races as a driver, as a strategist, as the teammates, as long if you're in the car, not in the car, whatever you're doing. This is a great situation where there's still 8.5 hours left. There's plenty of racing to be done, plenty of mistakes to hopefully be avoided or maybe be made for your competitors. Let's not get hung up on this one black flag that is probably not going to prove to be that big of a deal come the end of the race. Just let it go, let it roll off your back, and get back into the race. They fall back now to 24th. Quad Dash does. In overall, 12th in class. Again, we've seen drivers come back from worse in this race. And I'm sure they'll have no issue getting back to the front, as they were near the front the last time I was here about 9 hours ago.
Yeah, it looks like the other Delta Racing team up on top, the AM drivers, have come to the pit lane, and so Ronin PT currently lead the charge for the Spa 24 hour, with Team HSK Motorsports just a little bit further behind. I do believe that those cars will have to pit though, as these three are a little bit of an outlierish team, as the leaders who were leading this race are a little bit further down in 6th position, with Sahara, DCS, Team Racing Point, Delta Racing GT, and Bravo Snow from 6th down to 10th position. So I'm wondering if the Ronin PT cars or Team HSK will need to come into pit eventually, or if they're on a bit of a weirder alternative strategy than the rest of the grid. Like we always say,
for sure. Yeah, only them and Rosso they're the only two cars you can include flight level 747 are the only 3 cars in the entire race who haven't pit in the last 10 laps. So they'll have to pit here pretty quick. Everyone else though, within the last 5 to 7 when they brought it down the pit lane, save for those who we just saw down this very excruciatingly long pit road here in Spa.
Yeah, so they'll probably be coming in shortly, and that's good news for Team HSK because they've obviously pitted in the last 10 laps, which is good to see. But further behind, this is the Delta Racing GTD team, the primary pro class car, as they're on the backside of the DCS Racing blue Porsche, just chasing onto the backside of the Team Racing Point Lamborghini up in front. So a bit of a train forming here, and then Bravo Snow's unfortunately about 2.5 seconds off. I think there's a back marker BMW in between those cars over there. And then just behind as well is going to be the Veld Competitions, currently 10 seconds behind this fight. So actually 2 back markers ahead of Bravo Snow at this time being. It's a Corvette of the PAX Team Motorsports. And then obviously one of the BMW drivers, the one that looks like he's got Orbeez all over his car. So
Alpha
they're
Trout.
currently...
Yeah.
Yes, Alpha Trout, yes. The Orbi BMW, which is what I've been calling it for the entire event. Either Orbeez or Boba Tea. We've been trying to distinct it. A very
Trout
interesting livery,
scales is, I think, what they were going for.
Trout scales.
Alpha
I
Trout.
see. Okay. All right. I'll be honest. I did not picture that at all.
It's tough to see. I've covered this team before, Alpha Trout, in a different series. They're actually the only team I recognize in this race. This Zachary Bowman piloted number 78, where they ran quite well in SEC, a Canadian-based league that I've had the pleasure of covering. But yeah, I think the goal of this car, the livery, is to look like a fish swimming through the water. And if you've ever seen a rainbow trout, pretty good job they did of that. But if you haven't seen a rainbow trout, I see where you're coming from. It looks like some Fruity Pebbles in a bowl of milk. I see how you got there.
Yes, no, the good old little squishy balls.
Delta
the
Racing
Orbeez
has
is
crashed
what,
from
we
the
call
lead of
them.
the AM class. Apologies.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. That's a meatball flag down in 18th position. And they've got well off. There's a lot of scraping on the bottom side of that BMW. We'll have to get a replay because that car is crabbing indeed.
Oh,
this
no.
looks like as it's coming. Oh, that's huge. That is quite a bit of a hit against the barriers there. So this is on the back straight now, heading up towards the run-up to Blanchimont, and he's got a car behind him, one of the Aston Martins, who takes a little bit of the grass entryway there to try and look around. I'm hoping that there wasn't any contact between these two, and hopefully this was somewhat self-inflicted. Else the stewards will have a bit of a field day on this incident. On the outside line here comes a Porsche as well. So the BMW just gets a hard tap. My goodness, that is a long tap. And over the grass, there's not much braking power that you've got over grass with possibly even a bit of morning dew on it. So a little bit of wetness, and the car just unable to get slowed down. That is a huge shunt into the barriers, and explains why we obviously have the meatball flag. This is the question why now, is that there's no full course yellow being given for this car, which is a bit confusing because it's given for slightly smaller incidents that we've seen in the past.
Regardless of whether it brings out a full course yellow, which doesn't look like it will, couldn't have squared him up any better for that corner pocket shot. That was quite a massive hit into that final chicane. And obviously the leader at the moment, at that moment of the AM class and up in the top 5 overall, no more. They are well down the order. They'll have probably a good 10 minutes of repairs at the very least to get that thing fixed back up and race ready.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate one there for the Delta Racing team, as they've also just been trying to keep it nice and consistent for most part of this race. And that's really going to set them back on the objectives of the team as a whole. And so let's hope that they can get it neatly recovered. This is currently on board with the DSP Esports Racing team with Luca Picardi. He currently holds off in 4th in class, but 10th overall. He's got the little bit faster driver there of Impact Sim Sports, who spent quite a bit of time up in pole position this race. So that's Richie Chauhan, who's just behind him. And then the Velch Competitions car of Mirko Usic, who's also really had... Usicic, who's also had quite a bit of a fun time throughout the graveyard shift. We saw him they're making multiple overtakes throughout with DeVito, who was really staying fixated in that car for quite a bit of time, and looks like he was primarily responsible for the graveyard shift, because I have not seen his name yet, even in this past pit stop window switchover. So it looks like he's possibly having a bit of a rest, may come back later to finish off the race, or otherwise he'll probably be done So the Welch Competitions car riding it out right now. There is the Project 91 Porsche behind, but I don't think they're currently in competition with them, as I'm not seeing it on the live timing. So that could potentially be a bit of a back marker coming in. Indeed, it is. It's down to 19th currently for the 191 Project 91 of Raul Hernando. And they currently just sit behind in the wake as a back marker, just utilizing a bit of slip here from the blue flag cars, and possibly going to try and unlap themselves, but a bit difficult at this stage in the race.
Yeah, a pair of laps down will be tough to get back. Of course, it would be multiple safety cars. Or, as we say in the oval world, go and get it back the old-fashioned way, which is, of course, going up and catching and passing your leader, who is Ronan PT, and a fair ways ahead also of that Project 91 car. Will be tough to really accomplish either of those things, get the safety cars in the right situation, or drive up here and get the leader, go around to get down to one lap back. Bed is, it's not quite made. I wouldn't say, as we said earlier, it's still 8.5 hours left, but it's, the sheets are on the bed, I would say, in this regard. Trying to pull a little Ron Mons out of the air, another analogy, but it's not quite made yet.
Yeah, I feel like as each driver jumps off, they start to construct more and more of the final bed. And once that zero hour clocks in, you know, all these drivers are going to have a good hard rest. Unfortunately, though, it is obviously Sunday today, and so tomorrow is already the start of work for most of the world yet again. So unfortunately, the rest will be slightly cut short. So the drivers will have to just find any time that they can and have a bit of a rest before the Monday Madness starts. If a team was smart, they would have taken any kind of leave that they can for Monday to avoid the unnecessary pressure that they get placed on. And so that's going to come down to each team's, or each driver's, I should say, choice at the end of the 24 hours of Spa. But about 8.5 hours left to go, so halfway through this stint already, and time is definitely going faster now that the sun is up. During the graveyard shift, it really felt like time was ticking very, very slow, and already feels like it's going much faster, much easier to see our cars as they compete around circuit, which is lovely to see. Currently, the Delta Racing GTD putting immense pressure on the backside of that Team Racing Point, and then he's trying to catch up to the Paul Bodding AMR just up in front as well. So a bit of a three-way fight we've got from 6th to 8th position. Bravo Snow's also on the back actually as well, but just a little bit further behind. So is the DCS Racing Blue team of Johannes Hahn. And those two obviously trying to reclaim the top spots, as the DCS Racing Blue was sitting up in P1 before the pit stop strategies. And so just waiting to see when they will be able to return to the top spots throughout the rest of this race.
And the ebbs and flows of strategy are quite interesting in these events because, of course, it's well documented how long this race is, 24 hours in length, but the pit window is, what, roughly an hour, a little less than that maybe? So to see drivers be off sequence by 10, 15, 20 minutes means you don't really know where anybody truly is until you get into that final hour. Can they make it to the end? What's the situation look like? Will there have to be a short pit? Are you a couple laps short? Do you need a full stint to make it to the end? What does it look like? And then you start to really see the pieces fall into place. But for now, it's anybody's guess because of how quickly these things change. For example, at the front of the field, Ronan PT, their last pit lap was 22 laps ago. In fact, let's see if we can bring that up. There it is on your ticker. Last pit lap, 22 laps ago at 3:43. That doesn't seem right. Something is awry because the last pit lap for Team HSK was only 9 laps ago. So the math is not mathing. We'll see if we can figure that out later. But regardless, what I'm trying to say is there's a big difference in strategies. It's hard to tell exactly where anybody is at any given point.
Yeah, I think I made the... I'm sorry, apologies about that. I think I made the analogy at the start of this broadcast, at the start of this 24-hour, that trying to look into the final hour of this race is like trying to use a telescope while you are on a ship and trying to look at another ship that's like 6,000 kilometers away. Unfortunately, you're not going to get very successful there, and you're probably going to end up just looking dead straight into the ocean if you have an extremely long telescope. But that's the whole thing, is that you cannot picture the end game. You just have to trust the strategy that's been placed out by either yourself or your team members, and then trust yourself out on track and trust your other fellow drivers just to keep that car neat and consistent. It's very difficult in endurance racing to try and like obviously picture the end and where your car is going to be positioned. Obviously, if you're up in first for most of the time, then it's pretty safe to assume that the end is going to be quite positive. But obviously, if you're in the mid pack of things, and like we've just mentioned, with strategies being very, very often redundant compared to what we would have assumed. So it means that coming towards the end, we might have some drivers having to do some splash and dashes, some drivers really having to change it up for that final stint, and others who will benefit hugely from playing the correct strategies here with one final pit stop needed to get to the end, which obviously will change up how this event goes. So we'll just have to wait and see how that lands up for all of our drivers. Back in 26 currently for the Gamma Sim Racing of Elijah Mitchell, and he is currently feeling some pressure from one of the Ansys cars. That's the Fisher Motorsports car, but I don't think that they're in a current battle with each other, because Nelly on pace is the one behind, and so that's the Project 91 just up ahead. The Gamma Sim Racing Mercedes behind him is fighting for Kyle Felvis for that 13th position in class. So not too sure where the that Fisher Motorsports car sits. I'm having a look. And he sits down in 42nd currently. That is the car of Manuel Mayer in the Unitronic Fisher Motorsports car, who unfortunately very far behind as it stands, 16th in class, but unfortunately 42nd overall. And that is a long time that they've got to wait to see how this is going to turn out for them.
Yeah, 5 laps. I mean, we talked about 2 laps down being, it's possible, but you need a couple safety cars. You need some help on pace to be able to make that up. 5 laps. We're talking about some miraculous sort of comeback if you're going to end up having a shot to win your class or the race or whatever have you, considering we're all in the same car class anyway. It's just really a driver tiers, as we mentioned earlier in the show multiple times, I would imagine. So 5 laps down for Fisher Motorsport in the 84. That is going to be a tall task to get back, especially because unlike a normal endurance race, the officials, where you might have 2 or 3 drivers on the lead lap by this point in time, we have 27 drivers on the lead lap, and then there's another 8 or so that are 1 lap down, another 6 that are 2 lap down, 3 of them that are 3 laps down, then this car, which of course is 5 down, the last one running. Back on the racetrack, Prism Motorsport Pro is 8 laps down, back running, but really they're, I think, going for pride at this point in the race. Not a ton left for them, considering the deficit they have at the moment.
Yeah, that's obviously the car that had the meatball flag during the full course yellow that has spent quite a bit of time getting some repairs done in the pit lane. And like you mentioned, currently just chasing it down to actually get this race done for. It's very difficult to prepare weeks in advance for a 24-hour race just to DNF and not get it finished. So for some of these drivers, even though they might be well off the marks for trying to get some good points on the board, they will rather just stick the car out there and try and get the nose across the checkered flag line, just for the feeling of somewhat accomplishment that after all these weeks of practice and planning, you at least still were able to finish the race. That's also a big part about endurance racing, is that finishing the race is an entire checkpoint in itself. You can't be scoring points if you don't even finish. And so it's always a push for these drivers to just try and get across that line and actually finish the race in such a long event as well, such as the 24 hours of Spa, 24 hours of Nordschleife, 24 hours of obviously De La South, which is the Le Mans 24-hour. There's a lot of long-running events that really do create quite a bit of a strategy appeal that needs to come from our drivers. There we see the Rosso Esports car, and someone's gone off. Yeah, that's the Vortex coming into the bus stop chicane. And what on earth has happened here for the Vortex team? Currently in the car is Lucas Romano, who's just jumped in about 5 or so laps ago when they went in for their pit stop. So coming up to the bus stop, was this contact on the back again? That Mustang's getting ever so close. And on the inside line now, and bit of net code and a bit of an over-the-nose moment. And that is going to be some harsh damage on the front of that Aston.
Yeah, squeezed him a tick into the braking zone, and obviously the way that Vortex car went, that is pretty hefty damage to the square in the center and a little bit to the left side of that nose. Suboptimal, I think, is probably the engineering term for how that car is running right now.
Yeah, suboptimal indeed. It can definitely run. It can set the lap times, but don't expect any kind of miracles from it. Probably be about 6 to 7 tenths slower in these laps with that front damage, and I think that the visual aspect of it is going to be a little bit different. Unfortunately, with iRacing's netcode, you can never really judge damage based off of what you see, because sometimes bumpers fly off at the smallest of taps and then they magically reappear. So it's something of note that you shouldn't always try and judge that, and so we wouldn't really know unless we obviously see what's going on. So maybe we can go on board with the Vortex car. Let's have a look to see if there's any kind of suspension damage, to have a look if that wheel is still pointing straight when they are driving. And looking at it from the left hand side, it does look like it's pointing straight. So I think, like you mentioned, he smacked it pretty square against the barrier, so he should be okay to continue running here with a minor drag reduction on the front.
I think the big worry for that car is going to be engine cooling, considering that pop is right square in the center, right where the radiator is. I don't think he hit hard enough to really damage the radiator, but that would be my chief concern. If I was his team, I'd be checking on temps a couple times a lap. Hey, how are we doing? We're not getting higher than our normal running temps, are we? And if we are, can we nurse it to the next stop, which for this team is going to be in 14, 15 laps? Or do we have to pit early, get off of our strategy to make sure we don't lose the car?
Yeah, it's always the biggest thing is obviously if you lose the car, that's it. You've pretty much sold away your race.
That's right.
And especially something like engine damage, which can happen in this race. That's just our drivers are managing very well. That's the kind of damage that is terminal in iRacing, because you cannot just magically fix up an engine in the span of 8 hours left to go. So if you do, like you mentioned, that Aston Martin goes and has a massive cooling issue and completely overheats the engine, possibly blowing something or blowing a valve inside, unfortunately that might be the end of it. So that team will be on a high alert and monitoring that car, just to make sure that we don't have any kind of consequence in that regard. And it might be better then to rather just pull the car in, maybe try and fix up a bit of the damage up front, just to try and keep them in this race in the long run. A little bit further back though, back onto our main Delta Racing GTD as they chase on to Team Racing Point, who is so far looking like they're entering back to the territory that they're used to. Qualified P1, currently sitting in P4, so found their way back up to the top marks after a very eventful graveyard shift where we did see this team well down into the 20th positions and struggling out with a couple of the other cars. Finally managed to organize the pit strategy and get through this track. There we have obviously the Prism Motorsports Pro car, I believe, up ahead of Aiden Hill. He's just up in front in his Lamborghini trying to manage, but obviously he is going to get given the blue flag now with two cars behind, trying to lap faster than he is. And then just up ahead of them is obviously the Sahara car, and then Rusty Spatulas will also be a little bit further up the road. That's not the Rusty Spatulas in front, though, I don't believe. Oh, no, it is.
Actually,
apologies,
right,
it is. It's Kaleb Parvainen. I thought that they were in a different car. So they're in the Aston, currently holding on to second, about 5 seconds off of the Team HSK up in P1.
All these teams looking pretty well right now. Your top three pit on the same lap about 12 ago. Team Racing Point 9 laps to the previous. And of course, Delta Racing GTD, same as the other three, about 13 laps ago. So fairly similar strategies here. I think that has all of these drivers fighting the similar battle, as we have kind of talked about earlier with the different strategies. Hard to see in the future, but when everyone pits on the same lap, you got a pretty good idea who you're racing with for position. You're not just, drivers aren't just appearing or whatever have you. As we have the leader of the AM class, Flight Level Racing 747, is now on the pit lane for their scheduled stop.
Yeah, again, I mean, we're just talking about the alternating strategies coming in. I mean, that Flight Level Racing coming in well after most of the cars came in together. So everybody on a bit of an alternate strategy course. But like you mentioned, if you're coming into the pit lane with the driver that was in front of you and you're coming out with the same driver in front of you, then you know who your primary competition is that you are currently fighting with. So that at least makes it a little bit easier to differentiate in the long run of this race. But still on board with that Delta Racing GTD, Felipe Pols is going to want to do absolutely everything that he can to get ahead of Antonello Buccino up ahead in that Lamborghini, but it's going to be a bit of a difficult task at this stage in this race, as that Lamborghini is hungry to get up towards P1, and he's got a great opportunity at it now because P1 and P2 are in sight just up ahead. Rusty Spatulas has lost out, though, to the Sahara car, so the Sahara Motorsports of Rokas Paskevicius does move up into second, and now Kaleb Parvainen unfortunately moving a little bit further back into second, so second in class, third overall for the time being for the Aston Martin, and will start to feel the pressure behind from the pro drivers of Team Racing Point and Delta Racing GTD.
And I'm not sure your experience as a driver in these endurance races. I have mixed experiences. I've done a few, but they haven't been particularly stellar. We always found as a team that having as we see the Rosso Esports car serve a black flag that they have in the session right now, that having a driver to race against or a couple drivers to have in mind as your chief rivals for whatever the period of the race is was beneficial. Say, hey, if we're gaining lap time on this driver, we're doing good because they're on our same strategy, versus just going against the leader and saying, oh, we are, a second slower than the leader, on the same pace as the leader, or whatever, if they are on the same strategy as you. So I think drivers at this moment, teams at this moment, are trying to figure out who they're racing with and then focus on battling 1 to 3 drivers or teams versus trying to battle all 43 at the moment.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree with you there. It's definitely good to set realistic benchmarks, like you say. It's not really the best practice to try and just set it to the leader who might be very far off. And I mean, in this case, right now for the Delta Racing team, them and Team Racing Point, who's now putting the pressure on Rusty Spatula as he gets up into second, have pretty much been a similar pace throughout this entire race. And so they are pretty much sitting at each other's benchmarks. You cannot shoot for the stars if it's broad daylight, so you have to make sure that you are choosing an objective that is reasonable. And so that is obviously a good talking point, like you mentioned. And same experience there from my side in endurance racing. It is definitely a good thing to just rather pinpoint on someone that you're seeing them continuously after multiple hours of racing. You're like, all right, cool. This person is definitely a rival. This person is definitely someone I can compare my times to, as obviously they're also consistent. They're on a similar strategy, and this is where we want to try and position our cars. So yeah, that's definitely a good strategy for our drivers here in order to also keep their focus on track. It's easy to lose focus when you're just thinking about the lead of this race. And, obviously, depending on distance, that could be well over 45 seconds. It could be 10 seconds. It could even be 3 laps down, which makes it incredibly difficult to try and track yourself. A little bit further behind, Paul Bodding Motorsports, currently on the backside of the Bravo Snow car. And also just behind him is the Impact Sim Sport SBR. Behind him directly is Aiden Hill from the Prism Motorsports Pro. Also just trying to limp his way through the circuit after being about 8 laps down from his incident just a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, we've touched upon it with just wanting to finish these races. I don't think there's another discipline of motorsports, in sim racing specifically, where finishing the race is just as big of a win as a 24-hour endurance race. Whether it's, as you mentioned, Spa, whether it's Nordschleife, whether it's Circuit de la Scarth, whatever it is, it's such a big deal to finish these races. Daytona also, such a big deal to finish these races. Unlike, say, a Formula Sprint race or an oval race of really any kind, those feel good to win, or to finish, when they're 500 miles, 600 miles, whatever it is. There's nothing quite like a 24-hour race. Finishing it to say, yeah, I did that. Regardless of how successful or not, I still was able to conquer whatever racetrack it was.
Yeah, that's a huge talking point, as well as that, like we spoke about earlier, the whole objective of just finishing the race is an achievement in itself. It's like almost running a ultra marathon. Most people's objectives when signing up to an ultra marathon are not to win the race. It's actually just to finish it. And so, it's a huge objective for a team to actually just get across the line, regardless of their position. And then obviously after that, they can put position into consideration, whether or not they obviously need to try and improve next time around, that they try and compete in such a length of duration. So definitely a good talking point as well. A little bit further down now with 19th overall for the Gamma Sim Racing 235, putting pressure on the Rising Panda Racing of Ronnie Richter just up in front in his Aston Martin. They head up a Rouge together, and fortunately not going too wide, because most of the time that doesn't end well. But now splitting across to make it too wide, the Mercedes is going to go on the outside line here for Martin Taylor, and looking to have a little bit better of a pull here out of a Rouge, but he is going to be on the outside line. But looks like Rising Panda of Ronnie Richter is going to go and play the safe card here, rather be conservative with 8 hours left of the race, and not try dive up on the inside of Lecom, where we've seen a couple of incidents surface there. So decides to rather just pull the car in. Team HSK is into the pit stop, and they do fall off of Q1.
I don't know if they are. I think that car disappeared from the session.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, I saw the faded name. That usually means that they are in the pit stop. I'm seeing them on the session board still, which is odd. So I'm not too sure what's going on there with Team HSK of Duncan Sherman, as you can see on your live timings board as well, busy dropping right off of the pace. And so I'm hoping that there's no hectic disconnect issue that's gone on there. That would be incredibly disappointing for Team HSK as they sit in pole position and obviously now all the way down to 15th. So let's hope that something can be recovered for those drivers. But now it is indeed the Sahara X GT Motorsports team who holds pole yet again for this time. And Team Racing Point finally back on home soil. They are just about to embark on the battle for first here and try and reclaim what they started about 16 hours ago.
Battle for the sharp end of the stick. About a tenth of a second. One car length separate the two teams. Team Racing Point almost missed that corner. Bit of a deep drive, going to lose some ground here. Try and set it up. Short shoot. Biding their time right now to a faster section, I believe. Because again, that Porsche not particularly stout in a straight line. Lamborghini better in those circumstances.
Yeah, it does look like Team HSK has dropped off due to a disconnect. I'm going to be watching our virtual grandstand to see if somebody does jump in to give us some information based on what's happened to the team. That is unfortunate, though, if it's something to do with a power cut or some kind of internet issue that's pulled the team out of P1, because they really were holding quite a good stride up at the top.
They're back now.
And Team Racing Point, and oh, they are back.
Jacob Otto on pit road at the moment, but they have lost 28 positions from when we last saw them in the session.
Yeah, and they're still going to have to obviously actually perform a pit lane now, like a pit stop, or they might even have a bit of a control lock if they've left the lobby and rejoined back in. So that's unfortunate for Team HSK. Jacob Otto not going to be happy with that one after such a monumentous lead so far, and at the top Barrick marker. Delta Racing GTD has joined in on that three-way fight like he has been tailing behind, and also just playing it somewhat conservative, watching what is going to happen. There is a backmarker Corvette from the Pax Motorsports just behind him, and then Rusty Spatula is just a little bit further behind. There we can see the Aston Martin, the orange one, just busy tailing on, hoping to potentially try and join in on this battle. But that Pax Motorsports car, I'm not too sure who it is. I'll try and have a look quickly who that is. I believe it's down in 33rd position. Yeah, Christopher Daniel indeed. So not a slow car at all. I think he's just had a couple of events that have turned his car to be a little bit further down on the grid. So he's not going to give up any positions unless he desperately needs to with the blue flag conditions. And we'll hope to try and keep within this fight and try and obviously get some positions and try and unlap himself. But again, a very, very difficult task with 2 laps down.
And depending where he is in the States, we see obviously the American flag emblem beside Pax Sports. This is a graveyard shift for him. Where I am currently in Mountain Time, it is 2:30 in the morning. So
very interesting.
I would imagine it's somewhere between 1:30 and 4:30, depending on where you are, which times when you're in of the 4 across the continent. So probably a bit tired eyes behind the wheel of the 55 here.
Yeah, could possibly be the reason why we see them so far down. Possibly a bit of a self-inflicted incident that's come in the prior markings to the stint timer starting off. Yeah, I'm pretty much, I would say, in line with the timing of the in-game track. It's about 20 to 11 in the morning for me right now. So pretty matching the sun position that we have out on circuit for the time being. I'm not too sure what the time is currently on track, but I would assume it's somewhat close to that. I believe I'm about 2 hours ahead of the track time. So, but still somewhat evenly matched. We do still have a bit of a good fight going on here. Still up at the top rankings with all of our teams busy fighting it out. And the Team Racing Point starting to put a little bit more pressure on the backside of the Sahara, but it is allowing for the Delta Racing GTD of Felipe Pulse to slowly start to close up that gap in his BMW. And we could potentially have a good three-way fight coming in the next 6 minutes before we close off on this stint. And then another 2 stints that you will have myself. And I believe Morgan will also be jumping off after. No, he's not. Morgan's on here for 6 hours. So
yeah, I'm here for a while.
Running a bit of a...
Yeah. I got 10 hours in this race. I've already done 4, working on finishing up 5. We'll be halfway through. Just the rest of the 5 hours of this stint. Barring any, of course, technical issues from Howie like he had at the very start of the race. we'll see where we end up here. Hopefully not on the commentary booth and production truck for all of those 5 hours remaining, but that remains to be seen. You never know what happens here at Spa. We're trying to play it by ear as well, just like the drivers, adjusting strategies as they go. Commentary booth, no different.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you've got about 1 hour left in the booth, and then at the 6 hour mark, Lorenzo should be joining us for his start of his 4 hour stint that he'll be doing 1 hour with myself, and then the next 3 with Jeremy. And Jeremy, similar to you, he's taking it from that marker of 5 hours left in this race, from start of those 5 hours all the way to the 0 hours left of this race. So he's going to be full sending it from 6 hours to 0 hours. Basically the last 25% of this race will be done by Jeremy, and then myself and Lorenzo will be splitting those last two, the last 6 hours, into a 3-3 split for the remainder of this race. And then, like we already mentioned, Morgan will be with you here until the 3 hour marker, and then how we, if barring any technical issues, but I believe he has been able to sort everything out on his side, we'll take over for the last 3 hours of this race, from 3 hours to 0, and we'll get to obviously see the winner of this event for all 3 classes come across the checkered flag. But about 4 minutes left of the stint, and things are still going well for all of our drivers. 8 hours to go in this 24-hour race, and obviously well past the halfway mark, which happened during the graveyard shift and the morning wake-up shift. And not a lot of time left on the board if you're looking at it in the grand scheme of things. 8 hours, yes, it's still a long time, but it is much less than a 24-hour.
Certainly right about that. I want to go back to Howie for just a second. I don't know if it's been documented in this race, as we have actually, we have a full course, yellow.
Now we play the game of, can we find the full course yellow course car or not? We'll have a look shortly for all
Delta
of our
Racing
viewers
GTD black flag as well. That's concerning.
Right, so drive-through penalty coming in for the Delta Racing GTD. Did he get it right now? Because he did just enter pit row.
Before pit row.
I'm not too sure if he said before. Okay, so possibly some other incident that has caused that black flag penalty. Let's have a look to see if we can find our culprit.
Potentially this.
This is Jordi Vermeulen.
I don't see damage on these cars.
Oh, there I saw Ferrari going sideways just before you skipped. That might be the cause of it. I'm not too sure which Ferrari that was. And just losing grip on the exit of La Source. So we'll try and see. But that didn't look like a huge incident, if I'm being honest with you. It looked like he possibly would have caught it. Nothing major like we saw with that other car being absolutely tumbled onto the barricades upside down, which was the previous cause for a couple of the full course yellows and safety cars out on circuits. So still just trying to find it. This is still Jordi Vermeulen in the Paul Bodding Motorsport Pro car, and coming up towards La Source. I believe this was the replay we just had a look at, but now possibly going to try and get a different angle of it.
Yeah, see if we can figure out who that, like you said, Ferrari was going up La Source.
Might be the Gowan Racing car that I do now obviously see dropping off.
There's a safety
they're
car
all the way down
already.
to 37th. Yeah, safety cars are already being deployed. So this is a bit of a confusing one. We do have a little bit of time left, though, that we can have a look. That does look like the car who possibly lost it. It is indeed a red Ferrari that I did see. But like I said, there's no damage on that car. So I'm really not sure why that would have pulled out of FCY. So this is already coming down a Rouge. If he did lose it, it would have been out of La Source that I did see. I think he was all good coming up a Rouge and Radion. So possibly lost it a little bit in La Source. But looking at the state of his current car, it wouldn't have been enough to call out a full course yellow, because there's no damage on that Ferrari that we can obviously see. That is quite hectic. And car is still pointing straight as well. So yeah, bit of an odd one. Here's we're going a little bit further back here with the Ferrari of Gowan Racing, Giovanni Sumagod, currently in the car. And this is back to our live currently with 1 minute left of the stint. And we are indeed back racing, which is lovely to see. So nice short full course yellow. I'm fine with those short full course yellows as long as they don't occupy too much time on the field. and Sahara, XGT, and the Team Racing Point will take back to it to fight for P1.
Yeah, so difficult to find the cause of those full course yellows because everyone slows down, and it's hard to tell which driver crashed. Usually you tell by them dropping pace significantly when everyone has to stop for the full course yellow, essentially on the racetrack, go down to 45 miles an hour. It makes it very difficult to figure out and pinpoint that one driver or two drivers who had an incident, especially since some of these full course yellows have been caused by relatively minor slides and incidents.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we've seen it now. I mean, I don't think we're keeping count, but there's been at least 5 full course yellows over the span of this 24-hour race, and all caused by numerous different issues. Here comes a potential look on the inside from the Team Racing Point on the inside of the Sahara Porsche, but just not enough to make it happen, and decides to tuck back in for safety reasons. The Delta Racing GTD behind still has that black flag penalty that he's got to serve. So they actually came in, I believe, to serve some pit stops during the slowdown of the full course yellow to try and get a bit of an advantage. Bravo Snow Car of Igor Google, apologies about that pronunciation, also down 4th currently, 5th apologies. Currently aboard though with impact of Daniel Struxer with there's the Delta Racing car. And here comes Team Racing Point as we embark, just under 8 hours left to go. On the inside line, he's gotten a better run in the Lamborghini. He's going to hold the inside of Bus Stop. Let's hope they can keep it clean between each other. And it looks like he has. Incredible move for the Team Racing Point driver of Gabriel Rozzoni to move up into P1. We do have a couple cars, I believe one pitting there. That was the Delta Racing coming in for the black flag serving. And so he'll fall right off of the packs there for the battle for 3rd position, which he was holding. And the Impact SimSport SBR team of Daniel Struxer will take 3rd back in. The other Delta Racing, though, of Lucas Lopes will move up into 4th. And so at least a little bit of a substitution going on there. Bravo Snow holding quite a long tower of cars that he's got behind him. And he's got to watch out because I believe they're all back markers as it stands. And the only car that isn't, I believe, is going to be that of the Delta Racing of Lucas Lopez, just up in front in the red BMW. The rest are behind, and the Rusty Spatulas car just behind there in the orange Aston Martin, but the rest behind them, I believe, all currently blue flag situation cars. The Rosso Esports Mercedes is in there as well. He's also quite far off the packs, but quite a big group we've got going on here as they come through Le Com to start Sector 2.
Yeah, this is one of those situations I like to refer to as the cork in the bottle. It doesn't seem like maybe holding up this group a ton is that leading BMW, but it's such a nerve-wracking feeling when you look back and you see 8 cars all in a line, however many it is, all in a line behind you, and you know that one small mistake is going to end up putting you back into an absolute hornet's nest. Somebody just went off, I think. Yes, that's a pit. That's a pit stop. Sorry, that's for ERR.
Yeah, I think pit stop
by Dynarap. I thought I saw smoke.
Yeah, I also did. I think a little bit of a gravel pickup there from one of the drivers. Hopefully that's all that it is. A bit of insight though from our virtual grandstand for the car number 91. That's the Project 91 car. Coming from Kyle Falvis, who's one of the drivers. Big apologies to my team of 91. 2 power cuts for me. Thought it was fixed after last night, but just had another one. And so the 91 dropping well off of the top ranking spots. They're down into 26. They will go, unfortunately. And that is unfortunate. Black flag though for Fran Lucas in the 967 iRacing team car. And that Porsche also will have to come in to get that penalty served, done and dusted. And a couple of drivers really struggling to find the mark here now. We've seen a couple of black flags being administered in just this last hour. And so drivers are slowly starting to push the car a little bit too hard here, potentially from track limit extensions, and getting the black flag slapped onto them due to those track limits or possible other incidents being extended.
I think it's just the relief of it being sunny out. Being able to see the racetrack being back to kind of normal and how you would typically race this racetrack, and makes you relax a little bit more than when it's nighttime. When it's nighttime, you're tense, right? Other than you're being loopy because it's super early in the morning for you, but you're tense because you know that any slight off track, you're going to end up crashing into a black void. You have no idea where you're going. When it's daytime, you can see all your markers. Everything is normal. Everything is great. Makes you kind of drive a little bit more free, and sometimes that can lead to small mistakes.
Yeah, definitely so. Some more mistakes that come in at that morning time, and that's currently what we're experiencing for the American drivers, like Morgan already mentioned. So the Europeans and the Americans kind of flipped during the actual graveyard shift on circuit. The Europeans were having their own graveyard shift in real life, but the Americans were still in some kind of broad daylight. Now it's obviously the other way around, with the Europeans being in daylight, and the Americans, while on a sunny track, will unfortunately have to succumb to it being nighttime, which will cause a little bit of energy reduction around the circuit, and fatigue can come in to be a bit of a forcing play if they are not careful with their team strategy. So currently on board, I believe this is the Impact SimSport SBR car, and they've got pressure from behind one of the back markers who are trying to keep up with, apologies about that, keep up with the front runners. And a little bit further behind is going to be your Delta Racing GT3. That's going to be over Lucas Lopez, and then obviously Bravo Snow, also 1 second behind them. So they are 6 seconds trailing to the Impact car. The rest of the drivers behind there in the background, you can see, are currently back markers who are just working their way around circuit. There's the Delta Racing car now in 4th overall, the number 31. And Bravo Snow will just be just behind in with Igo Google, just trying to follow in the same wake. And then again, as we mentioned, Rusty Spatulas is in the background there. He's in the middle of that pack with a bunch of the blue flag cars, and so he's just trying to navigate his way through. The only issue is that most of these blue flag cars are kind of there because they've had incidents, not because they're slow. And so with these blue flag conditions, you can see now here comes the Project 91, almost looking on the inside as a back marker to try and overtake the Rusty Spatula's car, and actually giving him a bit of a bump draft through the corners. That's Raul Hernando. And obviously, like we mentioned, Project 91 having a bit of an unfortunate 24-hour here. The number 91 having a power cut just recently, and then the 191 also having its fair share of issues during the first quarter of the racing. We are well over 50% into this race, and about 2 hours left before we get to 75%. So I'd say we are about 66% of the way through this race before we reach the final quarter, which is where drivers start to put on some pressure and the desperation starts to crack through.
Another driver or team I should say, who had a great start to the race but has fallen off a little bit is Turn 1. They were the leader, I believe, at the 6-hour marks. First or second, I don't exactly recall. Up at the front nonetheless at the 6-hour mark after a bit of a double stint strategy. Got them some extra points. Now down to 5th, and they are 2 laps off of the pace of the leader in class, which is Ronin PT Red in an orange car, naturally, in the AM class.
In the AM class, indeed. Just having a look there, and I see that we don't have any new penalties for broadcast. A couple of pings in the channel, but that was obviously due to my shift being that was during the downtime of me not being on shift. And so we do potentially have an interview that we'll be able to do with Duncan Sherman. That's the driver from Team HSK, who obviously had that issue where the Team HSK car dropped drastically off of the marks. And so maybe to ask him some questions. He did let us know that he's available, but that was 20 minutes ago. So I have let him know that we are welcome to do an interview. So awaiting his response, and then we can try and organize something on that front with him to have a bit of a chat to see where their team currently sits and what possibly happened to that Mercedes that sent it so far off. But currently on board with the Ronin PT red car, leading the Ronin PT team. Unfortunately, the other Ronin PT not really up where it would have hoped to be. Where is the other Ronin PT car actually?
29th.
To find 29th. Yeah, that's a far drop off for Nuno Magalhães, and not too sure why they've dropped off so much, the Portuguese team. Obviously, this is the Pro Class car. The other one is the AM Class car, and just like trying to get the car.
Potentially. They had a 7-second pit lane visit, which doesn't make a lot of sense because pit lane here takes at least a minute to traverse. So some sort of issue 9 laps ago, potentially connection related, like the 77, that put them back on pit road, lost them a lap, because they were leading this race when I joined in the commentary booth with you. So it's only been the last hour things start to fall apart here for the Portuguese team.
Yeah, definitely so. And then talking about their AM counterpart, they've just come into the pit lane as well. and getting that pit stop done and dusted. Oh, almost jumping over the cones on the edge there. You've got to watch out for that. You can get a penalty if you do go over those cones a little bit too far. And but it looks like they should be fine for the number 64 of Louis Carmo. We'll have to wait and see if this is going to be a driver swap or not for the Ronin PT Red team. If the car does disappear, you'll know that there is a driver swap that's happening. And it doesn't look like it. So no swap coming in for the Ronin PT Red team.
Maybe swap.
Never mind.
There it is.
Yep, it is.
Just took a little bit.
Pacheco is going to... yeah, Renan Gimenez is going to be jumping into that car and will continue the charge for the car. That car, they're actually still in first for the AM category with Simcast Racing team of Christopher Starsmore coming across. Never mind, they're going to lose it now because here comes Starsmore down towards the Rouge and Radion, and the unfortunate Ronin PT Red still sitting in the pit lane, so they have lost the lead. I don't know if they're going to lose it to Flight Level Racing. That's Michael Adamsek down in 22nd. Yeah, he comes down the main straight coming towards the Rouge, and it looks like Ronin PT still in the pit lane, so they are going to lose 2 positions here in the overtakes, and will move down to 3rd in the class. I don't think they're going to lose 4th, as 4th is over 2 minutes behind. And so they should be good on that front, and they're already off the jacks and out of the pit lane they go.
Back up towards the top of the sheet, Impact Civ Sport in the 3rd spot, trying to chase down Sahara GT Motorsports. 2 car lengths separate those drivers as we see the Ronin PT Red car come off of the pit lane. Such an interesting place to have that pit exit, being on the inside line of one of the fastest parts of the racetrack, a little bit blind with how that pit lane swoops back onto the racetrack. Very easy from experience to get clobbered by a driver at speed not paying attention.
It's one of those scarier pit lanes, if you have to ask me. If you have to put it in perspective, think of it like driving on the highway, and obviously then there's a highway on-ramp coming on, and there's obviously cars joining the highway. That fear of obviously the joining cars just slowly starting to get closer and closer to you in a lane, that always freaks me out a little bit, especially when it's some people who don't correctly use their mirrors, and that gets a bit scary. So if you're thinking about it in terms of the straight, the Camel Straight, these cars have to join the active straight with cars flying up the Blinder Rouge, and then all of a sudden there's a car exiting pit lane. So it is indeed a very frantically scary pit exit, and you do have to watch out for it. And the drivers in this race also have to prepare to remain on the left-hand side. The issue comes in hand when drivers exit the Rouge and try and fight each other onto the Camel Straight, and someone tries to come out of the pit lane. We have seen it before, not particularly in this race, but I've seen it in other league races where someone tries to go too wide, and a poor soulless Porsche tries to come out of the pit lane and joins the track, and unfortunately he just gets clobbered in the rear end from being in the middle of the circuit during an active battle. So a bit of a weird one, and I'm not going to lie to you, not my fan favorite of a pit lane that rejoins on an active straight. I rather prefer pit lanes that kind of merge on a corner exit. It does make it easier for teams to obviously navigate and see when cars are exiting. For example, trying to think of a circuit here that would be good. I mean, Barcelona joins on the main straight as well. So we've got a lot of circuits that actually just join onto the main straight of the exiting. I think
exits.
Yes,
it's on the outside of turn 1 is where it comes out. Makes life very easy for everyone involved.
Yeah, 100% correct. The Canadian GP for Formula 1, Gilles Villeneuve, and a very nice circuit as well for racing. But 100%, you got my example. I was scrambling there to think of something. All I could think of was Spa, and that circuit indeed makes sense on the outside line. It's very easy to see when drivers are coming out of the pit lane. It's very easy to avoid them as well, whereas Spa, not so much the case. 15 minutes around about into this stint. Joining us in about 45 minutes time will be Lorenzo, who joins us, and then at least Morgan can go back to doing what he's actually here for, which is just controlling the cameras and giving us all the shots. But hey, he's doing a great job at dual wielding. You should be in Star Wars, man.
I want to go back to the pit road talk for 1 sec. While Spa is difficult, of course, you get caught out if you can't really twitch this car around without hitting one of those walls at the fastest part of the racetrack. I think the worst pit road exit is Ronan PT Red just got a black flag as well. They just pit a lap ago. Is Daytona, the road course. I'm sure you're familiar with Daytona 24 and how that one exits outside of turn 1 and 2 into turn 3. Drivers in the fast lane want to swing all the way out to the left where that pit road exits, and it's completely blind because of that wall. You end up hip checking a driver more often than not, and then you have 2 cars in the wall going back to the pits to try and get those things fixed. So while Spa may not be the greatest pit exit, it's definitely not the most difficult that I've been a part of.
I think we saw that at that recent Spa Daytona 24. I remember the one I was watching a little bit with Max Verstappen watching. I do remember seeing one of the hypercars exiting pit lane, and literally as soon as they exited pit lane, they literally got shoulder tapped, and that obviously transpired into a 2-way collision. So definitely agree with you there. Another circuit where I absolutely despise how the pit lane works, in particular when you leave the garage, is Sebring. I absolutely do not like Sebrings. A whole coming out of the back side of the garage, then peeling onto the front side of the pit lane. It's very weird, and trust me, if you've never driven Sebring before, it'll take you a good 5 minutes to kind of figure out how that pit lane works, because it's a bit weird. Same with the entry. The pit lane entry is in one of the fast left-right chicanes. We just quickly have to brake down into the right-hand side and jump into the pit lane lane. Otherwise, you kind of continue on the track. So yeah, lots of weird pit lanes now that I'm thinking of it. I think this was a good talking point that we brought up in terms of pit lanes and stuff alike. Another track that's also nice is Mount Panorama, Bathurst. That exit kind of shoots you out right on the exit of turn number 1. And so most of the time, drivers are going to be on the outside as they try and obviously carry the most speed. So you don't really see many incidents on Mount Panorama pit exits. So yeah, I mean, maybe FIA should just, come together and start restructuring some of these pit exits, man, because they are dangerous.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense to spit out cars from the slowest part of the racetrack, pit road obviously, into the racing line immediately and have the drivers on the racetrack have to avoid them. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, this is one thing where I'm going to give a little props to NASCAR, because all of their pit roads on their ovals don't have this problem. You have to stay to the inside of the apron all the way around to the exit of turn 2 for the most part, as you can see on the iRacing service. Very rarely do you have a problem with a driver on the very bottom of the racetrack on the backstretch while all the other cars track out up against the outside wall. So rare oval props here on a Spa 24 broadcast, but sometimes you just got to give your flowers.
Yeah, no, you gotta hand out and pick out the flowers when it's needed, especially in such a long event. We, it's good to talk about. I mean, me and Lorenzo were talking about it during Graveyard Shift. I just started to go into a bit of a podcast style thing. We started asking each other a couple of questions and things to just keep the broadcast a bit alive while the drivers were just busy fighting it out by themselves during that Graveyard Shift. It is good in longer events, as we do see one of the Delta Racings of Luca Lopez jumping in the background there. I believe in 4th he jumps into the pit lane now, indeed he is. And it's always good to just have a couple of chats. It's also good to bounce back on some of our virtual grandstand members, although it's gone a little bit quiet for the time being. I'm assuming most of our spectators were American, because it's really dropped off quite a bit like a cliff edge now. Even during Graveyard Shift, we had like 37 concurrent viewers who were staying awake with us, which helped to support us a little bit, which was quite nice. I'm going to quickly head to a quick bathroom break. You'll be with Morgan just for a short while, and then we'll continue all the action throughout the remaining 42 minutes of the stint.
Well, here we go. If you have anything in the virtual grandstand, aka YouTube chat, do let us know. Would love to answer your questions. Have a little bit of a back and forth if you are so inclined. 15 viewers or so that are watching. Currently having a ride along with the Quad Ash Racing number 94 P7 at the moment. Pit stop in the next 5 laps, give or take 23 laps on this stint for them. They are leading the charge of drivers who have not pit under this sequence. Rising Panda Racing in the Pro-Am class, they are in that same sort of strategy. 24 laps since their last pit stop. Should see them on pit lane in the next handful of laps as well. Up at the front, though, very interesting. From the lead, which is, of course, Team Racing Point, all the way down to 8th overall and 3rd in the Pro-Am class. Everyone pit on the same lap 8 ago, which I believe maybe a safety car, or sorry, a full course yellow potentially, something of the like. They are all fighting each other for positions. Double Stint Racing, Curtis Treiber. They are just now on the pit lane. Black flag for them. Not sure if that was pit road entry related or if that is corner cutting related, something of that nature. Either way, the 57, the American driver, will have to serve some sort of penalty. They're 3 laps down, sitting in 40th overall, 20th in the pro class. May need a few double stints to catch up with just under 8 hours remaining in this one. Currently only a handful of situations that have drivers within half a second for any kind of position on the racetrack. One of those is Delta Racing GTD. Delta Racing GTD, there it is. Trying to chase down Quad Ash Racing, who has 2 cars in front of them with a lapper in the middle, the 18, it looks like.
That's, I think, the Darwin 296. That's the one who spun at La Source during that yellow flag. Indeed, it is not Darwin, apologies, Gowan. I have Jack Hedgecox. He's currently in that car. In the middle of that little bit of a sandwich, the 2 BMW drivers will be going head-to-head with the Quad Ash versus Delta Racing. Equal machinery, different setup, different team, different drivers. They've both been performing quite equally, if I have to say, Morgan. These 2 BMW drivers have really remain quite stable and consistent throughout this race, and hopefully soon we get to see a bit of a battle between the 2 big M4s, the straight line 6 engines up in front. We'll have to see which of the 2 are going to be the benefactors here in Sector 2 they go.
That's something, I'm not sure how familiar you are with setups in this realm of racing, when you have the same car obviously bopped the same way, talking about the BMWs just in front, where you have your different setup manufacturers. Do you know much about the setups and then the behind the scenes of how these cars operate on the iRacing sim?
I mean, definitely roughly. I mean, I'm no setup analyst or insane setup creator. I think I'm more someone who prefers to purchase a good quality setup instead of trying to create my own one that will probably spin me out into a wall. But definitely know the base fundamentals. Obviously, you've got all the different adjustments, suspension, ride heights, roll bars, brake ducts, all those kind of things that provide the support for the car. Obviously, you've got your different setups per different kind of race. Obviously, sprint, you're going to be running more... I always forget if it's more closed or more open brake ducts, and obviously more open or closed radiator settings as well. It all depends obviously on the long running, because the longer the cars need to go for. And the same goes for the brakes. Obviously you've got brakes that are really good for shorter distances, and then you've got brakes that are really good for longer distances. And so that's also the split of it. But yeah, so I mean, I do know the bare bones of it, but don't call me to create your setup. I might end your race.
Where I was going with this is I'm wondering if on the road course side, if there's more, because you're, again, the same cars fighting other cars, different manufacturers, different strengths, weaknesses, if each car has its own kind of meta idea, if that makes sense. Like the BMW, you set up the car in this specific way to highlight this specific characteristic of this car. Obviously, it's a good, well-rounded, I mean, this is a bad example for this car in particular, but if there's a meta that it's equally good on the straightaways as in the corners versus, again, I'm more of an oval guy, so I know those fairly intimately, how there are many, many ways to set up an oval car because you're looking for different strengths and weaknesses, because it's driver versus driver. All of those cars are the same in, say, in a open race. Every A car is effectively equal. It's just the setup that's different, the driver that's different. So you can make minute adjustments to fit the driver versus the car strengths. And I wonder if it's maybe the opposite here, where there's maybe 1 or 2 ways to set it up for the car specifically, and then the driver just has to figure out how to drive it here at Spa.
Yeah, so I mean, the talk about setups is going to be a bit of a good point, like we mentioned. And the minor adjustments of a setup are really going to come down to specific driving styles. You get drivers who enjoy more understeered based cars. Some prefer more oversteered, some prefer better handling, some prefer more top speed, and obviously that then leads them into the pickings of whatever car they like to race. But with the main difference of the GT3s being obviously it's a part of one coalition of the GT3 class, and so they are tried to be made as equal as possible, is going to be the engine displacements between these cars, and that is where you get your different characteristics. Obviously, like you mentioned, NASCAR, they're all the exact same in terms of their balancing and stuff, and obviously they're all front engine cars.
Right.
But in GT3 racing, we've also got the mix. We've got the front engine cars, we've got your mid engines, and then you've got your single car out on the entire in the entire industry currently that has a rear engine placement, which is the Porsche that we're viewing now, where the engine block sits behind the rear axle. Wheels over there. The rest of the cars are mixed between your mid engines and your front engines, and all of those will have different characteristics as towards how they handle. For example, the Porsches are really good at braking, but they do also tend to over rotate if you don't set them up correctly, but due to that engine being in the background. The Ford Mustang, very good on the straights. It's also very good at eating curbs, but it can become very understeery due to that engine being up in the front and sitting right on top of that front axle. Then you got your mid engines, which is a bit of a balance between both the good rotation, good top speed, good aerodynamics, and so it kind of just comes down to those picks, and then the setup is minorly adjusted as per what the driver likes. So adjusting the brake bias a little bit, maybe adjusting the ABS here, maybe adjusting the spring lock a little bit here or there in order to get the car to rotate slightly differently, changing the ride height or the spoiler or front aero splitters slightly at different angles to try and force different scenarios. So it all comes down to preference if you have to ask me. Personally, I know that when I do endurance races with some friends or teams, we kind of come together as like one form to try and create a setup that we all equally like. Even if it will downplay some of our foster characteristics, you'd rather want it to be more consistent for the entire team instead of being fostered for one person and then the second person losing the car because they don't know how to control it.
I think the other interesting thing about GT3 racing that you don't see in the ovals, I'm going to continue to compare to ovals because, again, that's what I was doing. I mean, 5 hours ago, I was covering an oval race as well at Echo Park. Is in the oval stuff, the setup is what it is. The only thing you can adjust is brake bias. You have no other driver handling adjustments you can make, whereas here, you mentioned a few. You have your ABS system, you have your traction control potentially, you have your brake bias, you have some pit stop adjustments with the louvers, with the rear wing, whatever the case is, to help the car drive a little bit differently per driver. I don't know if these cars have anti-roll bars. I know that the hyper cars do, but again, something that fairly drastically changes how the car drives, that the driver can just flip up or down mid-run. Each straightaway you can flip it up and down to try and make the car go, a different way through each corner. So I feel like in my experience in endurance racing has been get the car close, like you said, so all the drivers can drive it and not crash, and then dial the specifics for each driver preference in with those minute handling characteristics of your different systems, ABS, TCs, anti-roll bars, etc., etc.
Yeah, so you've obviously got your split as well between in-race adjustments and pit stop adjustments. So obviously your in-race adjustments, like you're mentioning, where a driver can literally fine-tune per corner, that's going to be factors such as your traction control, your ABS, your brake bias. You can even adjust your engine map if you want to, but obviously that's going to affect how your car performs. There is a car sitting on the right-hand side of the circuit there. Not to show who that is. It looks like a Ferrari that was just sitting dormant. And there it is. There. It's actually the Prism Motorsports. Yeah, the Lamborghini. Wonder what's happened there to Aiden Hill. He is just sitting. And let's have a bit of a replay here to see if we can catch it. Yeah, it's still just sitting. I wonder if this is possibly some kind of technical issue.
What? And also,
he's been sitting for a while.
Where is race control?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at our Discord server, I think race control is still sitting in their channel below. Yeah, there are Mike Taylor and Rusted, and they're all there. So not too sure. We do have another penalty that came through there. That was the car 64 that got the drive-through for causing a collision. But yeah, so like I was talking about the setups and stuff, as I don't think we're going to have a ulterior answer here for Aiden Hill. Looks like he is just going to be, yeah, I think that's kind of an external issue as to why he's pulled off. So yeah, I mean, you were talking about obviously anti-roll bars and all that stuff. That can be adjusted in a pit stop. Some of it can only be adjusted at the start of the race, actually, or obviously when you initially place the setup. And we do have a full course yellow from
Probably
that car, I
for
believe,
that
which
car
is
who's still sitting there. Now it's gone.
yeah, definitely so. There we go, finally gone. We do at least have some content to provide in our full course yellow here. We do have an interview ready to go with Duncan Sherman. I'm going to drag him up into the broadcast booth. Duncan, you are live here at the GT Endurance Cup for the 24 Hours of Spa. Glad to have you joining us for a quick interview. Talk us through how it's gone so far for the Team HSK. And just a couple of laps ago, I mean, what happened to the car that caused it to have such a large drop-off?
Yeah, our race has been mental. I think that's the only word that I can really use. We started P12, if I remember correctly, and then got crashed out on a Rouge lap 1. So we went back to the grid already, and then we climbed back to going forward, and then backwards again, forwards again, backwards again, and then my game just crashed.
Okay, a bit of a game crash. I see you back in the car now, though, so is all working fine? Everything feeling good again?
I hope so. So far, no complaints. The pace is still here. We just need to hope for some safety cars, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's still a long time left in this race, 7.5 hours to go, and so still ample opportunity. How is it currently feeling with the team members? How many are you performing this 24-hour with, and how are all of you guys in terms of car feel? How are you guys doing in terms of consistency?
So we're doing it with 4 people. We decided to use our bronze driver in the first 6 hours as much as possible to just get that driver time done. And then after that, it was up to me and Ryan, who were just the quickest in the team, to just lap all the gap back. And then Jacob is just kind of staying with everyone, just keeping the gap the same. So it's going really good. Gone for quite a safe setup, but still pushable with the higher track temps that's coming up.
And now, obviously, in the beginning of this race, we had quite a chaotic change of events where some pit stop strategies would have had to be altered with all the random stops and the safety cars. How has the Team HSK strategy changed up over the course of the last 16 hours due to the obviously the multiple incidents we've had with the full course yellows and the safety cars?
Yeah, well, all our strategy book just went straight out of the window after lap 1 because we didn't even make it past turn 3. So we were just praying every time, and then we got 2 very good time safety cars. We got back into the front, and then after that it was just a game of just gambling. Do we commit to the safety cars? Do we commit to the full course yellows? And I think we've had a great timing every time so far, so still a lot to play for.
Definitely still a lot to play for. And then, I mean, another question, something that myself and Morgan were having a bit of a chat to as well. We are back to green flag racing, but still having a bit of a chat here with Duncan Sherman as he heads out on track. But we were talking about the whole case of obviously setting a benchmark rival out on circuit to make it easier instead of trying to obviously chase down on just the leader's time. Is there any car that you currently have set as your primary rival for trying to chase down? I know obviously you guys dropped off a little bit, but is there still someone in your scopes to chase down on in the next 7 hours?
I'm gonna say no. Our motto during this whole race is just 1 lap at a time, because it's just such a long race. And I was just like, okay, let's just get to the class lead first, and then from there we can see. Teammates were very optimistic to get into the overall lead, and then we actually got there, and the double stinting the tires is working beautifully, and then the game crashed. So we're now, yeah, just a bit back.
I see. All right. So, I mean, the double stinting you said is working for the car. I mean, we were also having a chat collectively throughout the entire broadcast team of whether or not most drivers would be doing double stinting or not. So that's from your side. You're saying that the double stinting is indeed working in the Mercedes for the time being.
As long as the track temp stays below 35-40 degrees Celsius, we can double stint the tires. Anything above that, the tires just have too much of a drop off, and then you're just losing too much time. We gain about 15 seconds by not taking the tires, and we lose about 10 seconds during the second stint on the used tires, so net 5-second gain. So for us that works beautifully. And the night we wanted to triple stint tires, but with all the chaos there was just no point. Just with all the safety cars.
Even in the night, we were not seeing temperature drop-offs that were quite crazy. I mean, 2 a.m. track time, we were looking at still about 26 degrees track temp, so it really didn't drop off that much. And then obviously currently we're sitting at about 31 degrees. So the double stinting is definitely still in the window here for you. But I'm going to leave you to your devices here to get you pushing on strong. Down in 14th overall, 14th in class, 38th overall. Still a long way, so keep pushing there for the team HSK Motorsports. That's Duncan Sherman. Thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box, and hopefully we get to catch up some other time to see how the car's doing.
Definitely. Have fun casting for the rest of the race.
Will do. That was Duncan Sherman. He's going to go back to focusing for the remainder of this race. Nice to have a bit of a chat there, get some insight on how the drivers are currently doing out on the circuit.
How impressive is it that you're able to hold a competent interview while slinging that Mercedes around various parts of this racetrack for a little over a full lap? He was with us. That's pretty impressive to be able to drive and talk eloquently at the same time. Not a lot of people can do that, and he's clearly one of the ones who can.
Yeah, he clearly spends a lot of time in interview booths or doing interviews, possibly even lots of race wins, because you get to do the interviews once you win a race. So he's definitely familiar with it. You can see he's super calm and collective during that interview. No kind of pressure. You don't even hear him struggling on the wheel through sectors there. And I mean, he even did clip a little bit of sand on the entrance of Lacombe. So definitely a good job coming there from Duncan Sherman. And there you heard it. I mean, the team was doing incredibly well, even on the double stint strategy on the Mercedes. And unfortunately, a game crash is what set them all the way back down to 38th position overall. But there is a lot of time ahead of all of these drivers for them to continue to push. 7.5 hours is ample time for mistakes to be rectified and for consistency to be created. Currently on board with the Gamma Sim Racing team, they're putting pressure, I believe, on a couple of back markers here. I don't think that's the battle. No, it's not, with that Mustang. So he jumps up ahead.
Went off, no?
And
they almost missed the corner there. Sorry, I saw dirt and I saw a driver off the line. I got a little concerned there for a minute. Gamma Sim Racing still in 11th position. Yeah, that was almost disastrous for some drivers, just seeing those puffs of dirt when you hit the gravel and bringing old debris on the racetrack. It can be a bit of a treacherous task to see all the marbles and all the gravel just spraying everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of become one with the track, it seems, with everything being all over the place. And so the drivers have to watch out for it. I mean, we saw a little bit earlier, I believe it was in the graveyard shift, where one of the drivers actually drove over a couple of debris on track and lost the car because of it. And the rear end kind of just started to plaintiff and slide out. And so, yeah, it is a definite concern as we now see the same Mercedes of Gamma Sim Racing trying to overtake the back marker there. That's one of the Mustang drivers. No, it's actually not. Apologies. That's the Summit Esports car of Lucas Santos. So that is indeed a battle. The live timings tower didn't really show. It showed over 20. It showed a different metric for me, unless I was just looking wrong, which is a very high possibility. And so we'll have to wait and see how that's going to look for these two drivers. But 7 hours and 24 minutes left. We will be having Lorenzo joining us in approximately 24 minutes time. Another voice of fresh air on the microphone. And then we continue on with the rest of the stint. For the time being, all the drivers still just trying to remain consistent.
And you brought up a question I wanted to ask you. You talked about interviews and all of that. How did you get your start in broadcasting on iRacing, real life, or whatever you've done in your broadcasting career?
So that's actually a good question. I mean, I started, I think the first time I actually jumped on the mic was 2023. I started doing some small commentating things for a local league here in South Africa, obviously completely for free while I tried to learn the ropes. I had a really good coach and a mentor who I still classify as my mentor to this day, Stephen Koenig, who also does a lot of the international commentating scene stuff for some of the other providers. And he also does lots of track stuff. He also introduced me to the world of on-track motorsports commentating. So I've also had my fair share of that with a couple of the local South African circuits doing some in-person commentating. Which has been a lot of fun. I'm not going to lie to you, though. The virtual is a lot nicer because I get to enjoy the comfort of my seat with a cup of coffee next to me. Some of the in-person motorsport stuff, I've had to stand outside in 6-degree weather while it's raining, talking over some cars going around track, which is quite menacing, if I have to ask you. It's quite intense. when it gets to there. And then, obviously it just kind of went from there. I started doing a little more virtual stuff. I branched into the international space of things, and obviously found a couple of providers, which obviously I'm not going to spew out names here while we're on the stream for the GT Endurance Cup here in Europe, but a couple of providers that started taking me on for some gigs, which is pretty cool. And I guess it's just all about making contacts. The more and more contacts you make, I've made contacts even from this 24-hour race, which could possibly even give some potential opportunities for some future gigs. So yeah, I mean, kind of it's just been going like that through contacts and just growing through it. And what about yourself? I mean, obviously you've been chatting about being primarily in the oval space, and did you start in the oval space, or is it been a different venture?
I did. So I had a little spurt of commentary in person first, actually, at a local dirt track, a dirt oval racetrack I have here in Saskatchewan, or I was at here in Saskatchewan. I don't own it, of course. Did some commentary as a teenager. Took a fairly large hiatus to go through school and all of that. And then I was doing an oval league. I was racing in it and consistently finishing in the podium. And the way that the broadcast company operated was, if you finish in the podium, you got an interview. So I would prepare for these interviews with, some ad reads, some quips, just, kind of like what we're doing here. And it got to the point where I interviewed 6 weeks in a row, 6-7 weeks in a row, something like that, where we had an interview every single week, and I was having these more and more elaborate ad reads and thanking people and all of that. And finally, the broadcaster approached me after one of the races and was like, "Hey, you have any interest in doing this?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's see if we can set something up." That was, I think, October, maybe November of 2023. By January 2024, I had a full-time oval league for the 36 weeks of the NASCAR schedule, and haven't looked back since. I've done over 200 oval shows and a bunch of other things as well. Majors 24 last year was pretty cool, and SF23, the official series for iRacing last year also. Smattering of things, but it just continues to build. As you mentioned, connections are everything in this space, and I've been really thankful to meet some terrific people along the way and continue to meet people. And this event, another great example of just meeting people that I haven't before, and we'll probably have our paths cross again in the future with more commentary gigs.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always the thing. You start to make friendships and stuff. Talking about it, I somehow created a dynamic duo with a European commentator, obviously Matthew Duff, and we took the start of this 24-hour, and we've been doing it for quite a long time together now on a lot of different leagues, which is pretty awesome. And you just build more and more friendships as it comes. One note on the downside, though, unfortunately, it looks like Jim Cunningham, who was supposed to join us in the commentary box, might have calculated his time zones a bit incorrect. I did pop him a message to ask him if he was coming or not. He then messaged now at 22 minutes past the hour to say that he's not on for another 2 hours and that he'll see me soon. But unfortunately, his only time slot was these past 2 hours that he was on with us. So just a bit of a miscalculation there. But Morgan was there to save the day, which is all good. And we can continue racing. It's about, like I mentioned, another 20 minutes. And then Lorenzo joins us in the box. And then after Lorenzo joins us for 1 hour, I'll be jumping off with Jeremy, then joining into the box with Lorenzo. And then you'll hear from me again at the 3-hour mark left of this race. In that case, we'll already be switching over to part 5 of the stream. But yeah, I mean, so far it's really been a good race here, Morgan. We've had some good action out on track. We've had some good chats as well, which has been nice for both us and the virtual grandstand, just to get some insights on how things have been going. And hopefully the racing is just going to continue to expand here as we slowly start to get further and further into the remaining 7 hours of this race.
I think the nice part, too, for fans, for commentators, and for drivers, with this situation we're seeing on screen here aside, the race typically gets less chaotic the deeper it gets, because you have less drivers on the racetrack, and also people are more spread out, so you don't have to really worry about maybe some of these more aggressive moves you would have seen in the first few hours and some of the accidents that come from them. That obviously not a great example, as we just saw a couple of drivers duking it out. This is, I believe, for 6th position, somewhere in that area. But I don't think we're going to see much more chaos, as we haven't really on this stint. It's really just been solid, clean racing. The odd mistake, obviously, that pool cue shot we saw earlier, pushing that driver through the chicane into the barrier, coming to the last few corners there. But other than that, been pretty clean and green for the most part, and it's just been some solid racing here at Spa.
Yeah, talking about the solid racing, ERR by Dino Rap, that's Adrian Nguyen. Just gets past Sebastian Flores in the Aston Martin over there. So great move on the inside to get into 5th position in class, 12th overall currently for the 823 car. Yeah, I mean, if that Delta Racing car was black and the car behind him that hit him was white, that would have been a great ending shot to the pool game, knocking him right into the corner slot, but more like a blue ball knock-in for that Delta Racing car. And still, what a good reference I'm remembering now, like you just said at the pool cue shot. Looking back at it, that is highly accurate. As the ending chicane there, the ending bus stop chicane of Spa-Francorchamps does kind of have a pocket on the left-hand side, which is where our BMW was collected, and obviously had to then go in for damages and repairs. Flight Level Racing 747 for Michael Adamczyk is into the pit lane now. Down in 20th he will go, and currently sits getting that pit stop done and dusted. Again, just reiterating the fact of how different the stints are currently looking for all of our drivers, as that's the only driver currently in the pit lane. Not too sure when we're going to be seeing the next driver out. Here's your Simcast Racing team, the AM class leader currently, Christopher Starsmore, who took over from Ronan PT Red when they took into the pit lane, and now has been leading ever since. Obviously, when the pit stops come in, things will switch around again. And this is why we keep on reiterating the fact that that last hour is going to be so critical, Morgan, because with every driver having different times based on their pit stops, we're still not able to calculate which driver is going to be done with their pit stop coming up to that last 1 hour, and which drivers will need to still pit before that last hour, which will obviously drop them off from their current fighting stature.
And the added wrinkle is we've talked about double stinting tires. Does your double stint end in that final hour, or are you double stinting the final hour? That, as we talked about with our last interview, that's a 5-second difference in time at the end of the run, and that's if it's a full run. If it's only part of a run, that distance is probably even greater, because again, 15 seconds saved, 10 seconds lost over the run. So if you have less time to run, you're obviously going to be losing less than 10 seconds. This could all become very interesting. It'll be very evident at the end of the race what this actually looks like. We're far from it. We're still 6 hours from really getting that clearer picture and this crystal ball starting to form in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, exactly that. Still a lot of time, and the whole factor again of that we cannot see where this is going. Here's a good move. Here comes Quadash Racing of Serena Tahar on Lucas Santos on the inside before Blanchimont, and a great move on the inside from the BMW.
Oh, contact! They're around!
Oh, contact! That's huge. That is massive. And not going to lie to you, that looked like it was coming. The Porsche was involved as well, but the Mustang and the BMW, the two primary drivers involved, Quadash, not going to be happy with that. Tristan Engelstad and Ryan have been driving this car with absolute perfection, and one minor contact bump coming here from Serena Tahar, and the car, massive damage on the front side that is going to need to come into the pit lane due to damages. And man, what an unfortunate, that almost looked like a bit of netcode, if you have to ask me. I just, it didn't look like very clear contact, and we'll have to watch it back. But man, that is so unfortunate for the drivers in 22nd.
And add the black flag to both of those drivers as well for, I believe, incident points at the same time. So even more to be upset about, because you're going to have to hold in the pits on top of the damage.
Yeah, definitely. So here's a bit of a replay. Up on the inside comes the Quadash BMW, holding the inside line. They're completely ahead coming into Blanchimont, right? So coming into Blanchimont, they slowed down. The Mustang's on the far right-hand side, and just the Mustang was completely off circuit. Yeah, very heavy. The Mustang completely off circuit there, and then the BMW of Serena Tahar takes to the right-hand side where you would normally sit coming out of Blanchimont, and unfortunately the Mustang just rejoining there onto the circuit while being completely off on the right-hand side, and that is going to lead to that heavy amount of contact. I don't see the drive-through marker on that Quad Dash car. I did see it on the Summit Esports car though, for Lucas Santos, but now I see both have disappeared. So not 100% sure if they're going to be serving drive-throughs, but nonetheless, that is a hard event there for some of our drivers. No full course yellow pulled though, which is a bit of a confusing one, because if you have to ask me, that was due for a full course yellow. That was a huge hit going through the back straight. Borderline
safety car with where that accident happened, the amount of traffic on the way. Sim Racing Point, black flag incident points for your overall leader. They're at pit road right now. That'll give the lead up to Impact Sim Sport SBR as they get through the final chicane.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there for Team Racing Point getting a drive through at this stage in the race and losing out now on the overtakes, which we'll have to wait and see. And about 12 minutes left now of our stint. Looking quickly, Michael Frey is also available for an interview, and I'm just going to let him know that we would be certainly down to have an interview with him.
1 second before we do that, major.
He's not there yet. Don't stress about that.
Major penalty here for the 309. 300-second hold.
And that's the Lamborghini that was positioned on the right-hand side of the circuit.
It is.
I believe you asked where are the stewards, and there the stewards are.
Found
They've
them.
made themselves apparent. Found them, and a stop and a hold 300-second. That's 5 minutes that Aiden Hill is going to have to get into the pit lane and serve that penalty. That is going to not only add to the salt burn because he's currently the last driver on the circuit, but just further extend it down. That's 3 minutes, which is about a minute and a lap and a half that they're going to be down even further behind the Unitronic Fisher Motorsports car in 40 seconds. So not the race here for Prism Motorsport Pro, but I'm still glad to see that they're holding out on circuit and not rather, DNFing it from being six
There's
laps
a full
down. It is
course
good
yellow.
to see that they're continuing to pushing. There's your full course.
Now, who
The question
would
is,
this be
was
for?
was it caused by the incident on the back straight, or was there something else that has now happened?
It has to be something else. We've already completed 2 laps since we had that incident. It's got to be something else, right? Potentially this BMW, Delta Racing.
So it looks
car?
like one of the Deltas. Yeah, this is Thales Toledo, so the other Toledo family member coming into bus stop. That's the Project 91 behind, not in contention though for position, and pulls out to the left-hand side. I thought we were going to have someone tapping the rear of another person as soon as the full course yellow starts, because that's happened far too many times so far in this race. We've seen it already 4 times where drivers have had to go into the pit lane to serve damage for smacking into the back of someone during a full course yellow. There's back up to the top. There's a replay with Quadash currently sitting with Serena Tahar.
Could be this car with the
looks
massive
like,
rear end damage.
yeah, that looks like the entire rear boot has completely been removed from the car. That's weird though, because the spoiler's still on. So it just looks like a huge hole in the back of the car, but they just came out of the pit lane, so I'm not too sure what's going on. Was there possible spin around here coming from Serena Tahar? And we'll have to wait and see how this is going to turn out. But for the time being, still not able to find the main incident as to why this full course yellow has been
Oh,
deployed.
I think I found it. This drive lounge car, potentially. What is that? Drive lounge by PBM Am. The 99 potentially having an issue.
Yeah, he does have a meatball flag.
That's for the last.
But
that's hours.
yeah,
ago.
that's 94 laps down. Yeah.
That's not it, obviously.
So not Josiah Annis then, who currently sits in the pit lane with the meatball flag, but that's 100 laps ago almost. So they decided to call in a DNF.
Odd that
this
showed
is
up
Team Racing
just
Point.
now on the session events. that's an odd one.
Yeah, actually. And just sorting something out here quickly, just to double confirm. Usually how it works with our commentators and our broadcasters switching out is it will usually join into the comms box about 10 minutes before the events obviously transpire for switching out. Just waiting to see when Lorenzo is going to be joining us. I would hate for Morgan to continue for a whole nother stint here, because Lorenzo is supposed to be on for the next 4 hours, and I do not think that Morgan is going to be able to carry that all by himself yet again. With
I have
the
before, but
dual wielding.
it doesn't much matter. That
no,
Majors
100%.
24 we discussed earlier, that was 12 hours of solo production and commentating at the same time. So it's been done.
That is wild. I hope you got paid with some gold coins, because
We did okay.
It's a tough good end.
Anyway, 35 car of we got here Lucas Santos. Stop and hold for 30 seconds for an unsafe rejoin. That is the latest penalty to come through.
The Mustang driver, I believe. That is the Mustang driver who we saw had the incident with the
There it
That was
is.
a huge incident on the back straight with the quad dash car. So yes, they've been given a penalty due to the unsafe rejoin, as they were completely off the track trying to make the overtake and then tried to rejoin, and that obviously led to the contact between themselves and the quad dash car. So they've now been given a drive-through due to that incident, which will obviously pull them a little bit further down on the tier list for this race. In terms of battles out on track, we do have Bravo Snow on the inside line now of Team Racing Point. Into No Name they will go, and this looks like it could be a potential overtake, but the Lamborghini's on the inside line coming down towards Puon, and on the outside the Mustang having to hold on for dear life with the slightly bigger engine up front, the slightly more oversteer compared to the Lamborghini, trying to get the rotation in for the next couple of corner sequences. And unfortunately, good defense coming from Team Racing Point for Bravo Snow. They cannot get past. And this is just proving now that the teams really have decided to lock in for this these last couple of hours. There's 7 hours left, and this is where you need to start holding your marks, because Team Racing Point holding that final podium spot, they do not want to give it up this late into the race.
Yeah, this is where I think things are starting for the drivers at the very least to say, hey, we're in the final third of this thing. We can't be giving up any situations. Gladly will take from people if they make mistakes, that we can't be giving right now. The time for making mistakes is starting to come to an end. And hopefully you've got it out of your system, or maybe even better, you've had the perfect race to this point. But you can't make that perfect race imperfect from here on out, because you're probably not going to get the time to get it back.
Yeah, no, definitely not. We've got about, this is about 5 minutes left before Lorenzo joins us in the commentary box. That's just enough time to get an interview here with Michael Frey, who we're going to drag into the commentary box. Michael, you are live currently at the GT Endurance Cup Europe with the 24 hours of Spa. And boy, have you guys done some work to get the Project 91 car back on track. How is the race going so far for the 24-hour?
Well, it's a huge roller coaster of emotions, to be honest. You know, getting knocked down at the start, then pushing again to the lead, getting knocked down again. But with the safety cars, everything is possible. So that makes it actually quite interesting and still open to maybe get back.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you guys have got the two cars currently running in it. How is it going in terms of team strategy? Obviously the 91 and the 191, you guys have been bouncing back and forth with regards to which car currently leads. And I mean, just in terms of team strategy, is there some kind of joint strategy going on between the two of you, or are you completely separate on your current strategy path?
So right now we're pretty much separate. Obviously we exchange ourselves regarding if we change tires and how we're gonna do it. But we're now pretty much individual on our way, because it always depends a bit on how much fuel we've got, if it's worth to pit under a full course yellow or a safety car. So we're there pretty separated, just to not make any wrong call on the wrong car if we don't have all the information.
Absolutely so incredible stuff from that side. We've had a bit of a chat also with one of our Mercedes drivers, mentioning a possibility of trying to double stint for the rest of this race due to the track temps being moderately in control. How is it feeling in the Porsche? Have you guys been double stinting, or has it just been a little bit too difficult to keep the tires maintained?
No, we are not double stinting. The only thing that actually could work is maybe do 1.5 stints. You know, if you get a full course yellow, you can refuel the car and then get back out with the same tire set. But double stinting will be quite tricky, especially as in high speed corners we have lots of oversteer. So Rouge and stuff gets really risky. And in the low speed corners we get then even more understeer. So balance isn't really going towards the positive side at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% understand that coming from the Porsche. And we've got about 7 hours left of this race. Obviously, we've completed over 16 hours of racing around Spa-Francorchamps. And how are you feeling in terms of the race ahead? Both yourself and the 191, if you can speak on behalf of them. What is the objective path here for the team? Obviously, you guys were fighting well up in the front, and then you had the incident earlier on in the race. So currently sitting 19th overall and 10th in class. What's the objective? Are you chasing anybody coming into the last 7 hours?
I mean, the most important thing for us now is actually to get a safety car to get our lap back. And if we get that, then I'm 100% sure that we will be able to fight still for a podium. So we're just gonna push fully through that one, and as soon as we get the chance to unlap ourselves, we're gonna take that chance and then try to make the best out of it. I see the 191 has 2 laps down, so they might need 2 safety cars, or maybe if the pits, they will get lucky to also get their laps back. But I think they will do pretty much the same and try to push through. We still have an issue with one of our drivers that has got some electricity issues, if I remember right. So it's still a question if we can make the fair, the fair share rule. So worst case, we are gonna not finish that race, sadly.
Yeah, we did see it in the virtual grandstand. I believe it was your driver, Kyle Falvis, who apparently having a couple of electricity issues and having the computer turn off while he was in the car. That is super unfortunate for the 191. But I'm going to bid you guys farewell so that you guys can go back to planning the rest of your race. This is Michael Frey. Obviously, Gage Hyams is currently in the car. And obviously, you're probably on a number 1 supporter right now watching the team. And as he comes into the pit lane, I'll let you guys obviously go back to make all of your decisions. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box. And hopefully we get to catch up a little bit later on with regards to the race progress.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. See you soon.
Absolutely. That was Michael Herman Frey, our driver who was well up the top marks in this race, well in the beginning of the 24 hours. And then unfortunately, some things transpired. One thing led to another, and they are currently a little bit further back behind. Good news, though, we do officially have a new voice joining us for the last stint here. That I'll be on myself. Lorenzo Bonda does join us here for the 7-hour mark, heading on to 6. He's on here for 4 more hours, and we'll be taking you from the 7-hour mark all the way down to the 3-hour mark, in which myself and Jeremy will be taking back over. Lorenzo, welcome back into the commentary box. I'm not too sure if you are here or if you've opted out. There you are. How are you feeling? Did you have a bit of a rest on the couch in the intermission?
What is rest? It's a very subjective matter created by the lords of sleep themselves in a way that sometimes sleep or rest might be, no, I'm just messing. I had a good rest. It's fine. I'm re-energized. I needed the rest, to be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, so did I. I think I took about 3.5 hours of sleep just to quickly get some the back burners fueled up again, and then jumping back on. So we are continuing on for this race. Now under 7 hours left to go, and the desperation window is only going to start to increase as we continue to go on here. More and more drivers will try and make some overtakes that may not appeal to be the best, but we will hope for some clean racing nonetheless. I mean, Lorenzo, to give you a bit of an update, not too sure if you've been watching, keeping up with the stream, but for the time being, we've had some relatively clean racing across the board here. A couple of drivers have found their way back up to the top, such as the Team Racing Point car back up into second, and Impact SimSport also making their way back up into P1 slots. A couple of full course yellows, but no other safety cars since the last time you were on.
So I noticed that, for example, Vortex is also back into the top 5. So some teams who you could counted them out of sorts in this race now are back into the fold. So looking good so far from what it looks like to be this final quarter of this race, so looking forward to it. So this should be interesting, as who has the pace to try to crawl back, and will we see a pace car, because we haven't had that much, because the last one was the incident that we had at the Eau Rouge. So I think because now it is the time, it is the light of day in and everything, I highly doubt there will be any safety car unless something drastic happens.
Yeah, and I mean, we've had a chat to a couple of the drivers in the interviews, and there are some drivers who are heavily relying on the possibility of a safety car here. I mean, obviously the Project 91 car, the number 91 in that team name, really looking for a safety car to get themselves unlapped. They said that if that happens, they will be back in the possible fight here for the last 6 hours. But the safety car is needed for those lapped cars to get themselves unlapped by 1 lap, which is the total amount you're allowed in a single safety car. So unfortunately, for those drivers who are a couple more laps down, such as 2 to 3 laps, they unfortunately have to sit still with those additional laps on and potentially try and wait for yet another safety car. This is currently on board with the DCS Racing Blue team. They are currently back up into the pole position slots, putting pressure on a back marker as the couple of the other drivers have come into the pit lane, I believe. Sahara Motorsports is back up into third, with Impact Simsport now into second place. So a couple of switches, and there comes DCS Racing Blue into the pit lane. They go for their scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, just right on the clock. Nothing much happening about that incident. Oh, we got a slow car coming into Pujon, so that might trigger the full course yellow. Let's see if we can find what was the issue for the Beamer of Garrett McAllister in the Alpha Trout Challenge. Why do I think this is the famous Malmedy flipping the... Oh, it's not even that. Oh, I think I know what this is. It's something. It's a 4-letter word called fuel.
Fuel?
Yeah, I think he ran out of fuel.
Oh, fuel. I thought you meant feel as in F-E-E-L. Fuel. Yeah, I mean, that could possibly be it because he's already driving slow here and then pulling onto the left side of the rundown towards Puon. And I think you might be right here. Possibly a miscalculation coming from the Alpha Trout Challenge team. They were maybe coming in at the end of this lap and potentially 1 lap too late as they try and nurse this car back. And like you mentioned, this can trigger the full course yellow, but that is not going to allow for the lapped cars to unlap themselves. So the full course yellow will just delay the events. And there we see the Alpha Trout Challenge back into the pit lane they go. So it looks like some fuel will indeed be placed in this car. But we are indeed at full course yellow, like Lorenzo just mentioned. And so the drivers will have to sit for the remainder for the next 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how long this full course yellow is going to be. Hopefully not too much longer. And then we can get back to some solid racing throughout the board here for all of our drivers.
Yeah, as I think we're going to get that resumed in a little bit, as since Alpha Trout is in the pit lane, and just as it says so, we get green.
Back to racing at least, so nice and short full course yellow, which is something that we are not too fond with, where the full course yellow takes a lot of time. The safety car is even worse in that regard. But nice and short full course yellow, only about what, 45 seconds total time that was under full course yellow, so not too bad at all. And now we are on board yet again with Team Racing Point. Gabriel Razzoni, he's holding it out in P4 overall and P4 in class. Obviously the top 6 all pro class drivers as they try and hold their wake. This is a back marker up in front of Team Racing Point, though, that they've got to clear out soon. One of the Mercedes from the from Gamma Sim Racing that are trying to just hold out, and they'll be overtaken now on the outside by the Lamborghini as they chase down on Sahara. About 18 seconds, though, of a gap between 3rd and 4th position.
And which car is this pitting right now? I really want to say Vortex, but is a Pro Body Motorsport sitting in 7th place in the class. So Sebastian Flores coming in and doing his service, whereas DCS Racing now, I think, is going to get in the clutches of the new Struska, and a potential battle for the lead is gonna happen soon. I like the fact that this yellow flag, the latest yellow flag, safety car kind of brought a little bit of racing and made more teams be in the fray as well. Surely, it took some teams out, like the Project 91, took packs out of sorts as well. That happened throughout the race, but other than that, it's good that we're seeing the possibility of seeing like 3, maybe 4 more teams in the Sahara team, in the Team Racing Point. Delta could come in as well, as they are 1 second away from Gabriele Rossone. So there is the possibility of seeing also more teams involved in the battle for the top 3. So this is a good thing.
Good thing indeed, and it's good to see that the fight is getting started. I mean, we were seeing a couple of differences up at the top, with the top 6 obviously much closer when I started the stinting here, just around the 9-hour mark, and the top 5, top 6 all within a good second of each other. Now it's started to dissipate a little bit, with a couple of tenses being placed in between. So Sahara Motorsports currently 13 seconds off of Impact, and then they've got 17 seconds to Team Racing Point behind, and there we see them down in 4th position. Gabriela Rossoni currently sitting there in 4th, and then obviously DCS Racing Blue, which is a car that we really just did not expect to be seeing at the top. This is a car that did not start anywhere in the top 10, and I think started roughly in the middle pack of racing, or even possibly one of the cars who started in the pit lane, and has now started in 12th. That's the confirmed starting, so not in the top 10, but now sitting well up into P1. And it's not even the case of a pit stop strategy of this car needs to pit and then they'll obviously fall off the grid pack, but they really have worked their way into 1st position. However, it's not going to be an easy fight, because here comes Impact SimSport of Daniel Struxa just behind in that 2nd place car. The number 6 will be chasing on in the Ford Mustang, and so this is going to be a fight possibly for 1st and 2nd, as they will slowly start to come towards Blanchimont and the bus stop, and then up to La Source, and the Mustang slowly but surely will try and catch here and cause a bit of a fight for the commotion of 1st place, which will be great to see for the entertainment sakes of the broadcast, and also to see a bit of a change up at the top ranks.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Looking forward to see what is going to come down from this, as what I believe is a potential showcase of what DCS is trying to have, the same thing as Lion Speed basically had at the beginning of this moment, because from what they were on a team that started in the pit lane basically, right, in the Rio 24 Hours, and actually won this race. That has never happened before, so it would be something similar.
Yeah, something similar indeed. Oh, a bit of a switchback. That almost was contact between the 2 cars, as the Mustang decides to take the outside line, which will convert him to the inside as he starts sector 2 here. But now going into the next corner, the Porsche again has got the inside line, so lots of competitive racing coming up between the top 2, and it's very intense. Currently holding it out, but the Mustang doing everything it can to try and find the slot to push up against the DCS Racing Blue team. Ethan Davies has been in that car for quite a significant amount of time. Daniel Struxa behind, also trying to push on for the SimSport team, SBR, but lots of defense coming from the Porsche up in front, not letting this Mustang gain any kind of traction to get up ahead of the Porsche. And into Pouhon they will go. The Porsche still holding as it stands. And we will potentially be seeing the battle for first. You can see it in the bottom right-hand side now. Here comes a potential dive again, but not enough track for him to make it. And the Impact SimSport driver still remains behind. Hopefully no contact. He had to slam the brakes there because he almost cut over the nose there and got DCS Racing Blue spun around. You do not want that at this point in the race. 48 minutes left to go. These top 2 still putting a lot of pressure on each other. And it's good to get back in this high adrenaline impact commentating that we've got going on due to the top 2 giving us a lot of action as we come up to Blanchimont. Again, looking on the left-hand side, he's going to put his nose in and squeeze through the inside. Comes the SimSport SBR car. Daniel Struxa doing everything he can to push up ahead of Ethan Davies and forces him wide, actually. Ethan Davies has to come back on. He's giving the flashes. He's not happy with that one, but he does lose out on the position. Into second he will go. Gets forced off of track, and into second position he has to remain while the SimSport driver stays up at the top.
And I do believe that he might have to actually give the position back because they came side by side into Blanchimon. He forced the DCS car out wide due to the natural progression of the corner. And because of it, I think if it gets reported, there's a good chance that Impact could get punished by this. But good racing so far in between them, as the Porsche now is going to have the full straight to try to get back to the lead of this race.
Yeah, now back on the rear side of the Mustang. He's going to have a bit of a slipstream advantage here to try and push on the outside line. And looking into the next couple of corners, the DCS Blue Racing team now on the inside for the sector, and now it's actually completely swapped up roles from what we saw last lap. The two of them have switched positions, and so now the DCS Racing Blue wanting to get back again, not happy with that move. If they weren't so aggressively fighting, I would have called for a replay to have a look at how that shove off track went. But there is a chance that we're going to see the overtake happening yet again between these two, as it is constantly back and forth for these two drivers as they continue to progress throughout the circuit. Sahara Esports, the Sahara GT Motorsports team also in the background, they are well off at the moment and far from any kind of contention. 12 seconds that they've got to fight for, and then Team Racing Point of Gabriel Rozzoni also 13.9 seconds in the background. So back up to the top, and there we see obviously Team Racing Point, Gabriel Rozzoni, but back up to the top. DCS Racing Blue going to do everything that they can to try and fight back for P1.
Absolutely, and for them, that would be a blessing. For Rokas in the Sahara team, any battling that goes up in the front is a blessing in disguise, because it might be a full second taken away from them, just like last lap. So looking forward to see if anything's going to progress on that. But that Porsche, man, it looks on rails, as it is it seems nervous on some corners. So it might be the used tires in the car that might make this a little bit more complicated for him to race on, as there is a gap opening between Daniel and Ethan at this current moment.
Yeah, these two will probably be neck and neck with each other for the remainder, as we have 45 minutes left of this stint in terms of our ridge, and then we head into 6 hours, the final 75%, the final 25% of this race, with 75% of it being completed. 18 hours total will be done in 45 minutes, a long time to be out on circuit here. And just 6 hours left is a very mere figure compared to the 18 that has already been completed by all of our drivers. So continuing on with all of the action, we'll also have a look to see if there's any other fights. I do see that the Welch Competitions car of Matteo Benashi down in 10th, also potentially getting on the backside now of the Rusty Spatulas with Mika Takala in that car up in front. And so we could potentially see a bit of a fight coming on between these two. The rest of the grid somewhat dispersed, as we've mentioned, and we do always have a bit of a look every now and then to see where is the closest battles. Currently, this is your closest battle out on track. And looking up on the inside, here comes the Welch Competitions car, potentially going to be diving it up onto the inside of Lecom, and it is a good, clean move for the driver to move up, and great succession to get up into 9th position.
Good racing provided for everyone so far, as now Welch, we're looking on screen, trying to go back into good positions right there, as he's trying to get defensive on Mika Takala. So Mika trying to get through into second place in class, and see Mika, like I always say, good to see Mika in the CMQ boys trying to have a little bit of a run. Oh, I don't know if you did know this, Tristan. Mika is usually the Rusty Spatula guys. A good amount of them are composed from people that actually work at CMQ.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, so some direct knowledge then of obviously the wheelbases that they use. SimuCube also, I mean, really representable brand for direct drive wheels and simulator equipment. So They should have the full edge, I guess, yeah, in terms of this, if they know what's going on their wheels, and great to see them make it to color.
Yeah, but you know what the most intriguing part is?
Yeah.
I still haven't seen a rusty spatula.
Oh, someone's off.
Ever.
Sorry about that there, Lorenzo. Someone's lost it. It's the DSP Esports racing team of Nicola Monti who's lost it, and that rear wing is bent up coming onto the main straight. So this looks like on the exit of bus stop, putting a little bit too much of a flat foot down, and the car seems to have spun out. We'll have a replay, which we'll come to shortly. We're still heading onto the back straight, so a while before we head to there. What were you saying? Apologies about that, Lorenzo.
No, I was gonna say I still haven't. And according and talking to Mika, when I did talk to Mika at the Sim Racing Expo, he affirms he saw a rusty spatula. I've never seen a rusty spatula ever in my whole life.
You've never seen a rusty spatula. Well, I mean, I also wouldn't really want to find a rusty spatula. I mean, you can't cook with something like that. Here comes the move, though, or the incident with DSP. And so on the inside is that Mercedes. And so, yeah, a little bit of a wide line. Over the curbs you go. That's enough to unsettle the rear of the car. And, that is an unfortunate little tap on the rear spoiler. Basically barely making contact with the wall. But that was enough to completely warp the back left of it and cause a little bit of damage. But fortunately for them, not too much else that will go wrong with that car in this last 41 minutes of the stint. And so they continue to push on, currently holding 10th position overall, the third in class, which is important because they've obviously lost out in the top of it. And Velch Competitions has moved up into first in class. Rusty Spatulas moves up into second in class. And so that's going to be a huge jump up with the DSP car falling off of the grid. And then Vortex, about 16 seconds behind, will be in the fourth position of class, but quite a bit far back. And a black flag penalty onto that car. So Vortex just not getting the ease of race that they would have hoped for today.
When it rains, it pours, man. Poor Michael and the rest of the team. Gonna have to stay patient and reset after the black flag.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're going to have to reset and retry after that black flag, because that's going to set them off quite a bit. That was one of the drivers who went off into the gravel now. Looked to be ER by Dynarap's car, Adrian Nguyen, as he gets past João Vitor Delgado in the Delta Racing GTD car down 14th, who's also had a fair share of incidents down into 14th. There we go. That Delta Racing GTD car was competing for the podium and currently down in 14th as it stands, unfortunately for João Delgado. And that's going to be a bit of a fight, trying to work his way back up. And through the efforts he will go with Adrian Nguyen just up ahead. Bit of a fight that's going to have to go down between these two. We'll have to wait and see how it's going to end up for the fighting as it goes on. But for the time being, that top spot for P1 has slowly dispersed. Impact SimSport has run away, unfortunately. 3.5 seconds behind is DCS Racing Blue. And they're going to have to work quite hard to try and close the gap down.
Yeah. And right, like I said before, it's kind of sad to see that the Vortex is not having the best of performance so far, knowing the fact that Vortex is one of the leaders in the SEC, as they are now into the pit lane, serving their black flag, as Michael Van Look might actually lose a few spots. Was 4th place, 5th place, now dialed back to 6th place, and gonna have to, like I said before, go back into reset mode as he serves his drive-through, comes back on track in the Aston Martin Vantage GT3, and he's now back on track, gonna try to flow into the racetrack, as there's still the battle between Velch and Rusty Spatulas. Don't let us take away from this. The fact that now Velch has, I think, the Project 91 car, one of the Project 91 Porsches, sitting in between the Lamborghini and also the Aston Martin. So battle for it overall, but most importantly is the battle for the win in Pro M, with 6 hours and 38 minutes to go, as there is a draft tunnel between all these cars, and you can see some aero push coming into the Blanchimont section. And now Mika's gonna get close into the braking, gonna get right behind the Project 91 car, as also Welch is going to be right behind the Bravo Snow car that is sitting right in front as Delta Racing comes into the pit lane. And I wonder if this is also a battle for overall position too between Bravo Snow and Welch, because while it's not a battle for, as it is a battle for overall position, but not for, No, it's our producers talking about the time. It's just because they had the same lap, and it sometimes gets a little bit confusing because of the different classes. But anyway, it is about a 4th position on track, overall position, as the Brazilian team is gonna have to do their best, as the team manager Danilo Vaz fends off Matteo Binaski right after Malmedy, gonna push Brussels, and still have a lot of racing left to look forward to, as he's also battling Christopher Starsmore, the pro driver in the Simcast team. Talking about Simcast, what a journey after the incident Nick Damon had back in Arstead a few hours ago, and now into the racing lead in the M class.
Yeah, he's done an incredible job to recover that car and into the 1st place position of the AMs, obviously 5th overall. And well into a bit of a pro sandwich as it stands. He's got Bravo Snow behind of Danilo Vaz, who's been quite an aggressive driver here in the series of the 24-hour, and trying to get back up towards the top. Bravo Snow starting 2nd in this race, and trying to get back up to where they initially started off, and obviously trying everything that they can to get there. It's going to be quite a hard push for it. But 36 minutes left of the stint, not a lot of time left with myself on comms, and then Jeremy will be joining in with you guys on the comms for the rest of this race, from 6 hours down to 0, and then I'll be joining in yet again from the 3-hour mark to finish off this race. So looking good though so far, with the rest of our drivers also just following in equal succession and behind all a long train. But that's Simcast car sitting currently. There's the Welch Competitions car of Matteo Benashi. He's got the Rusty Spatulas about 1.4 seconds behind. It's the Aston Martin in the background, not the Porsche directly behind. That Porsche behind is either 191 or 91. It depends on which one it is. It might be Frenek Sikorsky of the 191, or it could be a Disney Page Hyams. It's number 91, currently sitting down in 22nd. They are still desperately waiting for a safety car to get rid of their lap, their lap disadvantage that they've got right now, and to potentially try and push back on to the rest of the cars up in front. But that is something that no one can predict, whether or not a safety car is going to come again, and we just have to wait and see how this is going to go. Flight level racing 747, Michael Adamczyk does get up ahead of the Delta Racing GT3 of Enzo Alquini in 16th position. He just made a jump there on the live timings board, even though the timings board shows that there's 22 seconds behind. So not too sure what went on there, but in any case, the racing still continues. 34 minutes left to go, and lots of action out on the circuit. As we continue going through it with some action, and just having a look to see what kind of battles we do. Obviously have the DSP Esports racing team on the backside of the rest of the Spatulas now. That's the battle for 8th position that is slowly starting to become to fruition. You can see that just on the backside of the rest of the Spatulas is the DSP Ferrari, who's got a back marker of the Trout Challenge car up ahead of him. So he's got to get past that first before he can start to compete with Rusty Spatulas, but only a second behind. And so definitely chaseable for that car. You can see the Crown driver just up in front there, the Rainbow Trout skin. Thankfully mentioned to me by Morgan, because before that was mentioned, I thought it was a box of Orbeez or potentially some boba tea all over that car, as that's seemingly starting to be a new trend. I wouldn't be surprised if someone tried to slap it onto a racing livery, as we've seen some weird ones before in some past leagues. But the Rainbow Trout holding up in front, not letting that slightly damaged Ferrari of the DSP get past for the time being, which is allowing for the Rusty Spatulas to yet again extend the gap a little bit. It's up to 1.3 now up in front for the Aston Martin, and they'll try and chase on to the Welch Competitions car also a little bit further up the road.
Are you a fan of Bubble Tea?
You are or you aren't?
Oh, no, I'm asking. Are you or are you not?
I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, it's satisfying. That I can definitely say. It's quite satisfying to drink. It's quite expensive though, in terms of comparison to like a normal drink. So it's not something you get every now and then. Maybe like, you know, when I'm feeling it, maybe once every 2 or 3 months, you find me drinking a boba tea. But definitely not a part of my weekly schedule to have some tapioca balls inside of my drink. And what about yourself?
I'm not gonna say. It's like I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's awkward. Don't get me wrong. I like tapioca bowls. Being Brazilian, I feel it myself at home, but it's odd. It's odd. It's a little bit odd. The kind of drink it is. It feels like I'm eating passion fruit seeds. It gives me a little bit of a nerve.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it's a very texture-based drink as well, as we were talking about it with the Alpha Trout Challenge of Gareth McAllister. We apologize for mimicking your car to boba tea. It is indeed a rainbow trout soaring through the seas of Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes Forest. If only there was a little bit of water trackside, that would have made more sense. Maybe you could have flipped over the barrier and landed in the water, and that would have made.
He can do that. Go to All Rouge. Just flip himself over All Rouge. He's in the water.
Is there water? Is there water though?
There is still water there.
I see. So yeah, he could potentially find his way home, the rainbow trout. If he makes a grievous error going up a Rouge, then he could potentially find himself. But back to the racing action. Don't mind the silliness. That's what happens in endurance racing. You tend to talk about some odder topics. The DSP racing car has gotten past that back marker of the Alpha Trout Challenge car, and now right on the backside of the Rusty Spatulas. Let's hope he doesn't do the same thing here on the exit. Oh, someone's off on the left-hand side. That was almost a contact with the DSP car there, but that's the Project 91 and possibly another car. Yeah, and Welch gone off in the Lamborghini.
I didn't know that this was a game of hot potato.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Looks like it's been thrown around all over there into turn one. That's the second incident we've now seen heading out of the bus stop chicane. And my prediction here is possibly an overtake on the inside from the 91 on the second chicane, and just not enough space on the outside. Probably faded out and hit the back left-hand side bumper of the Welch Competitions car, but we will see it shortly as they head up towards the rundown. Towards bus stop chicane. Here comes the Project 91. Oh, there's a bit of a lunge up ahead though on a Mustang, and that slows down Welch heavily. And indeed, I was correct. Here it comes on the inside, tapping the back left of the Welch car and just turning them around. So not too much contact or damage there, fortunately. Just a bit of a back right tap, which is going to set those cars a little bit further out, and they'll have to just retry and see what they can do. And
now DSP has an issue, a no name. Actually, it is the Jackie X corner, but it's kind of like I said before. Is this a game of hot potato in the Pro-Am top 3? No, you have the lead. No, you have the lead. No, you have the lead. And no. I don't want third place. I don't want second place. No, you can have second place. Is this being agreed by the driver? Is there like a gentleman's agreement that is happening right behind our backs to say that top 3 is basically hot lava?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the top 3 are quite an interesting battle as it stands, and with 29 minutes left to go, we're gonna have to do something fast to try and make up some differentiation in it. But there's obviously the DSP car, it's still sitting in 7th position right now. Welch is about 1.4 seconds behind, and he's going to be wanting to try and reclaim the lead of this. Obviously, Rusty Spatulas now takes the lead of the Pro-Am race with the DSP sport car in second, and Welch all the way down to third now. And he's going to have to work really hard if he wants this back after the bit of the love tap he received from the Project 91 of Gage Hyams, who obviously gave him a bit of a spin around as it stands. Unfortunately, the top 5 are all split about over 5 seconds collectively, so not much going on in that regard. The closest battle that we have, I believe, is this of Welch on the backside of the DSP car. The rest of our cars have unfortunately split all over the circuit, And 1.1 now is Valchi is closing down on the backside of Arouge, now down to 9/10, as it seems like a little bit of a slowdown there, as DSP is getting a lot of pressure from one of the back markers.
Now, which Porsche is sitting right behind there, breathing down his neck? I cannot make up which car is sitting right behind. The 967 is actually behind, as I appreciate our producer, which is the 967 iRacing team, driven by Adrian Diegues, sitting in the top 5 of the M class, but still a long ways back from the next car in the Ronin BT Red, driven by Renan Kasiki.
Some good battles going on around the circuit. There's the Ronin PT car, Ronin PT Red of Renan Gimenez, and currently sitting down in 3rd in class, 23rd overall though. Unfortunately, the AM drivers have all kind of started to drop off a little bit in this regard towards where the pro drivers are at. And that's currently what we are witnessing for the time being. The 967 obviously down in 4th overall, and then turn 1. A car that we really thought was going to be leading the AM race is unfortunately down with quite a drastic jump. There we see the turn 1 car of Hugo Silva during the graveyard shift. This car was up in front for the AMs, and the team was also wishing them all the best of luck in the virtual grandstand. And unfortunately, a bit of front right suspension damage that they got from one of their drivers, and it really did just pummel their race down to 32nd overall and 5th in class that they've got to try and work with. So a little bit more unfortunate there for Hugo Silva, for the number 101 BMW, as they try and work their way through the grid. But a total of about 7 DNF'd cars in this race, which is an unfortunate one to see, from 44th down to 51st. A penalty for João Delgado. The number 12 car is going to get a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. The boss man indeed has received himself a penalty.
Naughty boss man. That's I know. We're just joking, Joe. You don't have to hit the wall for self-inflicted punishment.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate one for the Delta Racing GTD car there of João Delgado, that he's now going to try and serve in the next coming laps. Obviously, it's not registered in iRacing because it's not an iRacing given penalty. It is a race steward's given penalty due to the collision that he obviously caused a couple laps back. Gamma Sim Racing, Alex Ravinsky currently sits down in 13th position, 8th in his class though, in the pro class. And the Gamma Sim Racing 238 car really needs to try and get back on its markers because all the rest of the pro class cars currently lead this race from 1st down to 5th. And it is a long way up that he's got to try and fight for in that Mercedes. So head down now for Alex Ravinsky. About 43 seconds, unfortunately, off of the car. The Vortex car of Michael Van Look in 12th position and 5th overall in his class. Back up to the top though with Valt Competitions, Matteo Benashi still 3rd overall in his 3rd in his class, apologies, and then 8th overall, chasing onto the backside of the DSP car and the Rusty Spatulas to try and get back at his podium spot of P1 in the Pro-Am race after being dethroned through the bus stop chicane, which took him all the way down to 4th, which he recovered up to 3rd, and now trying to get up against DSP and Rusty. So a bit of a fight that he's got to do now for the next 24 minutes. Let's hope that he's got something in the tank and something in the confidence to try and push on to the 2 cars up in front.
Yeah, because the Lamborghini has a good, interesting pace. Matteo got it back quite quickly after his incident at the bus stop, and apparently no injuries to the car, which is a good thing. We don't want to see cars injured, and even the slightest incident, because this is the one thing I'm not very appreciative of on, for example, GTP cars of sorts, or even in the LMP2s. Knowing, being a guy that drive this around the ESCC league, which would be one of the sisters leagues that we have from the GT Endurance Cup era. Because normally the back of the cars are as frail as paper. It's kind of like touching Neymar of sorts. Removing the flopping. It's kind of like, yeah, but if you think about it, it's kind of like touching Neymar without the flopping. It feels like you're breaking 3,000 bones in the car for the slightest of hits. So it's good that we are seeing Welch without a broken car.
Yeah, absolutely so. And let's hope that we don't see any more broken cars, talking about them out on the circuit. With the Welch Competitions car still busy pushing on behind in third. There's the DSP up in front. Obviously, that Porsche, the 967, still kind of sandwiched in between them. With the Ansys Fisher Motorsport car, a car that we haven't really been seeing much this race towards the leg end of it. That's currently down in 9th position. The neon green Porsche, which was really super competitive in the beginning stints of this race, now sits in a bit of a no man's land down in 9th. There we see him with Stuart Ash currently in the car, the Irish driver, bringing it around for the number 44 Porsche. Good to see it back on the screen. Currently in no contention at all, 1 minute away from Welch, and then currently 18 seconds behind is the ER by Dynarap team of Adrian Nguyen, currently in that car. So Fisher doing one of the hardest tasks, which is staying consistent when you feel like you don't need to. In an endurance race, when you've obviously got no one to chase or nobody pushing you from behind, you tend to go into a bit of a go slow, where you struggle to set those consistent lap times, or you either set those very consistent lap times. It's a bit different and highly dependent on how each driver kind of finds it. But we'll have to see, because here comes the attack on the Welch Competitions car. He does decide to clip back in, because going too wide in a Rouge is a very silly mistake. And so now instead he's going to rather go for the better runoff. And here he comes onto the Kemmel Straight, down towards Lacombe he's going to come. And on the outside line, he's not going to have the best line coming into Sector 2. But into the next couple of sequence corners, he will be in the inside line. You see the Ferrari diving for defensive maneuvers, and a bit late on the brakes for the Welch car. Nothing he can do there. Great defense from the DSP Esports Racing team as they keep their position on sideways. It's Team Racing Point. And which one is it? I believe it might be the Team Racing Point number 27. That's a black flag, and looks like to be a meatball flag on that car. What on earth has happened to Mario Matucci?
Yeah, but that's the one not in the top 5. That is the one all the way back in P40. So that might trigger a full course yellow depending on circumstances, as he has stopped at the exit of Malmedy. Oh, there's the replay. I don't know if he was kind of hot as he makes... Oh, he made contact with the Bravo Snow. He made contact with the P5 Bravo Snow car. Oh, man. Unfortunate to see that.
Yeah, that is some big damage on the front of that Ford Mustang. And very unfortunate for Bravo Snow. Big clip on the front bumper that we can see as it tries to hold out on the circuit. And
that might trigger a full. That might trigger a full yellow.
Yeah, this is the Team Racing Point car of Mario Martucci, who still sits down in 40th after a small incident. And there we see now the I think it's the Bravo Sim Racing car. No, sorry, this is the Impact Sim Sport car of Daniel Struxa up at the top, coming in for his mandatory stop in the stint. 20 minutes left to go, and we'll have to wait and see how this is going to turn out for the rest of the drivers behind.
Crazy, man. Still under the regime of full course yellow, though. I think we're just waiting to see if whenever the car tows, we're gonna get green flag running. As there's the tow, we're probably gonna get a green flag racing going on in a short bit from race control.
Let's hope that the green flag will come sooner than later. That will be good to see within this race, as we do obviously see the Sahara team And the other team, Racing Point, who didn't have any incidents, have also come into the pit lane now to get a pit stop done and dusted under the full course yellow conditions. And it looks like the full course is still staying out. So I wonder if we're going to be seeing some drivers coming in now at the end of the bus stop to potentially get some pit stops done during the full course yellow. We'll have to wait and see. Again, another portion of strategy changes when the drivers obviously get this opportunity to get a quicker pit stop. They have to completely change up how the strategy is going to work. And potentially as well for the Bravo Snow car with a huge amount of damage on the front side, I think it's mandatory that it's got to pit, and here it comes in. The rest of the drivers do not pit though, and so not enough of an advantage to pit under the full course yellow conditions. And there's the green. So in any case, if drivers did come in, that would have been a bit of a disadvantage, as we'll wait to see during this time. But the Impact Sim Sports still out on top. Currently 1.8 seconds from the DCS Racing blue team up Ethan Davies, and hopefully these two can get into a bit of a tiff so that we can see some fighting going on for the top spot.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think we are green flag from judging from the speed of the cars. More cars are coming in to do their service. I think DSP is taking the opportunity to do their service and try to fix the clipped wing of the car. Don't know if that's going to be able to happen as Gamma is out of the pit lane. Gamma Sim Racing coming out of the pit lane and back into the racetrack. So another car that done their service. So we're right on the verge. And is that Vortex that just went out?
Yeah, I actually no.
No, it's not Vortex.
I think it's one of the. Yeah, it might be one of the Botting Motorsports. That was unfortunate though, but a good save.
Yeah, scary, but a good save. Sebastian Flores with issues once more, but keeps the car on track as a 007 with the British American green illusion. The liveried car still remains on the track and carries on.
Yeah, carrying on indeed and pushing on strong. That Bravo Snow car is going to be in the pit lane for a while. That damage is quite severe, and currently already in the pit lane for over 70 seconds as it stands, and still don't think sorry, apologies about that. Still don't think that's going to be all for the pit stop timer for that Bravo Snow car. So back on board though with the Sahara XGT Motorsports car, Rokas Paskevicius, and currently sitting in the train here with Team Racing Point of Gabriella Rizzoni just up in front. And this is going to be a hard battle because it is the battle for third, and Sahara right on the back end side in the Porsche 911, and scaling down towards the edge of the track here, coming up to Rouge and climbing onto the backside of the Lamborghini Huracan Evo V2 at V10 versus inline 6. Obviously very different engine placements here coming from the two. It's one right in the middle and the other on the rear axis as they continue down Kemmel Straight with a bit of a train of cars behind. Velch is also in that train as he's just a little bit further down in the background with Rusty Spatulas and Vika Takala still holding fifth. There we see Velch currently 1.6 seconds off of the Rusty Spatula's Mercedes, which is just a little bit, sorry, not the Mercedes, the Aston Martin, just a little bit further up ahead. And you can see the Aston Martin just up ahead of this back marker Porsche, which I believe again is the 967, who's managed to get in between these two cars, or another one of the Porsches that they head down into no name now. And just waiting to see if we're going to see the overtake coming from Velch there. He's now forced himself onto the inside line of the 567, or the 967, apologies, of the 967 team. And ahead he will move, now chasing 1.4 seconds to Rusty Spatula with 14 minutes left of the stint. Hopefully he's going to have enough time to make some kind of provisional change and get back up to where he sits, because Rusty Spatulas does currently hold the lead of the Pro-Ams, and Velch wanting to get back up to where that lead spot was. He was up in P1, almost getting a bit of a tiff there with the Alpha Trout Challenge car, who almost loses it on the curb edging. That would have definitely collected Rusty Spatulas if he had spun.
Or not, because imagine the Rusty Spatula is actually has a way to turn himself like a transformer into spatula and basically remove out of the Alpha Child car out of the way and put it back on the racetrack. Of course, this is a dream. This is never going to happen, and I'm just talking a lot of nonsense.
I think you needed some more couch sleep.
It's like I joke. I need sugar. Kind of like
You
the
need sugar.
5-year-old. I just need sugar.
Yeah, no, sugar is important, especially in a 24-hour race. Obviously, not to be overused, otherwise you'll end up nice and round, like most people, which is unfortunate. I myself included. It's an unfortunate suffrage because it's so good. But especially in a race like this, with being on the mic for so long, it is important to keep that the blood sugar level up. Otherwise, you do start to feel a little bit on the laxated side of things. It's the same goes for the drivers, though. They do have to make sure that they're keeping energized. They've got some electrolytes in them running through the rest of this race, because obviously if you don't, you are going to start to feel the punishment of fatigue as the race comes towards an end, especially in these final 6 hours. It is going to be heading into the final 25% of the race, the last quarter of racing at Spa-Francorchamps that we'll get to witness, and hopefully we can see the bit of a change of things coming throughout the Rusty Spatulas GTC car of Mika Takala, currently holding that 5th position slot, and Vulture Competitions in the background slowly but surely starting to catch up in the span of this race. So let's have a look and see how that is going to lean towards for all of our drivers. But the Vulture Competitions car of Matteo Benashi holding 2nd, quite strong with 1.3 seconds to go to the Rusty Spatulas. And we'll wait and see if this is going to be an attack. Unfortunately, his time is not really coming down, as there's more and more back markers that the Rusty Spatula's car keeps on being able to flip over. And unfortunately, the Lamborghini not able to do that and being stuck behind the back markers. So that gap is currently increasing to 1.4, 1.5-ish, and still just going to continue to increase unless he can get past the rest of the back markers. Quite a bit of a train, though, of different cars here. Unfortunately, lots of them not really fighting each other in these last 11 minutes. The rest of the cars all about 10 to 20 seconds of a distance between each other in the background.
Yeah, so far right now it's just maintenance mode for some of these guys as they're prepping for the final push. As Mika is trying to make usage of the Mercedes up in the front to try to remain within distance or safe distance from the Velge competition car, as Velge gets a little bit of a pressure from the Porsche behind. I think that's a 967 that was pressuring him into the entry of the corner, but now remains folded within his spot as they open up one more lap. And I think this is the closest battle that we have on the racetrack at the current moment, but they are slowly approaching the tail, the very, very end of their stint, as Mika is on 21 laps and 21 laps done. Matteo Benashi is on 19 laps done, so 22 laps, 20 laps right now being done by respectively these guys.
Yeah, and just reaching that 10 minutes marker left to go in the stint, and then Jeremy will be taking over for myself, so you'll have Lorenzo and Jeremy up on the mics at the 6-hour mark. And I'm hoping that my pattern doesn't continue, because quite frankly my last 2 stint turnoffs where I've obviously swapped off for another driver, it's ended in full course yellows, and so I'm hoping that doesn't happen again, and we get some good racing as Vulture Competitions steps the right hand side of the car, apologies, the left hand side of the car into the gravel there. A little bit of a slowdown, and that's going to add to his time that he was chasing down on the Aston Martin up in front, and getting pressure again for the 967 car behind. Obviously no imminent pressure, as it is just a back marker who's just trying to trail in the wake of that Vulture Competitions Lamborghini. Back to the rear side, we see that Bravo Snow is back out after repairing the front side of that Ford Mustang, but going all the way from 3rd down to 23rd, 2 laps down currently due to all that damage that had to be restored. So clearly a lot of front end damage that Mustang was carrying, which is very unfortunate to see for him. And unfortunately, he's going to have to continue to try and carry this out on the circuit. With about 6 hours left to go, there's ample time for him to play catch-up here, but being 2 laps down is a drastic drop-off that is not going to assist him. So he, again, is another driver who is desperate for some kind of safety car that can hopefully come and try and rescue a couple of these drivers and move them 1 lap up to try and chase down on the rest of the drivers who are currently on the main lap, which we are currently looking at 408 laps complete by the Impact SimSport team up in front, and the predictor has dropped slightly from 634, which is what it was at during the graveyard shift, now down to 626 estimate laps. So still well over 600 laps that will need to be completed as a total. Just about 224-ish laps, 222-ish laps that still need to be done and dusted. So a lot more time to play for you. The drivers need to still keep their heads down, pushing on strong and trying to find a couple of positions toward the end side of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little bit of a bummer moment for them. Of course, maybe they're going to be able to get a lap back as the leader is right in front of them. But still would be a long shot try to make it out, make it back into the race. If they can get the lap back from the leader, maybe this becomes a wide open race for them to execute, but still very out of the range of the moment for now, as we are 7 minutes away from the end of the 7th hour, going to the hour number 6. With 6 to go, not a lot of battles happening on the racetrack. There is gap battles, is what I like to call gap racing, right? And right now, other than that, nothing much happening at the moment.
Yeah, lots of gap battles going on. I do also like that term because it happens a lot in endurance racing, especially as the race gets to a slighter closing point. We're officially in the closing side of this race due to it being towards the 75% mark of it, and so that final 25% is going to be quite crucial for all of these drivers. Here's on board yet again with the HSK car of Duncan Sherman, who we just had an interview with about 60 or so laps ago, and just had a bit of a chat to him as to with regards to how the car is feeling, what the team is feeling like. Obviously they had the game crash earlier on, which has pulled them down all the way to 37th. They were competing roughly around the 12th position overall, and now all the way down to 37th, still 13th overall in the Pro-Am class, but they really could have been in a better position here without the game crash. So that's unfortunate on that front, when something uncontrollable is what ruins your race, something like technical failure or a game crash or some kind of network failure. It's quite disheartening. And in fact, I feel like it's more disheartening than obviously losing out on the race due to some kind of human error, because that's obviously a mistake on your side, but uncontrollable factors. You could be having
on my
the
side?
absolute best race, the absolute best race that you could be doing, and then unfortunately some kind of technical issue can pull you down. So it's unfortunate that that's happened, but they still continue going around in 37th.
Which side? You said an error from my side? No, of course, I just joke. But other than that, good things going for so far, as Delta Racing, João Delgado, Bossman, is in the pit lane for his service and getting prepped to resume business as usual, as we're looking into Team HSK. There are more cars. That's the Drive Lounge by Po Body Motorsport. Settled in into the stall. Just gonna see who's gonna take over. Nico Loikkanen is gonna take over in the Drive Lounge by PBM Pro, sitting 32nd overall in the car.
Yeah, indeed, 30 seconds overall, like we spoke about. Here's the Vortex car, who's currently sitting 4th in class, 9th overall though. And a car that's had a bit of a challenging race here at the Spa 24 over Michael Van Look. We've mentioned it a couple of times, the incidents that the Vortex cars had, but they've really brought it back on a good recovery stride. They were quite far down in this race, roughly around the 30% mark, but now encroaching on the 75% mark, they really have brought it back and into 9th position overall, and 4th position in class is going to be a good feat, but they are 30 seconds trailing behind the ERR team, with Adrian Nguyen in that 8th position overall slot, but 3rd in class. That is the podium spot for the Pro-Ams, and there you can see him just heading up towards Blanchimont, and that's going to be the chase for the Vortex car, is trying to break down that 32-second gap, which unfortunately is extending as it currently sits. ERR team, Adrian Nguyen currently 7.4 seconds off of the Ansys Fisher team, Also not fighting for class battle, as that's Pro versus Pro-Am, but still on track. You can see the green Porsche just in the distance there in the top right, and that's who he's currently chasing down on the race. Unfortunately, a couple of back markers who have gotten intertwined in the battling here. And so just a bit of focus coming in from Adrian Nguyen, the nice little purple McLaren livery that he's rocking. Pack Sim Sport also Jeff Koufold, who's had also a bit of an eventful race. We've seen him in between a couple of the top battles, currently positioning himself as a back marker, but now trying to make a recovery. Here comes an overtake cleanly on the inside of the Summit Esports team of Tim Kraus, and no defense given by the Mustang whatsoever. And the Corvette moves up into 25th grade move there for the Pack Sim Sport team. And the rest of our drivers all again in a bit of a distance from themselves, as we do now see the Quad Dash Racing of Serena Tahar coming into the pit lane to get that pit stop done and dusted. So a couple of drivers will move up ahead of them, and we could potentially be seeing the pit stop window opening up yet again for some more scheduled pit stops. But continuing on, we've still got the Pack Sim Sport. There's the Rosser Esports car, Andre Fajardo, who's now into the red Mercedes, trying to work it out. Currently 11th in class, 38th overall, and 38th car number, 19th overall. And they're busy chasing down on Ronin PT. That's the McLaren just up ahead, the orange one, not the purple one, and trying to fight it out. And so we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be some kind of battle. It's good to see the two McLarens are together out on the circuit. That's actually the two, I believe, that's the one ERR team, and then the Ronin PT. And then just behind Rosso Esports is the other, which is the Ronin PT Red. But obviously they're quite a bit of a distance away at this point in time. There we do see them currently chasing on to the backside of a couple others. There's the, that's a team I haven't actually seen for quite some time. It's the Just for Speed team, who have come back out onto the grid 107 laps down, and the Mercedes is back out on the field. Louis Fichtner has decided to pull the car back out. The German driver decides 107 laps is nothing. I can do this for another 6 hours, and they decide to pull the number 127 back out onto the grid.
Trying to have what matters is trying to have a little bit of fun. So do what you can to try to That's a great question raised by our producer. Can they get to the driver lounge by PBM that is sitting right in front? From there are ways back at the moment.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I don't know. From what it looks like, they are 106 laps behind. I don't think they're gonna be able to. Knowing the fact that
they probably will be able to. The drive launch team has been in the pit lane for about 120 laps, and so we still have about 200 and so laps left of this race, and so I think they definitely will get one position here if they decide to stay out for all 106 laps. But we have officially reached the 6-hour border. We get to bring another legendary voice onto the comms box for the GT Endurance Cup Europe, as Jeremy Scott takes over for myself for the last 6 hours, all the way down from now until the 0-hour mark. Jeremy, welcome into the box. It's been quite a frantic race from start to finish, but 75% of the way in, and still a couple of battles all over the track.
Tristan, my friend, it wouldn't be Spa without being a legendary race. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're watching us here on YouTube. Of course, as Tristan said, my name is Jeremy Scott. Great to have the other legend, Lorenzo Bonder, alongside. Morgan Cook is in the background making it sound oh so good. Lorenzo, my friend, let's talk some racing.
So we meet again.
Oh, God, sounds like we're on some sort of set of Western of some sort, but either way, great to talk to you. Let's talk a little bit about how frantic these next 6 hours are going to be for a lot of these drivers who are looking for something. Yeah, you take a look up and down the timing score, you got 4 cars on the lead lap on the same class, and then you take a look at the next class and you've got a bunch of drivers within a minute of each other. That means nothing here at Spa, because one wrong move and it's game over.
Yeah, and especially as we are now in crunch hours, where if you need to push, you need to start pushing. So looking forward to see what is going to come out of these pushing hours for everyone. And right now you got to be mistake free. You could have mistakes happen earlier, even at the 7 when we had 8 hours to go, 7 hours to go. You can even argue about making a mistake, but still would be on the very limit of it. Now 6 hours to go, no room for error. This is basically now a sprint race to the finish. Go green flag all the way. So everybody just got to be on their very best to get to the end.
Mind your P's and Q's. It's all about here as we're staring down the end of this race. Still plenty of time and essentially a full sprint race we have left to go. So a lot can happen. You see the Mustang that's in the lead right there. We're watching just a close battle here for positions. Like, take a look at my timing screen. Got to do a quick refresh here as, you know, everything here in the States kind of waking up. That's Vortex, the number 2, driven by Masio Van Look, who is sitting there 31 seconds ahead of Mika Takala. When's the last time that you said Mika Takala so far back that he's on the outside looking in for podium position?
Yeah, but like I said before, good to see Mika, you know, having a position to battle for a win. Being a team that already had titles in their hands. They are the back in the IVRA, which is another league that had GTs. They are the GT3M champions back, I think, in 22-23 or 23-24. But anyway, is quite a while back. They've won the championship, so they are in a contention spot. So good to see Mika and the rest of the boys from SimiCube have a chance to try to get some glory at the end of this race and get some very good points to the remainder of the championship as they continue to race on.
And of course, this is just the beginning of a 5-round championship. We had the Red Bull Ring back in May. We've got another round coming up at Monza here at the start of August, which we'll talk about that in just a little while. But, you know, teams not having that much time between now and Monza to prepare for yet another round in the GT Endurance Cup Europe Championship as pit stops are underway for the basically the next time. We're on sit number 8 for a lot of drivers that are coming in, as some kind of going in 9. There is the ERR by Dino Ramp with Adrian Nguyen behind the wheel, second place in class, and we'll see if Nguyen decides to swap out and get into the car. There's a lot of pit stops, so pit lane here in the next couple of minutes is going to be extremely frantic.
Yeah, we're getting prepped to get some service for the majority of the cars, which is something to look forward at as we are slowly approaching important hours of this race, as we're soon going to be seeing those guys that are going to lead us out, who's going to be the driver that are going to lead the team out in the final effort of pushing the car all the way up to the end of the race.
You also race for the lead. You see right there, there's Hunter Horchi behind the number 6 Impact SimSport Mustang. Leading in the pro class, not too far away, is the DCS Racing Blue of Ethan Davies. You see right there, the Porsche just coming around off the pit straight, the F1 pit straight, I should say, and down the hill. So 3 seconds really isn't a lot here, as we're just less than 6 hours back. So plenty of time to, even a pit stop could swap the lead here in just a little bit.
Yeah, 3 seconds in Spa is nothing. You could argue it's a lifetime.
This you see DCS Racing doing what they can to get around some of the lap cars. And there is Impact SimSport still trying to battle through Lacombe and Malmedy. You're looking on board out of the back, and a lot of drivers coming in as you are seeing your Pro-Am leader come into the pit. As now DCS gets a black flag, so their battle for the lead going to be over for the time being, as they will have to come in and answer that here shortly, and not what you want to see here with 6 hours to go. You can get away with it early on in the race, but now it's going to be an uphill battle to try and get even on the podium for those guys.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate to see that. I'm just seeing if this is a penalty given by race control, but it is not. It's basically a iRacing penalty, so you've been just too naughty and got a lot of. So you're
Yeah,
basically driving like myself.
I've always said, my friend, that those who can't race it out, and well, that's why I'm pretty darn good at what I can do. As you see the battle for 16th overall, this is for 9th in class between Rona BT and Roscoe Esports. Nuno Malglaze and Andre Fajardo sitting there nose to tail. It's McLaren over Mercedes. So you've got a New Zealand make over a German make, and we've seen that these two makes throughout the year, whether it be anywhere through the GT3 championships, have really gone tooth and nail.
Yeah, it's interesting that you call McLaren a Kiwi instead of a British maker.
It's British, I know.
You're about to make a lot of people in Britain quite angry with this.
That wouldn't be the first time, and it won't be the last. You know that.
I know. It's not like I still gonna pit. Poor Nolan. I'm never gonna get him to live through this day, as Rosso is gonna be on the inside of the Portuguese. As I don't know if Andre is gonna have the overlap, as I think Nuno Magalhães just lets Fajardo go through, avoid the danger, as he makes it 3 wide on the Aston Martins and goes through both the Rising Panda and the Vortex car. So still on a charge for the Brazilian driver, and now Ronan's going to be the one who's going to have to try to, go through the British Aston Armada. You could call it at that, since you called McLaren a Kiwi car. It's kind of like Nolan Rempel saying that, asking if Ferrari was a German or an Italian manufacturer.
I don't feel so bad then. As you see that Rising Panda get into 4th place in the Pro-Am class. So lots of battles here early on in the 6th, as we are in the final quarter of this race. So we'll see these battles kind of shape up how these pit stops are run. Of course, Vortex a lap into their 8th stint. Rising Panda running a little bit of different pit strategy here, but it's, we're 6 hours to go. Yes, there's a lot of race run. There's a lot of race left. So a lot of races to shape. I don't think we're going to see this final order the way it is. I mean, something's going to happen here in the 6 hours. It's just going to make things mind-blowing at the end.
People, if you're watching this broadcast, if something happens, do not blame me. If it is a yellow flag, then you probably want to blame me because I'm the emperor of yellow flags. Anything else, blame Jeremy Scott. Don't have it.
I'm used to it. Don't worry. DCS Racing coming into the pits to answer their black flag. So it's going to be a very lengthy stop that's going to bring it up, I would say, Team Racing Points, Sahara, maybe even Delta GT3, depending on the severity of the penalty. As you see your 5th place in class and overall. Okay, so we're thinking it might be a drive-through penalty for Ethan Davies as we're watching. Let's keep an eye on
a penalty. If you think about it, the run-through from the pit lane is very big.
Yeah, it's a long pit lane because you're using both the Grand Prix pits and the sports car pits. As you see this battle for 2nd in Pro-Am really shaping up between Velch competitions and ERR by Dino Rap as they go. Whoa, that was a little bit naughty through Malmedy, now setting up through Bruchelles, and nice little pass to the inside as you see these two go side by side, and now opens up the gap just a little bit. The McLaren, the British McLaren, makes his way into 2nd place with ease and kind of opens up that gap over Luigi Caputi.
Yeah.
So we're also hearing that the Project 91 racing team with Michael Fry behind the wheel is good to see the black flag sitting 12th in the pro class. So not a good way to get into that final quarter of the race, because now you've really got to work your way up. You've got a couple of cars in class that are close enough to really pounce and see if he comes in the pits. Yes, he does this time by. So the 91 coming into the pits to answer that black flag. By the way, new black flag also for the 33 Souls not answer their black flag, as they have made a driver change. So our guesses were correct that that 33 is a drive-through penalty.
Unfortunate to see that for the Project 91 car, who in an interview a little bit earlier before I came in, wanted to look for a safety car so they could get their lap back. From what it looks like, this could just make the situation a little bit more complicated to them, as we're seeing more pit stops. Quadash having a connection issue potentially that could throw them back. I don't know if they're back into the track, but there are 3 laps down. Unfortunate to see Quadash having an issue as well, as a team that in the SEC has some solid performances. Not this season so far, but yeah, unfortunately in this race they got jumped, and now being all the way at the back of the field.
There's Ansys Fisher Motorsport, by the way, up some more housekeeping. Double stint with the mechanical black flag. Chris Treiber behind the wheel there. Stuart Ash, I should say, is trying to chase down the 238 of Alex Ravinsky in the Gamma Sim Racing vehicle. There he is, the American, trying to hold on to 6. But you look in your mirrors there as you're working your way out of LaFans and head through campus. You've got the Grello Porsche not too far away. So it's kind of hard when you've got a competitor that has such bright colors, because you could see them further away than you would a normal car.
Yeah. Are you a fan of darker colors or brighter colors, Mr. Jeremy Scott?
I like the brighter cars because you can see them. Of course, double stint, we see them on the monitor. They're the ones who have the mechanical black flag. Let's see what happens here. And it looks like it comes out of Radion and probably wreck coming out of pit road. And let's talk about that, Lorenzo, because this pit exit is about as sketchy as you will get anywhere up and down the schedule.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be sketchy if there's something called the grader, the drainage grader that sits at the top of Radion. If that didn't exist at the exit of the pit lane, of course the elevation, the abrupt elevation that you would get out of the pit lane and then you go into the flat portion of the racetrack still is a little bit sketchy, but because you got that drainage right there, boom.
Oh.
It makes everything a little bit more complicated. And because you're going from asphalt to concrete quite quickly, there might be a grip change in the car. Don't know if we're going to get a full course yellow, because the car, I think, is still lingering on the racetrack, but from what it looks like, it's not going to be the case. And yeah, we still got battles going around the racetrack between Vortex and Rising Panda for top 3 or top 5 positions in the Pro M spots, as a good battle between them in the Aston Martin duo.
Yeah, you've got Ronnie Richter, who was able to get around Joran England. That's Rising Panda with Richter and Vortex with England right around La Source. Now they head down the Kemmel Straight into Lacombe and decide that discretion is the power of valor. We're just going to draft off one another. And in spite of them having different stint lengths, I should say, right now, one has to wonder if they're playing a little of a conservation game here.
Maybe trying to save the axis.
Possibly. We'll see what happens. I mean, because we've seen these two drivers for the past 15 minutes got to go neck and neck and make passes in braking zones. So this could be, one of those things of conservation, because you do see Nuno Magales opening up a little. It's just not Nuno. Sorry, that's a different out of class. Lamborghini kind of opening up the gap just a little bit down out of Double Glosh, heading into LaFons and all the way through. So we'll see when Richter pits. Of course, we've seen, I'd say, 24, 26 laps as usual stint length here for these cars. So anything can happen.
Yeah. We got BAM lead battle from what it looks like from our producer happening between Simcast and Fight Level. Good battle. Let's look to see if anything's gonna come down out of this one. As both drivers coming up through Al Rouge Radion Complex, and Fight Level looking very, very feisty on that Mustang. I don't know if there's any double stinting coming from Rosnar Wardy's car, but of course I think also I'm gonna try to confirm, but I think Fight Level has their pro driver in the car in Matthew Orvex, but I'll confirm that to you in a sec.
And of course, I'll save the time because our producer has confirmed. So Morgan, I swear, Morgan seems like he's got like 10 screens everywhere. So, oh yeah, I've got this. Only 4. Okay, so I feel a little jealous with my 3 here. So, well, 3 and the iPad with the track map here. The handy dandy track map. Yay!
I already see us throwing track maps though. So.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It doesn't have the names on the corners. So that way I can easily look over. Oh, okay, so I've got the Racing Circuits info course, which I've been using for several years. Okay.
I thought. Hold up. You've done commentary on this track for the past 50 years already, Jeremy Scott. You don't know the track name.
Yeah.
I pick on you, of course.
Well, here's the thing. Well, okay, so true story. Our friend Joe Peak.
Yeah.
He and I actually worked together at the Sim Gaming Expo last year, which I will be at again this year if you are interested in coming out to Schaumburg, Illinois for that. It's a great time. It's going to be even bigger than it was last year. So we did the Sim Gaming Expo Challenge race, and it was at VIR. And it doesn't matter what track it is, I like to be well prepared. So what I did was I went in and I went in and I had, notes. I had driver names, everything that I needed. And I had track maps. So I'm pulling my stuff out of my backpack in between races. Joe looks at me. He looks at the map, looks at me. He goes, Jeremy, you've done VIR for years. How the hell? I mean, he's like, you've done it live in person. How do you have a track map not knowing the names? I look at him and I go, dude, I'm in the middle of calling a race. And sometimes I lose where I'm at. So I need the map to see where I'm going. He looks at me and goes, fair enough. Fine.
Fair enough. I of course I jest, but I jest around the like people. You've done this life for 300 years. You've done this more than Jesus trying to bless people around mankind, and they still don't know the corner names. But then again, I cannot pick on people. It is something people like to be prepared. I like to be prepared as well. So it's just, for me, it comes out muscle memory from having nightmares at Spa. So,
well, I've also called races at Road America 5,000 times. Know the track like the back of my hand. I still print up a track map just in case. You never know. All right.
So there is something about Road America, since we're going about that, and of course, there's still things going on the racetrack. Don't get us wrong, but I have to ask you, because you are American, and I know you Americans have a very interesting corner numbering, corner system. Is turn 3 actually a turn 3?
If you, turn 3.
Turn 2. Sorry, correction. Thank you, Morgan.
in. Okay.
Still
Okay.
North American.
We're not going to get into the Canada quarter thing because that I think is still a tall tale as you see Chrono Sim Sport come into the pits. But yes and no. I think there is a slight bend to turn 2. There's a slight bend to turn 4 there. But even as an announcer, I still find it crazy that we call those 2 turns turn numbers. But also, I like my media access there at Road America. So yes, turn 2 and turn 4 are turn numbers. Let's not go. No, that's a discussion
we're not going to go. No.
That's a discussion for a later day. Morgan with the question of the day: why does Sonoma go from turn 4 to turn 7 on the NASCAR circuit? Yes, that's why.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 7A. Yes,
7A.
That's
it's kind of
that
like
is a discussion.
No. But you say that, Jeremy. He's picking on you. I'll pick on Morgan for you. Why then? Most sport halves corner like the hairpin is 7A and B? I think it. Yeah, but why is A? Why is N? So why is it next A and B? It doesn't make sense. It should be different corners.
Yeah, here's the thing, Lorenzo. This is a one-sided conversation for those who are watching on YouTube. So let's just continue on and let people think that we're not going crazy, even though we really are. Battle for Fourth still heats
crazy.
Up. Yeah, we know this. Battle for Fourth heats up in the Pro-Am class. As you see, you're on England going to the inside and taking that 4th spot back. And yeah, it just, this battle here, Lorenzo, just seems like it's just a tango here with these 2. Takes 2 to tango, but you don't want that 3rd driver to come in spite of Simon Girotti being about 31 seconds in arrears to the class. And here's the thing too. You've got this battle here 40 seconds behind the leader of Luigi Caputi in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, it's not good that you are dancing around the racetrack and trying to make moves and seeing what is going to be the outcome of everything. You need sometimes to be working together and try to get close. But the problem is, if we're looking into relative distance, I think they're about a full minute away from Luigi Caputi, so they cannot afford to lose time.
And I want to correct myself. That's actually the battle. Luigi sitting there in 3rd place. Your Pro-Am leader at this time is Mika Takala, as we mentioned, sitting there in 4th, coming into the Kemmel Straight at speed. So pit stops underway for Felipe Silveira in the Delta GT3, number 31. It looks like Jonas Hahn has answered the call for the black flag for DCS Racing Blues. He chases down the number 2, Zorovinsky chases down Gamma in the Gamma Sim Racing number 238. That's a great battle right there as they work their way through Malmedy and heading down towards Bruchel. You see the American on board as he looks into the eyes of Jonas Hahn, and he really doesn't have to battle too hard because you've got another fast driver behind him in Stuart Ash. So this battle for 5th Lorenzo in class, 4th in class, is really heating up.
Yeah, looking really spicy so far, this battle in the racetrack, as I think some of the yellow flags and the black flags that were given for some of the guys in the race, like in the DCS car, made this apologies, race a little bit more dynamic approaching towards the end. So I'm just wonder if they are on the same strategy, because I don't think they are. DCS has, yeah, I was gonna say that the DCS is on a heavier car than the both cars right behind. So this is why I think that DCR's car might be on the tail end of trouble in comparison to the other 2 cars right behind in the Mercedes and the I nearly said Aston Martin, but it is actually a Porsche.
Well, you see these 2 on your screen between Quadash and Simmet. as these two decided to have a little bit of ta-ta-ta as they try and go for a reunion through the bus stop chicane. You've got Tristan Engelstad and Tim Kraus, two drivers who are really top of the line here in the GT class, and now they're battling each other for 16th in the pro class, albeit several laps down.
Yeah. They're trying to have a little bit of a remembrance moment, or let's share PTSD together, yay! But that wasn't. But fortunately, they got away uninjured.
Well, hopefully, one of them's not Austin Hill as trying to.
Oh, please! Austin Hill does that every race.
Check some revenge.
Yeah. I really wanted to say on the last race, in the last NASCAR race, I'm trying to remember which track was it.
Chicagoland.
Chicagoland.
I was there for a little bit, actually.
Yeah, let me just say, SVG made me a fan out of him.
Oh, I've always been a fan of SVG. You know,
no, I've been a fan, but I've been more of a fan because so I don't know why Austin Hill's still on NASCAR. I just said it there. Period.
And we'll leave it at that. All right, we're watching a little bit of battle here between Gamma Sim Racing and DCS Racing Blue. That's going to bring in Ansys Fisher Motorsport. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Delta Racing GTD involved in this battle right there. As you see Douglas Souza, about 4 seconds. It just takes one little battle around here to really close up that gap. So this 2-car battle for fourth could be a 4-car battle for fourth here, I would say, within the next couple laps, because other than Alex Ravinsky in that Gamma Sim Racing 238, almost everybody on the same strategy. As you see your Pro-Am class leader right there, Rusty Spatulis, sitting there about 13 seconds ahead.
Spatulis, that hurt my feelings, Jeremy. That's a good one.
I'm still looking at trying to, get coffee in me, so let's take it down a couple of
oh my God.
Wow. Oh, I was recently in a small
God.
market, and I forgot what it was a very easy saying of a word, and the news anchor totally butchered it. And my wife looks at me, she goes, what? I go, she ain't gonna make it in a larger market. She's gonna be great here in Grand Rapids as a lifer.
Oh my days. That it's kind of like that basically hurt my inner. It's not even my ego. That hurt like deep down within my soul. The prerogative. Jesus Christ.
Prerogative, Spatulus, or whatever. There's the battle for the lead in the AM classes. We've been watching this off and on between Ross Norseworthy and the Simcast Racing Team number 10 and the Flight Level Racing 747 of Matthew Orvetz as they go down into the Kemmel Straight. It's Aston over 4, not too far away, actually very far away, is the Rosso Esports Mercedes. You see that in the bottom right hand of your screen, but still we're watching this battle for the lead. A little bit of a wiggle here, and I'm surprised that we're not seeing any more closing up through Malmedy, because of the simple fact of you drop a wheel through there and you're going to lose a whole lot of momentum going through Bruchel's and Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, but I know some drivers are not comfortable of using that curbing around the outside of Malmedy because of what used to happen back in the old days. I think the good thing of them remaking this track and making this more raceable is the fact that you don't have the grass standing at the that ice cold grass standing around the outside of the curbing of Malmedy, because usually if you clip that even so slightly, as Igor Gurgel in the Bravo Snow has a penalty, so he's gonna have to come into the pit lane and serve his penalty. The car is not going to spin out anymore. So there was always a 50-50 risk back then. I think right now, you know, if we're truly thinking about it, as we are also seeing the Delta car into the pit lane as well, The risk of the 50-50 risk hasn't passed to the has passed from the outside curbing at the exit of Malmedy to the Lacombe chicane transition, because sometimes if you clip too much of the curbing or you catch it the wrong way, you do a wrong entrance, you're probably going to go for a spinneroo in between the Lacombe chicanes.
Yeah, no, I think that is a very fair assessment, because, yeah, you are backing up one hazard for another. So, no, that makes sense. It's just interesting to note that as you're watching that battle for 8th place kind of get a lot bigger, actually. Rosso Esports, actually 8th place in class, but we'll take a look at Delta Racing. Everybody's been up early. We're fine. It's live TV, ladies and gentlemen. Rosso Esports, we saw how close they had Ronan PT to them, but Ronan PT with Mausules falling back about 6 seconds in arrears to that 8th place battle. But still, as we said, plenty early, these 5-6 second battles, they don't mean nothing with 5.5 hours left to go in this race.
No, they don't. It's just gap battles and things happening in the racetrack. There's nothing much you can do about it.
And you're on board with the Ronan PT. Tell you what, this is one of those times where you try and set yourself up for the end. You overlook your strategies. Okay, well, how do I want to finish this race? Do I want to keep with plan A? Do I go to plan B? Plan C? Do I go to a Ferrari plan F? Because why the heck not? Who knows what happens here? And that's, I think, what makes endurance racing, especially the long endurance races, so fun.
Yeah. Normally for me, whenever I do endurance racing, I just take myself to a plan A, B, or C, or plan Z. Because plan F is basically made by engineers that don't know how to touch on a car, hence Ferrari. If we're saying that according to Niki Lauda, of course. But other than that, it's what I like about this new thing of now iRacing gives you the option of refueling the car and then doing the tires. Back then, because it was under IMSA rules, you do tires and fuel at the same time.
It's not like there's anything wrong with that. Come on.
I hate it.
Oh. I was going to say, yeah, every other racing series, hey, real quick, Ross Norrisworthy relinquishes the AM lead, gives it to Matthew Orvitz in the flight level racing 747, and now is into the pits, into his box. We'll see what happens here with Simcast Racing, but there is your new AM leader. But let's get back to talk about your hatred for some of the best pit stops for efficiency. And this is coming from somebody who almost had their head taken off by a Grand Am GT Ferrari. I absolutely love the frantics of an IMSA pit stop, and I will die on that hill every day.
You Americans.
You Americans.
Here's the thing. I even had to stand up to explain you why I hate all right, here's the thing. It's not that I hate the IMSA-like pit stops. I hate the fact that iRacing has the IMSA-like pit stops on a one single make class, where in 99% of the world, as there's a contact between Gamma and Delta, but apparently Gamma is gonna follow on through and keep on this, just basically racing contact, as Delta's on the inside as Douglas Souza tries to go around, tries to go look for the dive, but doesn't find the opening. Now he's on the inside, goes through Jackie X corner. Is he gonna have the range to get out and have some overtaking the opportunity as they more contact?
Ooh.
Oh, this is not going to end well.
No, it's not. I think this is Grand Am rules right here. Some argy-bargy. But here's what I'll ask you, Lorenzo.
All right,
Where is iRacing based out of?
I was gonna say Connecticut.
There you go. There's your answer. That's actually Massachusetts, but the United States. So there's your answer.
Yeah.
Because-
Anyway,
Because
I
we
know that-
Americans know the right way to have a pit stop in sports car racing. Let's see how this this battle for 10th in Pro Class ends up going. Because now you see the lights flashing by Silveria as he tries to get around. I think he's out for blood here, especially with all the contact that we had for this battle for 10th place. And he closes in through Blanchmont. Oh, look at how close it is. Let's see how it happens through the bus stop as the two are side by side. A little bit of defensive move there by the Gamma Sim Racing Mercedes, and a little bit of shove off as now the doors open even further side by side as they work their way down the pit straight, and they'll head down to La Source that way. We saw how close these two were, Lorenzo, and I think that, this battle is going to end up in tears.
Yeah, from what it looks like, they're just getting too aggressive out on each other, as the Brazilian is trying now, blinking the headlights and saying, "Please let me through. I'm the faster car. Then I can lead you off." As now they're going up the Radion, going into the Campbell Straight, and I think Douglas is going to prepare another overtaking opportunity, maybe a late launch into the Lacombe chicane. As you can see, the grunt and pace out of the BMW, looking around the inside, and here he goes, late braking for the Brazilian, but also Gama defends quite stoutly around the Lacombe chicane, and Douglas Souza cannot go through in here. Now into Bruce Bell's block to the grass, and he's getting feisty, dives down on the inside, and apparently, I think this time around, the Douglas Souza is going to be able to go through and make the overtake around Gamma Sim Racing. But I'm still not done on my rent.
Well, before you do that,
field.
I will see if Race Control takes a look at that battle, because that was a little bit spicier than normal.
Yeah.
We are hearing that Adrian Wynn and the number 823 ERR by Dino Rip will have to come in for a drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that. There's the black flag around the car. And with that being said, he probably going to have to concede the P2 in the Pro M class to Luigi Caputi, and basically gonna lose quite some time in this situation. I think he actually might be back in P4, given the fact that the full gap to Jordan England is about a full minute. So we'll see what is going to be the outcome out of it. As now we're looking into a gaggle of a lot of cars, considering that I think we're seeing Delta potentially.
This is three. This is three out of those four cars we were talking about in the Pro Class, between Ash Souza and Rominski, who all were going to be in that five would eventually would have been a four-car battle for fifth place. Well, Jonas Hans jumped Takala there, even though that's an out-of-class battle. Now you have Ash Souza and Rominski. They're all laying in wait here, as you can put a blanket over this battle for fifth place in the Pro Class.
Just an interesting conundrum they're finding themselves in.
Morgan with a little play on words with Souza and saying a racetrack quartet. Actually, that'd be a trio, for being honest, because, 3, 4. All right, fine. You see there's the Hera XGT Motorsports coming into the pits. Also, Gamma Sim Racing. Rominski deciding that, I don't want to be a part of this battle too much longer. It is time. 24 laps now, 25 laps on that stint.
Yeah, he's right on the tail end of the stint of that 238 car. So these dudes come into the pit lane anytime, as we are looking now towards the leader, right behind, I think, the Simcast car. And now I think I can resume really quickly my pit run. So here's the thing. I'll try to be quick. Basically, tires and fuel at the same time. In real life, I think it's an interesting thing, because you have tire allocations and you can reuse the tires in the race, right? For example, we go into the 24 Hours of Daytona, to go to Petit Le Mans, or any other of these long races. If you need to reuse the tire, for example, I have another set, but I have to reuse a set that has already been used, I can use that. In iRacing, you don't get that. If you had only tire tire allocations, you have to make sure that the tires that you have are the ones that you're using. So surely it becomes a mental battle of what is the better strategy to go forward, because there is no time loss on this. You do it at the same time. There is no time loss or anything at all. You can put full fuel into the car and just come out of the pit lane, and there's no time loss. Because right now you do fuel first, then tires. It is a 15-second time loss, and I know in the GT World Challenge era, and pretty much all other categories that all around the world, they do the same thing. As now we're looking into Fischer, now looking on the inside of Mika Takala, and he's gonna go around Mika Takala and make that overtake. So Stuart Ash is now back into overall top 5 positions. Douglas right behind is gonna have the opportunity now to go around Mika and get into P6, and I think he already did on the entry of Lazars. This is why I have a little bit of a rent on iRacing, sticking with that thing for those, but I think because of this new build that might have changed.
During that rant, I was able to turn on Tour de France, accept a call from John Doonan, who says don't even think about any hope of calling an IMSA race anytime soon. So congratulations. Well done, Lorenzo.
It's fine. I'll survive.
Hey, your top 2 in overall and in the pro class are into the pits. Richie Chowan coming in is going to get in the car for Imtech Sim Sports. Oh, look at this battle for position here for Ansys Fisher. You got Stuart Ash, Douglas Souza trying to make some noise, and Rokas Paskivis trying to see if he can get involved in this battle for 4th place. By the way, Jonas Hahn looks like he is set to take over the overall lead as Gabriele Rosone is now into the pits for Team Racing Point. There was your former overall leader, and it's only going to be a matter of time before Jonas Hahn decides to get up front. And this might actually be a good battle for the race, as you see Hahn making his way through Blanchima, I should say, through Double Gosh, and we'll get onto the brakes for the Lafonso right-left. You're seeing the Porsche really making his way through the paces, and into Compass he'll come. It's going to be a question, because you got to stop and figure the delta is going to be about what the gap was between the two, as you see Impact SimSport gets back out there ahead of everybody else, and that's with the minute pit stop. So Richie Chowan going onto the Camel Straight, but it's going to have to take some time to get those tires up to temp.
Yeah, and looking forward to see what Richie's going to do in the car. A fast driver in the Impact car that drives the same brand in ESCC, one of the leading teams in ESCC in the GT3. So looking forward to see how that is going to go down as DCS goes on through. You can see the gaps are about 24 seconds from Impact to Team Racing Point, which is now back in 2nd place, just like that. And DCS not far behind from Fisher and Delta. I think they're trying to lead each other into trying to get closer towards the DCS car. Again, remembering that both the Fisher and Delta car are lighter than the DCS Blue by a handful of laps.
Yeah, so this pit strategy, will it work out at the end? Well, only time will tell, as this battle for 4th still looking pretty good with Fisher, Delta, and Sahara. Here comes the Delta Racing BMW to the inside. Souza gets 4th place, and Ash is going to have to settle for 5th for the time being. But you got Lacombe and Malmedy, as they work their way through those chicanes nice and tidy. And of course, then you set yourself up for Bruxelles. And I have a feeling that that lap car up ahead might be playing a part in this battle. And it is a Porsche, so anything can happen in these next couple of laps. Actually, that's the Giannis Hahn, I should say. It's not a lap car, so my apologies. We'll see if these two at third place. Again, apparently I need more coffee. I should have had some of the fancy stuff that I got from Italy.
Italian coffee is the best, some of the best coffee of the world. Yeah, you know.
Oh, it really is. So when we were overseas, my best friend goes to me, we just got off the train in, was it San Remo? Yeah, I was in San Remo, Italy, and we're walking through the tunnel. He looks at me, he goes, you're going to get the best coffee anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter where you get. You can
Was
even get
he
a train
Italian?
station. Here, yes, he is Italian. He goes to me, he goes, here, let's go into this train station depot, this train station coffee shop in San Remo. And sure enough, the best coffee. I've been spoiled.
2 questions. Do you know the brand? And secondly, were there any hand gestures while talking you through to get to drink the coffee?
He took the order for me, so I let him do it. I don't remember what the brand was, to be honest with you. I was just my mind was just blown. Yes, you can pay, you know, £1 to £2 or €1 to €2 for coffee, and it'd be amazing. Whereas here in the States, you pay $1 to $2 for coffee, and you'll be lucky if there are no grounds in it.
Yeah, understandable. I'm not. I'll take the question that just came into our virtual grandstand. Which sim is this? If you look on the bottom right of your screen, you're gonna see the iRacing logo. Basically, no, but the producer is picking on me. But this is iRacing basically. For those who are wondering, because I know some broadcasts do not have the logo. This is why I was gonna make this explain this. So some broadcasts do not have the logo on the bottom right. So because this is interchangeable, but with that being said, it is on the bottom right of the screen, so you can say this is iRacing. It's going to be going to come up.
It is a valid question too, because there are a lot of these series who are now using, you know, LMU. They're using R Factor, Assetto Corsa, and they're starting to look close to iRacing. So, I mean, it is a very valid question. But then again, here's the thing that really. Here's the thing that blows my mind too. You have some productions, I'm not going to call any out because it's their prerogative to use it like that. They have the LMU graphics.
No, correction.
They're still using iRacing.
You said prerogative wrongly. You got to say what? You got to say it right. All right.
See, this is a see as a quote unquote legend, you still get picked on. So get basically, kids, if you're watching this, just get used to it. Don't just have thick skin.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, so basically, you know, they use the LMU or they use the WEC graphics, and they still have iRacing. So it's, you know, so it's a very valid question. You know, there's different overlays that, you know, you use that everybody's like, okay, well, what is this? And, you know, the best way to look, like Lorenzo said, look at the bottom right, because most broadcasters, if they're using iRacing, they're going to have the iRacing type logo on the bottom right. They have to. Yeah, you have to in order to use a license.
Yeah, fair enough. This is why this is as good as explanation as people are going to get about these things.
All right, so battle for the lead in the AM class still heating up between Orovitz and Norrisworthy. I kind of got to squint because I've got the dark setting. Let's see if I can go to light setting. I can actually see the drivers' names. Yes and no. Actually, it hurts my eyes. It's weird. I've got to have a lot of dark pages, or else my eyes just decide they want to burn. Just one of those weird things.
I understand you, man. I understand you. If you go dark page, if you don't go dark page, you are a heretic.
Yeah. No lies here. As you're watching, still the front end nose. I love these nose cams, by the way, for the, especially when you're getting into these battles, because you get to see how close these drivers are getting. Granted, you're not getting the driver's eye view, but it's still close enough to make something happen, and you get to see how Orovitz gets to take that 747 flight level racing Mustang, open up that gap, especially when you come out of Stavelot and head towards Blanchimont. By the way, have you, Lorenzo, have you ever sat in a newer Mustang, like the past couple of generations? Or do you have those? I don't think you have. Do you guys have those over there?
Oh, we do.
By the way, okay, so real quick, problems for Luigi Caputi. He's going to have to come in for a drive-through, passing under full course yellow procedures. That's a big no-no. But either way, let's talk a little bit. We'll talk more about that later. Let's get back on that subject of the Mustang. So you take a look at the speedo, not the tachometer. If you look at the bottom, it says ground speed, so that's actually quite perfect for that.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm trying to remember, because I think the last time I ever seen the interior of a Mustang, I never sat on a Mustang. I never sat inside of a Mustang.
Fair enough.
I haven't been privileged enough to sit within the Mustang. But I've seen the inside of a Mustang. There's a Mustang. Oh, thank you so much. But what is interesting is, because it is a very American car with the Raptor V8 and everything, is the fact that you don't feel you are in a GT car, in a tour. You feel you are in something much bigger. You are, of course, nowadays a Mustang drives like a GT. It is a GT3 because it drives like a GT3. It is a sports car, but it doesn't feel a sports car. There's still some muscliness of the muscle car it used to be, or sort of it still is from the old days. It is big. It is big. It is imposing on
all right,
the
let's go.
being.
While we're watching this battle for the now third spot, as Souza has caught up to the back of Giannis Hahn, let's go back and take a look at the Phelps competitions, number 189 of Luigi Caputi. That penalty is going to really hurt them, especially in the Pro-Am class, as they are now leading. And they're going to have a drive-through, which is going to cost them about 50 seconds end to end. So it'll put them, heck, even behind Adrian Wynn, who sits in fourth place. Might even put them in the battle for fifth place, I should say, with Gamma Sim Racing. So that is a very costly penalty of failing to adhere to FCY conditions.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that, but I think Caputi, I think on a wise decision, overtake Takala. I know Takala, I think, didn't find way too much, knowing that he had a penalty. But the problem is, if you don't find him a little bit, you get the risk of him breaking away from you, and because of the drive-through, surely he's gonna lose a lot of time, and he's gonna have to claw himself all the way back together with those 50 seconds, as we're seeing now Jordan Egelin. I don't think Egelin. Yeah,
of course.
These.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that Yengland might not be able to overtake. I really am looking forward to see where is Caputi. I think Caputi is on the middle of the runoff off the pit lane. If he is able to overtake, it's going to be really close, because Caputi is coming back into the racetrack, and I know Yengelen is going to be right into the entry off. There you go, off the All Rouges complex. So the gap is going to be shortened, I think, about 15-something seconds in between them.
And we also have another penalty that just came through the wire car double at 7 of the Paul Bodley Motorsport Pro-Am. Of Joseph Okapin getting a black flag for causing a collision. So already a costly penalty for the double out 7, sitting now 12th in the Pro-Am class.
Absolutely. Just issues for the British American Green Body Motorsport car, as they're going to have to come to the pit lane. Joseph Okopian. And also...
Gamma Sim? Yeah, go ahead. I was like, go ahead.
Oh, okay. We also got a penalty for Gamma Sim Racing 235, which is not the leading Gamma Sim Racing from the Gamma Sim Racing Mercedes that we have around the racetrack.
Well, let's just note this here too. We've got 5 hours left to go, Lorenzo, and we've got 42 out of the 51 cars still running as Jesse DeShazer comes in. That's an absolutely fantastic amount of drivers who are still out there and running in this race.
Yeah, because they're trying to look for the best way they can into getting, some points in the board. Of course, this counts for the championship, so it's not just like any singular event that, for example, iRacing is throwing and is due to wrap the main split right now. So they need to do stuff in a way that they must try to get to the end to try to get the most points they can towards the category they are racing on. So looking forward to see how that is going to go for the remainder of their race.
Wait a second. So you're saying we're not going to have another split 22 issue?
No, unfortunately not. God, yes. I know. Crazy, Andy.
And yes, for those paying attention, there was another issue during Split 22. I haven't gotten the full details, but Gareth McAllister with the penalty as well, the number 78. As you see there, the BMW sitting in 14th place. That's the Alpha Trout BMW trying to, it's going to have to circulate around again until they can get back to the pit entry and hopefully come in right away and answer the call for that penalty.
Yeah, an interesting situation for the Beamer, as it's not that he's been put through the paces lately.
No. So we'll see how that plays out. As I think all black flags, with the exception of Alpha Trout, have been answered. As see Rosso Esports right there, fresh out coming off the pits about 6 laps ago, and yeah, a little bit of out of class battle right there for position. As you're watching the 9th place in the Pro class, sitting there trying to close in. And I think that's a 747 right there. That is there. That's the lead. That's the AM leader right there. Yeah. So Orvit's trying to see what he can do to hold off either Rosso Esports, deciding that discretion's better part of valor. Yeah, just gonna let him by. You're not battling. Oh, you're not battling one another, Matthew. Come on.
Boo.
And Rosso Esports makes it a little easy going into Lacombe. Yeah, that was that's a flex right there, Lorenzo. I don't know if it's a good one or not. By the way, Stuart Ash comes into the pits from 5th place in class. So the Ansys Fisher Motorsport number 44 now hands it over to Benjamin Fisher. So we'll see what Fisher can do here as Fisher Motorsports Aston looks to get back into the top 5, even close in maybe for a podium spot here in the Pro and overall class. So lots been happening here in this this hour. We saw a battle for the lead in the AM class. Pro-Am with a little bit of a tight battle there. 5 seconds separates Velch from Vortex. And now you see the 84 Unitronic Fisher Motorsport Porsche.
I got a word from him.
Go ahead.
They got flipped into oblivion from what it looks like.
Oh, well, okay, so they got a little bit of air there, and I'm taking a look. Yeah, looks like they did take the toe of the pit. So Austin Edwards behind the wheel of the Unitronic Fisher Motorsport Porsche, and Nico Lokkonen coming into the pits, and a little bit of dust there I thought I saw as we take a look at a replay of a car in the pits. We're going to try and see if we can find what happens for the Air Porsche, and nothing yet. Well, let's see the replay
Oh.
here.
Another Curve Pro Frere victim. What it looks like? Or is it going to be on Blanchimont?
We already see that the nose is pushed in on that number 84 through Blanchimont. Could it be in the bus stop here? That's what I want to know. Is it the bus stop or the source where the issue is going to arise? Keep it here for a little bit. No, just came into the pits. Okay, so this is... Huh. We're going to rewind the tape. We're going to rewind the tape a little bit further. Let's see. Do we see damage on the car there? Yeah, there's damage on the car, so whatever. Yeah, that Porsche trying to become a Volkswagen Beetle, that's ancestor there. And, all right, well, we'll figure this out. If it pops up, it will. Tristan Engelstad into the pits as well for Quad Dash Racing. So there's your overall leader, as Richie Chowan is leading quite heavily. You saw Engelstad come into his pit. So that we're 7 laps into this Impact Sim Sports stint, 21 seconds ahead of Vito Fadolino in the team racing point number 19.
Yeah, and no signs of that gap closing.
No, not right now, because both of them run about 18 seconds in laps, in spite of a Chowan run 18.8, 18.2 out of the number 19 Lamborghini. And the gap really for the top 3 almost equidistant apart to one another. So that podium spot, it's basically stretched out there. You see on the bottom part of your screen. Looks like the Lamborghini started to pick up some speed, but really, this is one of those tracks, Lorenzo, where you can be faster than somebody in a couple sectors, but it just takes that third sector to really to really make hay here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, all you need is his knees at the third second for you to basically ruin your whole lap.
Yeah, it's so that'll be it's interesting now, and really slowly but surely Fadolino's closing the gap to your leader, who you see right there. So it'll be let's see what happens here in the closing time that we have left together at the 24 hours of Spa, in and around Speaker's Corner, heading towards Double Gosh. And then you see the Simcast Racing team into the pits. That's Ross Noseworthy. Is that mechanical black? That's actually a black flag for the number 10. So it looks like something that iRacing has. So the stint goes from bad to worse for the Simcast Racing team.
Absolutely. As he's out of the pit lane, as Nos. So Ross is going to come back into the racetrack. Just got to be careful with that grade. And I think we have Mika Takala available from the Rossi. What is the team name, Jeremy Scott?
No, we're not going to do that. It's Rusty Spatula's G-Tech, and let's see if we can get Mika into the broadcast booth. And Mika, you guys had a great stint there. Welcome in. Not too bad, kind of, as you're going through the final quarter of the race.
Yeah, not too bad. I was double stinting my tires, and it just about was worth it at the end on this stint. I pitted with the guy next to me and didn't take the tires, and at the end he just overtook me. But too bad that he got the 189 got the drive-through now. So yeah.
Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of drivers with some sort of drive-throughs. What is it taking your team from not having to suffer the same fate? Because right now you guys are 4th in class, so going to be 3rd in class now as Van Look just comes into the pits, and there you go. Now the bottom step of the podium for Pro-Am. But how disciplined do you have to be in this final quarter of the race to not have to draw the ire of the race stewards?
Yeah, well. It's gonna be tight. I think Henry is currently our fastest driver, so we are trying to maximize his drive time now. So let's see. I think our pace is not the best this time. I think we got 1 or 2 clicks more downforce than some of the other teams, so we need to use our pace in other parts of the track and try to decouple ourselves from like tight racing conditions. So because they can overtake us quite easily. So yeah.
And Mika, talking about the car itself, you guys go with the Aston Martin. I'm trying to remember if you guys had the Aston Martin in previous championships, but was it a tough choice going to the vintage GT3 car? What made you guys choose the? Let me just put a parenthesis, by the way, Mika. Since I talked to you in the Sim Racing Expo, I still haven't seen a Rushy spatula in person. And no, even though the color is mimicking a real life spatula, I had to say it. Parenthesis off. What was it? Was it a hard choice to get into the Aston Martin brand?
Yeah. So in VSCA we have driven the McLaren recently, and then we also previous season had the Corvette there. So we choose to try something different this time for this championship, and we also raced at the Nürburgring 24 hours live sim racing event at the Salo, Finland, just after the New Year, and we noticed that the Aston Martin, when it crashes, it can take quite big hits, especially to the front, before actually requiring a black flag or tow. So that was one of the considerations. But yeah, mainly it was just to try something different.
Either way, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. All right, let's talk about the final stanza of the race. What can you tell us that's going to happen in these 4 hours and 50 minutes? Are you going to get back in the car, or is it going to be, you know, swap out for the third driver and kind of so that way they're fresh for the finish?
Yeah, well, I think Henry is going to do a double stint now, and then we have probably Kalle doing one stint, and then Henry will drive the rest. So it's not going to be too many drivers, but few driver changes still, because I think for us, and I think most people, the 2 hours double stinting is what you can do. But if you try to do 3 hours, then it's going to be more risk for errors and incidents. And well, this track is difficult for the incident points because, well, you accumulate them quite easily and quickly, and when things start to go wrong with them, they keep on just piling up because you get dirt and gravel and whatever on your tires. So we try to avoid that. We have quite a big margin before our next drive-through penalty. So it looks like that we are going to be able to avoid having another drive-through, but let's at least hope so.
Class leaders in the pits. Mika, good luck, and yeah, we'll see how you guys round out. Right now, a solid podium position, but as we know, things can change pretty quickly here in the Spa 24. We'll let you get some rest after that fantastic double stint.
Thank you.
So, yeah, that's quite interesting to note, too. By the way, second place also into the pits with Adrian Wynn, the ERR by Dino Wrap. So top two in Pro-Am right now answering the call for their pits. Wouldn't be surprised to see Meitinen in the Spatulas G-Tech Aston Martin take that lead here in just a little bit time. Across the start-finish line he comes. Let's see what happens, making his way through the La Source hairpin, but very interesting to note how he said that they've got a good enough gap to the next pass-through penalty.
Yeah, I think because there is a good leeway between how many incident points you can get, so it's not all that restrictive. So this is why I think Mika and potentially, and I would argue some other teams are feeling more comfortable to try to push the car a little bit more. because there's just so much leeway they have towards the next drive-through penalty they're probably going to get.
Yeah, so we'll see how that plays out. Of course, you know, you almost want to save that the gap that you have to the next drive-through penalty for you know, for later on in the race when you really have to push. As you see your overall leader once again, the Impact SimSport Mustang of Richie Chowan, sitting there 20 seconds, and he's off in the he's off in the gravel. Oh, just as we talk about him, and he's going to lose not too much time, but he's slow coming up to speed, as you see one of the BMWs going around him as well. So Chowan having a little bit of a rough go. Let's take a look at that replay and see what happened. Did he have some sort of issue? Was he too fast going through the corners? We'll find out here in just a little bit, but that's a rare mistake out of SimSport, sorry, Impact SimSport, as he works his way headed towards the... Oh, that back end just steps out just a little bit, and that's sometimes all it takes.
Yeah, and I think he lifted off the gas to try to just keep the car control, as you can see the Delta Racing car in front had to, you know, slam on the brakes. Not going to say slam on the brakes, but checked up just a slight bit to try to avoid making contact with the race leader, and got their lap back. But we're seeing Impact again on the charge, trying to get their lap overlap the Delta race car up in the front, and now we're looking into a battle between Simcast and Ronin for top 3 spots, the podium spots in M class.
So he only lost about 2 seconds there, as Federlino now about 18 seconds behind. He still has this battle for second place now between Ross Norrisworthy in the Simcast Racing Team M and Diogo Maya in the Ronin PT Red number 64, as those two are going neck in neck through Auto Blanchemont and headed towards the bus stop chicane. Look at how close they are, 0.2 of a second separated, but oh, I'll tell you what, Maya closing in ever so slightly through the bus stop, and now race is afoot as these two trying to see who's going to be on the who's going to be where on the podium. As of now, with 4 3/4 hours left to go. Oh man! And I'll tell you what, Maya really wants that second place for the time being. Of course, Maya at the end of his stint as well of tires, as he's got about 1 to 2 laps left before he's got to answer the call.
Yeah, gotta take advantage of the lighter car as the McLaren goes up nearly into the area where you probably would have gotten slowed down, but it looks on the inside, and from what it looks like, Maya is gonna be P2 in the M standings. I don't think Norrisworthy is gonna fight all that much. He does fight a little bit on the entry, but being the heavier car out of the bunch, just remains still in the car.
Well, I'm gonna pick your brain out a little bit, especially on these enduro races. If you know that, yeah, I know this is very strange. So get both of those brain cells warmed up. I've got one of my 2 still working. So, if you're in a battle with somebody and you know that they have to pit shortly, do you just give up the ghost, or do you still race them hard so maybe they have to pit a lap sooner?
Let them go.
Okay. No, that's
it's a simple answer. If the strategies are completely different, let them go. If it isn't towards the end, and for example, if it isn't towards the final laps of the race, and there's no point for you to be fighting against someone, just let them go. You're racing your own race. Of course, might be same category and everything. He might have a little bit of a lead coming into the next stint because he overtook you. But other than that, just let him go. It makes no sense for you to be battling against someone else just for the sake of battling against someone, because you could be putting your car at risk of making contact for unnecessary aggressiveness on a defensive effort.
It's out of number 33, DCS Racing Blue Porsche into the pits for his pit stop. We'll see if he stays in or hands the car off. You're watching the 4th place driver in the Pro-Am class of Rising Panda Racing, and see what they can do. They are about 4.8 seconds behind Massimo Van Look. There's Christian Camprieger in the Aston, headed on to the Kemmel Straight. I gotta say, this has been a fantastic, just a fantastic race so far, as the sands in the hourglass are dropping into the history books here of the second race of the inaugural GT Endurance Cup Europe Championship. And we've seen some good racing all throughout this this championship so far for a young series. As a race organizer, this is something that you really want.
Yeah, I really want to engage in battles between everyone, so no complaints on that end. So looking for basically, and there are drivers and teams that know each other from other sister series like VSCA, like Mika mentioned, or ESCC, that some guys do take part of. So having this knowledge about each other makes everything more interesting for everyone to be mindful about.
Oh, so we are hearing that Prism actually will be possibly making that pass for 41st place. Now, it's not going to be in-class pass, but that's, if you're so far back, that is something that you can hang your hat on, that you're still getting in there, you're still making passes. As Paul Bodding Motorsport Pro-Am, they are still in the pits, at least for the past 13 minutes. So kind of a little bit defeating for the double hot 7.
Yeah, at least we got a good racing going on. As a Simcast is gonna have. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, that's not good. Well, yeah, 309 gets a black flag, so Prism gets a black flag. We'll see what happens. Let's see if Noseworthy is able to make it in, and let's see what happened here. As was that just a step out by the 10? Or was it contact? As you're watching overhead, oh, I think that was possibly contact through Blanchimont. Ooh, little wiggle from the Lamborghini, and he just lost it. Just the typical Blanchimont stepping out.
Yeah, but he made contact with the front right of the car. Made contact with the Lamborghini due to the car being offline and off angle. You can see the front of the car is completely broken. He's going to have to bring it back to the pit lane. And again, just a unfortunate series of events for Simcast team, and we're leading up to this point.
His nose. Where's his nose at? That's the question I want to know.
He lost the nose when he made the contact with the Lamborghini.
Well, it was still hung on there, at going into the bus stop. So somewhere between the bus stop and... yeah, here we go. We got a replay of a little bit of a nose job being shed, and it's going to be right there in front of pit road, so the team can take a look at it. Yeah, it's gone. So now it turned into a Aston Modified that you'll see at Bowman Gray Stadium next weekend.
Yeah, so.
All right, we'll see Ross Noseworthy come into the pits here in just a little bit of time, or decide that the air cooling is better. Actually, not too bad for it. Vortex trying to close in on second place with Velch Competitions. You see Van Look trying to close in on Mirko Usic, heading towards the bus stop. It's Aston trying to chase down a Lamborghini as they close in ever so slightly on one another, taking the right and now the left. And I think this is the part of the race where we see the crossover from trying to survive to upping the aggression a little bit to try and get up through the grid.
Absolutely. We're seeing drivers making probably more mistakes or something of the sort due to that tiredness effect kicking in as well.
That could be it as well. So we'll see lots of things to play here as we're just south of 5 hours left to go in this race. By the way, Ronan PT Red, Diago Maya coming into the pits. We'll see if the Ronin PT team decides to swap drivers in and out of that McLaren. A little bit of a slide job through the pits. No harm, no foul, as behind him is Northworthy, who is coming in to get some sort of damage fix. You also have another Lamborghini, I think that's Prism, coming in to answer their black flag as well. Indeed it is. Lucas Huberger behind the wheel of that, and yep, it's going to be a pass-through for the 309 as they skate their way down into the pits. And once they cross that line, now they can start to get back on the loud pedal, and you still plenty of race left to go. So if you have that issue, still plenty of time for him to catch up and get over the Paul Botting Motorsport Pro-Am for 41st overall. And we've lost Lorenzo. Hey, by the way, Chrono Sim Sports coming into the pits with,
I've been talking on mute.
Yomi Labe. You know, that kind of, yeah, that's a good thing that you need to unmute yourself. Just saying, buddy.
I know. I committed the Cardinal sin. My bad.
Okay. Anyway, the Chrono Sim Sports 120 coming into the pits for their scheduled pit stop, running 9th in the Pro-Am class, 29th overall, as we'll see Dennis Sims come around. Let's see if we have had that driver change. We've not, so Maya will get back into the car as once again this is a battle for second place. Pro-Am is about ready to get a little spicy as they work their way through the bus stop, and now Van Look has caught up to Usic, and Usic getting that spot back. But here's the thing, Van Look's going to have the advantage towards La Source. He's going to dive it in just a little bit deep. That Aston gets 1 to 2 car lengths ahead of Lamborghini, and right now Van Look second place in the Pro-Am class, although he does have 2 laps to the good. Van Look does for Tire Life as they work their way down through Eau Rouge and Radion.
I just felt bad right now, man.
What did you do now?
There wasn't what. Why do you blame me, Jeremy? It wasn't my doing. It was my wife. My wife went to church, and there's a Georgian restaurant which I've been looking forward to go someday. And the day that I actually I have to commentate here. Don't get me wrong, people. I'm not blaming to the commentary. I'm enjoying this commentary quite a lot. But the day I actually am commentating here, they go to the Georgian restaurant.
I think it's a sign.
It's a sign, man. I know, bro.
Hey, well, you know what? Tristan will be joining us here in just a little while anyway, so you can go join him at that Georgian restaurant or go by yourself. You know, hey, there's nothing wrong in that. That's going to be me next week.
She's going to bring me food.
Well, okay, that's fair enough. I mean, you know, here's the thing. Next week, I'm going to be up in Wisconsin for a go-kart race. I'm going to be by myself, so I'm going to go probably try a new supper club.
With Wisconsin cheese or no Wisconsin cheese?
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't think that you understand what a Wisconsin supper club, in my opinion, is probably, and Morgan may back me up on this, I don't know, is probably one. Okay, so he doesn't know. So, all right, I'm going to school both of you right here. A Wisconsin supper club is easily one of the highest tiers of dining. I'm not going to lie. I've done fancy stuff. I've done, you know, been lucky to eat at some of the best places in the United States.
Now you got me curious.
But okay. So here's what you do. You go to a good Wisconsin supper club should have it like this. You go up to the bar. They give you the menu. You order your drink. You order your food. And, you know, you sit at the bar, enjoy yourself, enjoy the company of others as, you know, you wait for your table. By the way, what we're looking at here right now, you've got both the Pro-Am and the Am leaders. Wisconsin Supper Club expert. Bravo, Morgan. That is fantastic. Anyway, so when they're about ready to serve your main course, you get taken to your table. You sit down, they put, you know, a salad in front of you and a relish tray. So the relish tray could have cheese, it could have olives, it could have little pickles. It's a whole bunch of things. It usually depends on the supper club. Yeah, the accoutrements, exactly.
Now I found out what that means. All right. Keep
Okay.
going. But I
So anyway.
actually had to look it up.
So they also bring you a tray of bread as well. So you've got that. Then once you're done with your salad, they bring you your entree, which you have, your protein. You could get a steak, you could get chicken, you can get pork. You've got your starch, which 9 times out of 10, you can get trout. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them, especially on Fridays, have all-you-can-eat fish because it's it's a very Catholic area. We'll just say that. So, a lot of patrons like to have fish on Fridays. It's just so cool to see, towns come together and have these supper clubs. And oh, by the way, the desserts second to none as well. And it is very, very reasonable for what it is as well. So I personally love supper clubs because it's something you don't get here in the Chicagoland area, and it kind of harkens back to a previous time, to say the least.
All right, interesting. I was looking through. I was going through this, on a website saying what makes a supper club a supper club. So it says a Wisconsin supper club is a restaurant type than an evening long ritual rooted in the Prohibition era roadhouses. When the 18th Amendment ended in 1933, the farmhouse taverns were German, Polish, Scandinavian immigrant families, blah 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 blah. So what makes this a supper club is because you arrive at supper hours, which is usually at 4 or 5 p.m. And it starts with cocktails and everything, and then it goes like you said. Interesting. I didn't know that was an American traditional source, as I just see up in the top. Well done, Morgan Cook. You cooked with this one. Well done. Well done.
Yeah. I think you would put an X next to his name because he is a rookie in this.
Fair.
Four
Don't
and a
give
half
him
minutes.
ideas. Yeah, don't give him ideas.
4.5 hours left to go, I should say, in this race, and we've seen
I know.
just bouncing around. The field is kind of strung out. No real battles out there in the time being. The closest ones we've been watching have been for that second place in the Pro-Am class between Masio Van Look, Mirko Usic, and Kristen Kampriger, Vortex Velch, and Rising Panda Racing. 189 and 46. I'm gonna against my better judgment, I'm gonna go ahead and check the YouTube stream to see if we have any questions. Feel free to drop any comments or questions. Nothing. Jesus, everybody asleep. We need a coffee sponsor here so y'all can wake up just a little bit. But then again, this is me who's used to having to do fine content in the morning hours here in the United States. So I gotta have some sort of audience engagement. So if you have any questions for Lorenzo, myself, or even Tristan later on, heck, even Morgan, and Howie Burrow's gonna be joining us as well in just a little while. Yeah, Howie doing such a fantastic job making sure that all the gears are running all throughout. Tristan as well, making sure us commentators are in line. So definitely without them, we wouldn't be able to do this and make ourselves look oh so good. And of course, you take a look at Joao Delgado for putting this together, this whole series together, I would say within a matter of months. And we're talking, you take a look at the graphics package, you take a look at all the regulations and everything that he has done to bring this into a top level sim racing championship. I don't know about you, but I can't remember a series that's just this brand new that's run oh so well.
I think the fact that João also has experience with the ESCC, helping the guys back in ESCC run the show, and they have their support as well. It's no wonder that we're seeing, for example, the Full Body Motorsport. We're seeing we go Jordi Vermeulen, Connor Body, and other teams as well who are part of the that environment. I think makes this an easier transition to understand the rule set. You use a rule set that is quite common among the league, but it's cool. It's cool that we're seeing lots of engagement from the teams that are from the sister series. that are involved into this, that want to get a part on. They want to be the inaugural champion. It is meant to be accessible towards everyone. It's not just top tier racing, but also entry level racing as well that you can do. So this is what makes this seamless for everyone. Surely, because it is an inaugural event, there might be things that are going to be rough around the edges. Pretty much what happened to the 24 hours of the 24 hours of the Lassart that happened in between ESSC and VSCA last month. But other than that, just great inaugural event and inaugural championship for Joan Delgado and everybody else in the organization.
By the way, Prism Motorsport Pro, the 309, has leapfrogged themselves into 41st position. So, all 41 cars that are still running, they are all running together, albeit several laps down for some competitors. So, great to see that Lamborghini, the little Lamborghini that could make its way into the running order.
Yeah.
And there was much rejoicing.
No, I was going to say, it's good that we're seeing lots of team and drivers still in this race, you know, Jeremy, because normally, like I was mentioning to Tristan, in the special event, you make one mistake, you don't get the chance of you driving again, potentially, because basically your race is already done and dusted. In here, because you have yellow flags, you have the ability for you to do repairs, you might have a chance to come back into the race and take some more laps and be part of the still be engaged in it. So it's good that you have this availability, you have this chance to do these kind of laps, you know, and be within a racing environment. It is not meant to be inaccessible. It's meant to be accessible to everyone. Everyone has a fair chance. It's not just luck and maybe I would say pace itself. You got a little bit of everything.
And this is not a knock against the special event going on right now, because you and I have a lot of friends who are either racing in it or working it, but at the same time, this is a more relaxed Spa 24, so you're not necessarily worried about, okay, I need to make sure that I'm, you know, running 10/10 the whole time. I need to make sure this, I need to make sure that, because that's when you see mistakes happen. Yes, we have seen drivers who have made mistakes throughout these 24 hours, but they've been able to rebound and get out there and basically finish the race. You know, half the battle of finishing running a 24-hour race is finishing it. So I think that, you know what, having this 24 hours in a very relaxed setting, it makes for more fun racing. And that's not to say that the special events aren't fun, but at the same token, I think that these special events, you know, they're great, but sometimes you need a little bit of a chill environment to enjoy yourself.
Agreed, 100%. Because right now, nowadays, I was talking this to my team. For those who are not aware, I am a team manager. So I keep talking. I talk to my team from time to time. You know, you want to be part of these events. You know, you try to look for alternatives for your teams to drive on and say, oh, what events can we race on? What can we do as a team to get ourselves on and have a little bit of fun and try to get ourselves engaged on. And unfortunately, you don't have a lot of you have a lot of endurance events, but sometimes because of the driver level you have in the team, it might just not be enough for them to race on, but or because it is just too high of a ceiling for them to race on. So in here, because it is accessible to everyone, you get a fair shot to drive against people from all different skill levels. So no complaints on my end on this one.
Oh, we got a new penalty out there, as the overall race leader has a penalty. As I take a look at the sheet, unsafe rejoin for the 6th, and that is going to be very detrimental, as Team Racing Point of Vito Fadolino will take the lead. And that's what we talked about here in these final stages of the race, where every little penalty adds up and could be big for your race. So this is a huge momentum shift for the Impact SimSport Mustang.
Yeah, just unfortunate for us to see that happen to the overall race leader, but it is just something that in these crunch hours you must avoid to make a mistake. In Vito Fatalino, what a name! Let me just say, Vito Fatalino, what a name!
I want to go back to this. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was gonna say this is arguably one of the best names I ever seen for a race car, from a sim racing driver, or a race car driver, like in the past 2 years.
No, you're not wrong there, but I want to go back to the Richie Chowan penalty. Granted,
Yeah.
he has lost the lead. He's 20 seconds in arrears. If this has to do with that incident in Blanchimont, Morgan, can we find the replay of that incident again? I want to see the rejoin because I can't remember if he. Oh God, do I remember what lap it was? Okay, yeah, no, I don't remember what lap it was. I'll probably go back and take a look here at the feed, but that's, if we're calling that an unsafe rejoin, I'm not doubting the race directors, but that maybe it was an unsafe rejoin. I'm going to take a look here.
I wonder if the unsafe rejoin might be the incident he had on the exit of Blanchimont. No, sorry, not on Blanchimont, on the Curve Pro Frere.
That might, you know what? That might have been it. Yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah, that had to have been it. Let's see here. I'm still going back at the feed, so don't mind me. But yeah, it's that's a good point, Lorenzo. I completely forgot about that one right there. As you see this battle for second place in the Pro-Am class, Van Look trying to hold off Usage once again. And this battle's been, off and on. It's been hot and cold, we'll say, throughout most of this race.
It's been basically a recap of the Katy Perry song, pretty much. You led us into this, Jeremy Scott, not me. I'm just picking up on your references.
Fine. I get it. I'm a bad influence. I understand that. Yes. But I was gonna say that's a good one. I snapped the ball and threw it into the crowd, according to Morgan, as the two work their way through the bus stop chicane. It's hard not to call it the bus stop chicane. It's almost like calling the Le Mans chicane at Daytona the Le Mans bus stop. And of course, if I say that too loud, I might get in bigger trouble.
I mean, I'm already at the point that I accept the Le Mans chicane at Daytona as the name, as that name. It's kind of like saying the Daytona chicane at the second Mulsanne chicane. I'm alright with that. I have no beef with it.
That doesn't bug me as much. Oh yeah, that's yep. Very true. But growing up and talking, being at Daytona, calling it the bus stop, during, being on a live broadcast, it's like, okay, you've got to get used to saying, you got to get used to saying Le Mans chicane. It's tough, man.
I know, I understand you. I get your point.
No, I'm bored with this battle for position here, as a lot of pit stops. Smell Labe getting into the 397, your third place driver overall and in the Pro-Am class, and you still have this battle for position. This is for 14th in the Pro class between William Westbrook in the 55 and the 191 of Raul Hernando, who sits in 14th right now. You saw that pass coming out of the Kemmel Straight as they work their way down through into Bruchel's and into Speaker's Corner.
As things are coming down to the final sixth of this race. and we're approaching Jamaican hours. As
Yeah, man.
yeah, man. There you go, 4:20, man. And we're now officially free to go. Yeah, don't. I had to. I'm doing this for the content.
Oh, geez. Hey, by the way,
I know.
I did see what happened there with Richie Chowan. And yeah, I could see why the unsafe rejoin was, because Chowan went from driver's left all the way to driver's right in front of the BMW, who was a lap down car, and that could have been very nasty. So yeah, I mean, but the penalty happened. I mean, the between the penalty and the incident happened so long ago. Yeah, I could see that being a penalty. So really, once you get off course, ladies and gentlemen, you get back on, just hold your line. Here's the Impact Sim Sports we talked about there. Now we got another car coming to the pit, so pit stop cycles are happening once again. That's the PAC Sim Sport GT racing team of William Westbrook. Corvette, his way down pit road.
I'm just wondering over here if there's anything else happening on the racetrack. I was seeing a battle between P24 and P25 on the racetrack. In Simit and Pole Body Motorsport, but I know Pole Body pitted just the closest battle right now is Vortex and Velch for the top 3 positions, just to separate them.
And this has been this way for the past several hours between Usage and Van Look, as they're trying to see who's going to step where on the Pro-Am podium, as they just work their way all the way through this such a long course, all the way out of Double Gosh and through La Fons. Actually, that's the campus and Stavelo, and your overall leader is on pit road. So Fatalino decides to call time. That will give Chowan a chance to get back into the point. We'll see, though, if he decides to come into the pits and answer the call, but he did not. So he's going to stay out there and do a couple extra laps, and that will put the Impact Sim Sport Mustang back onto the point. They've got a Mercedes all over the back of that Mustang, like this cheap suit, as they work their way through Eau Rouge and Radion, now onto the Camel Straight, as those two running nose to tail.
Yes, Fatal. As we're now on those calm hours, and there's the Apex Predators in Denny Castillo Sims trying to take his lap back from the overall race leader in Impact. So let's see if the Denny Castillo Sims gonna have the Predator instincts and overtake the overall race leader to get one lap back. Just trying to follow through if there's anything else happening in terms of battles. I think not. We're just on the famous, what I like to call, gap racing.
Hey, by the way, Fatalino stayed in the car for another stint for Team Racing Point. Ronan PT putting in Carlos Coxino into the car. They're 8th overall. They're 8th in class in the Pro Class, now 9th and 12th overall. As Delta Racing GT3 leapfrogs them on the track. So we'll see what Coxino can do here. There's your Delta Racing GT3. I think they were the ones who could have ended up in the trunk of Richie Chowan and the Impact Sim Sport Mustang. So I'm sure that they're probably going to have to come in for a pants change here in just a little bit. No, I am. I see. Here's the thing. So I like Ron. I really do. But I make my poo jokes in a more classy way. Okay, as you see Rosso Esports into the pits to answer the call. 26 laps, a stint right through there. And there is the Impact Sim Sport SBR Mustang into the pits. Richie Chowan comes in to answer the call for a regular scheduled pit stop.
As Impact is to do their surface, just seeing what else is happening. Let's check right now. Calm hours. Yeah, not much. Calm hours between everyone. It's kind of like the calm before the storm.
And there we go. There, ladies and gentlemen, we can point back to 4 hours 15 minutes left in the race. And when stuff hits the fan, that's what we can point out. It's all Lorenzo's fault. Let's go down to Carlos Jr. into the pits, into the car, I should say, for Rosso Esports. So they decide to go for a driver change. Adrian Wynn, your 4th place driver of the Pro-Am class, making his way into the bus stop. He's got 14 laps into this stint, so a lot of time left for the McLaren to get out there and make something happen. Of course, they had a really lightning fast pit stop. It was about 2 seconds faster, 2 to 3 seconds faster than everybody else. So one has to wonder if they're just short pitting to get up through the field, or if it's going to be enough that they're going to be able to stay out for the entire 25 lap stint. Only time will tell.
There's still some racing to wind down, but I like what we're having in store for the remainder of this race, Jeremy. It's like I still think there is some drama for us to go forward and look forward into the remainder of this race.
Yeah, still plenty of time left to go, and like I mentioned when I signed on, there's plenty of incidents and issues to happen here, because in spite of these being simulated race cars, they still go through the same rigmarole that you see in the real race. And near the end of the race, strange incidents happen. You see strange contacts happen, as we almost had one right there going through Bruxelles, as Carlos Jr. with the fresh tires trying to hold off Gamma Sim Racing and Project 91 Racing. Actually, Project 91 falling back, so that's the Gamma Sim Racing of Sebastian Trujillo, who is sitting there in 9th place in the pro class. So you see some weird things happen here at the near the end of these races, and I think that this is going to be no different at this Mercedes that goes side by side through Le Fans, and I think there may have been a little bit of slight contact, if any, but very close racing here for 8th place.
Yeah, minor contact between Gamma Sim Racing and Rosso right there, as the Lamborghini goes on through as well. There's the Aston Martin right behind. I'm just trying to make of what is this issue right behind, but what is the Aston Martin behind? I was gonna say that's the Simcast, but it doesn't look to be the Simcast car.
No, it doesn't, but we'll work our way all around, and
it is Simcast car.
Oh, it is Simcast. Okay.
Okay.
So all right. So Simcast looking pretty good so far. This 3rd place right now in the AM class, after leading a good portion of the last couple of hours. So Matthew Hunter behind the wheel of that number 10, trying to chase down Diogo Maya, who is in 2nd place. Of course, he got a minute 16 to get back to that 2nd place driver. So a lot of time left, but still, the more that the hourglass on the bottom gets full, you start to wonder, can you make your way up to the front and possibly challenge for the win again?
Yeah. Looking forward to what this race has for us in store, pretty much.
So far, so good, as everybody kind of bottling up what's left of this race. Still the closest battle of the race, so goes to the Pro-Ams. It's 2nd place. Usage and Van Look in 3rd. There they are, working their way around Blanchimont, setting themselves up for the bus stop. You see that Van Look tried to take a look to the inside, but still too far away. A little bit of a contact there through the bus stop. Hello, good morning. You have to see the inside of an Aston there for a second.
Yeah. I was trying to keep it into a professional mode, and not go off the rails over here. But good battle between them. They're giving a lot of respect, and they've been going at it for quite a while now, and being very respectful in that manner, while trying to battle for the top 3 spots in the Pro-Am class.
See how this all plays out. As you see, just a couple of drivers going for out-of-class swapping, making their way around into the comb. And that right there has got to be the biggest gap that we've seen between the 189 and the 2 for the past couple of hours, as now that closes up ever so slightly. And it's if you're Van Look, you're wanting to get into that second place to get around usage, because you've been looking at the back of that Lamborghini for several hours.
And admire the back of the Lamborghini. Too bad the Huracan is now obsolete in the GT3 world, and we're seeing the Temerario come in, and yeah, which is the funnier thing? The Temerario is actually slower than the Huracan.
And you know, here's the thing. So last weekend at the NASCAR race, I ran into a driver who was in the Super Trofeo, and they said that the Temerario was actually faster. It was more of more in line with a GT3 format. So that's an interesting comparison right there.
No, I do believe, I do think, I do think a lot of the races are pretty much a good setup from Vortex. By the way, it's like, I know the Temerario on paper is supposed to be much faster than the Huracan, but the 2 outings we've seen so far from the Temerario, the Huracan has been the faster car. Maybe BOP wise, it's kind of like what happened to the Porsche 992, if you remember, at Daytona, or even the three-legged car, three-wheeled car was faster than the Porsche 992, but it just could be just to test the car around on a longer setting and see what is going to be full time when it comes next year. By the way, are you Team Temerario or Team Toyota GR GT3?
Oh, I'd love to see the GR GT3 make its way through the field. That's going to be a lot of fun. And honestly, as much as I love that I love the Lexus as it is, and I love that they're retiring it, but in the same token, I would rather see, Toyota say, you know what, let's just shelve the Lexus brand for GT racing and put everybody under the Toyota GT3R. That's just my thought.
Yeah, absolutely, because I think that's what's going to happen, because Lexus right now is the oldest car currently in the GT3 field.
Well, from what I understand, the Vassar Sullivan team is going to help shake down the new Lexus here in the next couple of weeks, as you see the Delta Racing GT3 behind the wheel with Souza coming into the pits for his compulsory pit stop. But yeah, I get why we have Lexus in sports car racing. I really do. But at the same time, to make it less confusing, because you don't see Lexus all around the world, you see Toyota all around the world, just put everybody under one brand and put the Toyota GR GT3 up there. But then again, I think the GR is an absolutely fantastic looking car, as the Vortex looks at the inside of Velch Competitions.
I agree. And plus, it is a car that is meant to be reliable. Tell me, when has the Lexus ever been reliable? I'll wait.
Well, you know what? Here's what I say, because we are a Toyota family in this household. And I jokingly say, anytime I see a Lexus, oh, they overpaid for their Camry.
Yeah. See? So, how can we trust... how can we trust Lexus to be reliable if the likelihood of any RCFs running in IMSA basically is, you know, they're going to catch themselves on fire.
This isn't a Ferrari 488 we're talking about. Come on now. Oh, that's not good. That's a blink by Vortex. That's something we're going to have to watch. Is Van Look having some connection problems? The only good thing for Van Look here is he's 21 laps into his stint, so he better be hoping, praying, crossing fingers, having so many rabbit's foot, and you know, praying to the sim gods that that car can last, at least his connection can last for the next 4 or 5 laps. But he's got the run down off of Speaker's Corner into Double Gosh. He has the position. Give Van Look the second spot for the time being, but how much longer will that last, and can his connection hold? As you see Usic looking to the outside, going through all the way through LaFons, and now the race is afoot for second place even further. Now that's actually the battle for the lead, as you see Adrian Nguyen, and we've got a problem with Rosso as Carlos Jr. with an incident headed into the Kemmel Straight. Lorenzo, let's take a look and see what happened here.
This is going to be the traditional, just going way too fast and then touching the back of the car at the crest of Radion, and boom, head on first with the front of the car and basically braking. Oh, just nearly as dangerous rejoin. I think I think that might have been Project 91 who they nearly crashed on. I think after that, don't know if something happened.
We'll see what happens here. We'll see what race control has to say. But what a change. In spite of Rosso being in the back half of the top 10, still having to really defend off themselves, as now Benjamin Fisher comes into the pits for Ansys Fisher. He's in his pit box, but Rosso's got to come in and take care of this nose sooner rather than later, in spite of being out there for 4 laps.
Yeah, fortunately enough, didn't trigger a full course yellow because of this.
Yeah, that was quite interesting, but then again, you saw how Junior was able to get back up there and get up to speed, and really pretty quickly. Looking at the sector times, he's running close to the rest of the field when it comes to these sectors, so maybe he stays out for a lap or two, but he's got to come in and take care of that nose sooner rather than later. Let's see what he does through the bus stop and decides to stay out, thinking that number 38 looking like it is pretty racy. Let's see what the sector time is. And yeah, he's running with the leaders. That's a good thing. But like I said, at some point, that nose is going to be more of a hindrance than it is anything else.
Yeah, but he's going to carry on through. Luckily enough, maybe no meatball flag for Rosso. If he did not get a meatball flag, that would have been, you know, miraculous. Just some potential damage in the car, minor damage in the car, and see what is going to be the situation, as he's about not far behind from Benjamin Fisher. Who would have thought that removing the front bumper of the Mercedes would make the Mercedes faster?
Well, just a little bit of cool air. By the way, Fisher just coming out of the pits, so Fisher has he's still got to get those tires up to temperature, and I think it's going to be sooner rather than later that Junior will be able to leapfrog Fisher and get into that 9th place. But again, like you said, the question is, how much longer will the Rosso Esports number 38 stay out there? Going to have to come in and get those repairs in just a little while through Speaker's Corner. They come, and I think that Fisher, just decided that discretion is a better part of valor. You have a more damaged front end than I do, so just get out there and let me get my tires up to temperature, because you got 8 seconds to get back to Casino, who is your the next driver that Fisher really has to worry about.
Just a little bit of a more concern for Fisher to handle in this in Houston, that he is just out of the pit lane on his 6th lap, from what it seems, as we're approaching 4 hours to go, Mr. Scott Jeremy.
Yeah, and you're almost done for this. We'll welcome in Tristan Herbst in just about an hour's time. And these past couple of hours, we've seen a lot of interesting incidents here, to say the least.
Yeah, it's been interesting developments in this race so far. Looking forward to see the final strategies, of course, because of tire allocations and all. Maybe they might get the chance of do double stints, do single stints for now if they manage to save tires properly, as Rosso comes into the pit lane to do his mechanical service on the car to try to get all the damage fixed on the bonnet of the car, on the grill of the car, and also maybe mechanically speaking as well. So unfortunate to see incidents for the Brazilian team, but that's just how racing is sometimes. It is very punitive on the slightest mistakes on the race car. As we are now just under 4 hours. We're just finished the first minute of the third hour of the race.
So, still, it's like I said, the race is just coming to a close, and I don't know about you, but it seems like in the past 30 minutes, that aggression factor has just been risen ever so slightly as Carlos Jr. comes into the pits for Rosso, as we'll see what they decide to do as he is into his pit box. Francisco Ribeiro Jr. right there. And we'll see if Ribeiro decides to stay in. I think he's going to, because really he's only been in there for about 6 laps. But in heck, at this point, while you're doing that, why not just take, a fresh set of tires, put a tank full of fuel in, and that way you're kind of off strategy, offsetting what the damage you just incurred if you're not in there too long.
Yeah. Try to minimize the damage if you are within the pit lane.
By the way, Raul Hernando in the pits for Project 91, the 191 in the pro class, but we're still watching this battle for the lead in Pro-Am between Van Look and Usach. We've seen these two battle for second place, and once ERR came into the pits, it automatically turned into a battle for the lead. But here's the thing, since Van Look's gotten out front, it's been Van Look trying to just open the gap ever so slightly. It's almost a second that the Vortex number 2 has over Welch Competitions.
Yeah, it's still a gap that it's kind of funny. It hasn't closed down in this race so far. It's just been like this since the dawn of time, pretty much. It feels like, as I think Van Look is going to come into the pit lane in this lap, and Rosso is already back out from what it looks like as well.
So yeah, not a bad pit stop, a minute 2. So that basically is an additional stop. Now here's the thing too. You take a look at the pit counter. The stint number hasn't been reduced, so something tells me they were just in for damage. Will that hurt them in the end? Actually, yes, yeah. Will that hurt them in the end? That's what I want to know.
You mean Rosso? Oh, it's gonna hurt them. If it hasn't hurt already, they are full 2 laps, I think, behind the leader. Yeah, so it is just unfortunate to see that, as he's engaged in the All Brazil battle, trying to gauge himself in the All Brazil battle with the Bravo Snow car up in front, driven by Thiago Mello.
See how this all plays out, as we are. Still plenty of time left. A lot of things can happen as Engelin comes in. Actually, Engelin goes into the number 2 car. So new driver for Vortex, as the earlier class leader in Pro-Am is into the pits. Welch Competitions with Mirko Usic, your leader there. So Pro give me a couple laps, but before that, Lamborghini has to answer the call to pit here shortly as well. By the way, Delta Racing GTD GT3 5th and 6th in class right now, as you see them right there on your screen. as we've got a lot of people hopping on our stream. Thanks for joining us here. My name's Jeremy Scott, Lorenzo Bonder alongside for the remainder of the hour. Then we'll hand it off to Tristan Herbst as we have a spin right there. That could be the class leader. No, it's Prism Motorsports with more issues that they've had, and they've got a big enough gap to where they can get away with this. They back into the runoff area and get started. So Mohamed Akus with a little bit of a spin, and he's going to get back in right himself underway. That's coming out of Bruxelles, heading into Speaker's Corner. Let's take a look at that, Lorenzo, as Morgan gives a great replay here. And yeah, once again, the back end just wants to see what the front end's looking at. Here's the thing. I missed that one because, first of all, we don't get the CW at my house because I'm too cheap and, don't want to get, because I live too far away from, EV market. But either way, I didn't go to the O'Reilly race on Saturday because we got about, 4 inches of rain here. One is off the course right now, as that's Gamma into the gravel trap there through Stavalos. They get back onto the course. Let's see if that was self-induced or if it was assisted, and it looks like it might have been self-induced. And so somebody went off course earlier in that area, and that was a decent size hit. We'll see if the radiator takes any damage, but just a rough outing right now for your 7th place driver as Sebastian Trulio gets back onto the course slowly but surely. But next couple of laps are going to be very treacherous for those pair of corners.
I've been speaking on, I did the Cardinal Sit-In again, but I was going to say it is sad to see sometimes Bob being turned into a rallycross track and instead of a race car track. And these cars do not have studs or something like, or the minor, brakes in the wheel to handle those kinds of the detriments in the track, debris, the tire treads. Yeah, thank you. As Morgan Cook just helped me find the right words. Yeah, save the day.
All right, so we got a black flag for Gamma Sim, and I would imagine that is for an no, actually, that's going to be incident points. Yeah, so it's an iRacing one because, I looked over at the penalties for broadcast. Nothing from them, so Trulio is going to have to come into the pits. And now, here's the thing. Lorenzo. Now we're at the point in this race where it's something we mentioned earlier on in our interview that, our interview with Mika Takala, that you've got to have some sort of cushion there in your incident points where something like that goes wrong. You can you have a safety net, but Trulio and the Gamma Sim Racing team do not. Your Pro-Am leader is into the pits with Velch Competitions, and you've got tight battles now for what will be possibly the battle for the lead between England and the Rising Panda Racing of Campriger.
Well, as I like to call, oh no, oh dear. There you go. There's Baby Yoshi. I like to call Campriger as Baby Yoshi from time to time, as is one of his Discord handles. But yeah, good battle between them. As this is the battle for the final spot of the podium.
Yes, we'll see how that plays out as Henry Maitland is now your leader in the Pro-Ams and the 112s. Rusty Spatulas. Oh, that was a little bit of an off there. A little naughty by Rising Panda as the Vortex number 2 goes off course and through the bus stop. That will obviously catch the ire of the race stewards. Let's take a look at this and work through Blanchimont. And you see the draft working to full effect so far. And I'm curious to see how this all plays out. You see Vortex just closing in. Welch with a blink there, just a little bit of wobble, so maybe not as nefarious as we thought. By the way, Matteo Benassi coming into the pit, coming into the car for Welch Competitions, as everybody's out in about 62 seconds.
Yeah, there's Welch right there. I think right in the close to the battle of these two guys. So, so Welch is gonna come right behind Joran England. It's gonna take a while for Benassi's car and tires to pick up some heat. So that 2-second gap is gonna extend to about 5-6 seconds, maybe by the end of the lap, and then Welch is gonna be on the charge against these two guys, and we're gonna get a potential three-way battle for the lead, podium of this Pro-Am category. As things are still breaking down, we are 48 minutes away from before my switch off to Tristan, as Vito Fadalino is still leading the charge overall against Daniel Struska in the Impact SimSport car after everything happened. Struska trying to go on a recovery drive and try to do his best effort to get close to Impact, and Jonas Hahn in DCS Blue is on the tail end of his stint, so he's due to come into the pit lane anytime soon and hand off P3 to Ismail Laib in the Sahara car. So Sahara is going to be P3 until he pits in about 10-12 laps. And as we're going through GT3s, we're going to go into the GT3 Pro-Am. So Rusty Spatula's there you can see on screen leading the charge with Henry Meaden in the car. And then, of course, like I mentioned before, Rising Panda is the second place, followed somewhat closely from Vortex, and additionally so from Welch, as Benassi just completed his out lap, and I think the tires finally started to kick into that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, and potentially Benassi is going to get on the charge. And in GT3M is still Paolo Calvo in the flight level, leading the charge in a Mustang that normally you would see Paolo driving an LMP3 in the SEC. So different makes of cars, but the outcome somewhat the same, as 747 is leading the way with Ronan Red in second place and Simcast in third, somewhat several minutes back from the other car in front. So they're still trying to look forward to see if there's any battling going besides those we've seen in the race. The only one we had this potential battle between Cam Prager and England. Other than that, is just pretty much big gaps between everybody else in the field, as some drivers are potentially double stinting their final tires, getting ready to do a final push, as seeing Delta into the pit lane. Rosso is in the pit lane as well for their service. Let's see if Felipe's gonna hand off the car to someone else. Doesn't look like he's gonna be. Carlos Jr. or Francisco Jr. Is gonna be still in that car. Don't know if he's gonna hand off the 38 to someone else in the Rosso car, as I think there's a change. So Kini taking over in the number 31, and there you go, Francisco Ribeiro Jr. or Carlos Jr. is going to be now in that car.
Well, that's another stop right there because remember, 5 laps ago they came in to fix that damage. So that's 10 laps on the stint of tires that they had. I wonder if there's more that meets the eye to that Rosso Esports issue. As you see Sims also sitting in the pits. There is your 3rd place driver overall in the pro class with Jonas Hahn in that number 33. Decent sized gap to Smail Leib, who sits in 4th, but an even bigger gap to Strutska in the number 6 Impact Sim Sport Mustang, which was your class leader, which befell a pass-through penalty for the unsafe rejoin that they had going that incident in the Blanchimont. So they're kind of on damage control right now as Vito Fadolino, your big leader here in that number 19 Lamborghini, going through the bus stop, headed towards the start-finish line. But that's your big story right there. Impact SimSport with a huge lead throughout the race, giving the lead to Fadolino after incurring that pass-through penalty. And that's a good question by Morgan right there, is how often do you see a pole sitter lead after 20 some odd hours?
Yeah, because they were the leading car, had issues, were thrown all the way back, and now back into the race lead. What a journey for this number 19 car so far in this race, man. It's just been developing in all sorts of shapes and colors for this team. So interesting to see them in the front of the pack and now leading the charge once more as they are soon to come into the pit lane. I think they are about 10 laps away before their pit stop.
Yeah, so plenty of time left to see if Fadolino can close in on that lead. Now, here's my question. If you're Impact SimSport, do you go for the undercut here? It's either now or sometime a little bit later on in the race, because you take a look at, they're 1 lap apart when it comes to pitting. If I'm Impact SimSport, I'm thinking about taking the undercut now, and if it doesn't work, well, we've got to try something else now. Whereas if you take the undercut later on in the race, you have less time to kind of, to make it good.
Yeah. It's like, I think you are in a point of the race where, because the track conditions are somewhat its hottest right now, you have to, if you didn't do anything in the evening that would say that, okay, now we have to maybe double stint, or we have to do these strategies right now and maybe sacrifice something. If you have done that in the night hours, or where the track was as coldest, you're gonna find yourself in a lot of trouble. So that's the problem of not being able to commit into the different strategies, into a different strategy earlier on, because you're gonna pay the price eventually when you shouldn't pay the price at this late of the race. So looking forward to see if both cars have followed through their strategy, and if this is going to just be a battle of wits and pace between them.
It's going to be interesting to see how these closing hours of this race really shape up as they work their way through La Source. And it's been quite a race so far. Really haven't had time to kind of talk about how drivers have made their way up through the grid vortex. Up 13 spots so far in this race, with England, I should say, in that 3rd spot, as trying to close in there on an out-of-class battle between he and Paulo Calvo. And that is for, that's right there, your leader in the Pro-Am class with light level racing number 747. Of course, we saw the battle between Vortex and Velch. You go for several hours, and Banashi, your driver of the 189, they both, everybody's pitted so far, the front runners there in the Pro-Am and the Am classes. So for the I think we're going to see some pit stops here shortly. One of those being your second place driver, the AM class, Ronan PT Red with Diogo Maia in the cockpit there. But right there, the Welch competition is now sitting fourth. And here's your Ronan PT Red off strategy. It might work for them later on in the race. We'll see how it plays out, but it's going to be tough to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, 100%. Looking forward to see these upcoming moments of this race. As my bedroom door just decided to open out of nowhere. I think there's a poltergeist or a ghost in my house.
If that's how it plays out, well, that's exactly how it plays out. Jonathan Petrie gets into the car for the 33 DCS Racing Blue. So yeah, that's a heck of a stint that we saw there from Giannis. As we will see that Porsche get back out there onto the course. Not going to lose too much time, though. Still about 19 seconds behind Felipe Puls in the number 12 Delta Racing GTD. As now you see the 33 come up through the pit exit.
Ooh.
Quadash with the contact somewhere in the back part of the circuit as the meatball flag has been flown for Ryan Stringer. Let's see what happens here in this replay as works its way through Blanchimont. And now it could be anywhere here. As, oh, we got a minute of replay. Okay, so let's try and see what happens.
1, 2, 3.
Little bit of wiggle. Yep, there we go. There's the Blanchimont wiggle.
Again?
That's a big problem. End over end. Wow. Oh. Well, let's take a look at the. Yeah, let's see exactly what happens. So you see the car coming out of Stavolo. Yep. And if you have motion sickness, this might be about the point where you kind of want to look away.
Yeah, this is strong imagery. Not safe for the kids.
Oh. Oof. And they walked away. Just a lot of back end damage there with that, the rolls, the digs into the gravel trap. But able to drive away. But here's the thing. Look at how that chassis is just twisted. The right front a little bit in the air. So it's going to be a long repair for that team. As now you see Ronan PT Red into the pits. So Quad Dash Racing going to be in the pits for quite some time to try and fix that damage.
Now that is gonna be a lengthy repair in that car. Unfortunate to see Kadash having that kind of issue, but that's just how, man, it's the second time. I don't know if it was Kadash again having issues with the car too. Because I think it was another BMW that had an issue at the exit of Curve Pro Frere, and the car just simply not being able to hold. But for those who are wondering, oh, cars don't go like that when they go to the gravel trap 200 kilometers per hour, Lorenzo. You're wrong. That it actually can happen. And sometimes people say, oh, virtual doesn't mimic real life. It does.
By the way, new driver, the number 64, Ronan PT Red, Renan Kasik is your driver. Second place right now in the AM class, coming down the pits. So plenty of gap between he and the number 10 of Christopher Starsmore in the SimCast Racing Team AM as he comes out of the pits as well. So a good pit stop for the number 64. That's one team that's really climbed up through the field in at least my stint now as they're running second in class, but still got almost a minute 50 back to Paulo Calvo in the number 747 Flight Level Racing, number 747. But again, like we said, still plenty of time left. There's the Mustang making his way, I should say the, Mustang making his way through Eau Rouge and Radion. 3.5 hours left to go.
Yeah, battling. And apparently Morgan Cook, 10th hour of the broadcast, is wrapping up as Flight Level just lets I think the Vortex car go through. Not a battle for position-wise, but still, what matters is being on the racetrack. Actually, that was a battle for position, overall position. So Vortex into the top 10. As we were looking into a car in the pit lane for a short brief. That was, I think, Simit from Lucas Santos, which is part of one of the drivers from the Screechy Moose Motorsport, which is unfortunate to see the Screechy Moose car not being present in this grid.
I'll take a look at the Vortexes. Joran Engelin sitting there in third place, about 2.4 seconds in arrears to Christian Camperieger, the number 46 Rising Panda Racing G-Tech. And you see him kind of getting out a picture there, and there you go right there, going through Stavelo as they come out of campus and set themselves up for the Courbe Paul Friere. And then into Blanchimont, which is really, we're getting to the point of the race, Lorenzo, where Blanchimont's starting to catch out some drivers, with that back end slip. If you're not able to catch it in that fast left-hander, it's basically essentially race over for you. It's Team HSK with a black flag. Ryan Odo, the driver there with the black, and it looks like that it is because of causing a collision. So he will have to make a drive-through penalty, as very rare for Odo to make that kind of incident happen. As he talks again, and yeah, he is muted, and oh, there, we'll see what happens with poor old Lorenzo as he tries to find the button which makes him talk. It's usually in the bottom left of your Discord. It has the microphone with the slash through it. Yeah, some of us have mechanical mute. We have it on. I have it on my board here. What are you talking about, Morgan, on your headset? Because I'm fancy. I'm a fancy radio guy, and I have to have a mixing board so I can make sounds and all sorts of fun stuff that could get us in trouble. I was going to say, that sounds all sorts of trouble that could get us into all sorts of trouble if we have it on the broadcast, so I'm not going to play any of those sounds. Anyway, this is the battle for, I'm taking a look at that, for position for fifth in the, it's 15th overall, fifth in class, as you see ERR Emma Ryu going around Nicolo Monti for that position. So Emma in the inside of the top five so far. Let's see how long the ERR by Dino Rap team can make that happen down into Bruxelles, and opens up to about a 2 to 3 car length gap. So a good pass there going into Lacombe. And it's, I have a feeling it was feeding time for Mr. Bonder there. Yeah, he had to pick up his lunch. All right, fine, fair enough.
It's 2:15 p.m. in the afternoon, gentlemen. So the man's got to feed. By the way, shout out to my lovely wife and future mom of my son, which gracefully ordered food for me, and dead 4 car. So apparently the number 4 is dead. Oh,
that's
my days!
That's going to be a full course yellow here shortly, as Lucas Abreu upside down. 3.5 hours left to go in this race, and no sign of that car going upside down. Oh man, that is absolutely rough, as we wait to see if we have some sort of intervention from race control. And let's watch what happens here. This is through Speaker's Corner, and nothing through here, but I have a feeling that once we get into the double gosh, that's where we're going to see the issue holding it. Let's see. On the rumble strips, and you always want to keep it greasy side down. This is a bit of a replay here.
This reeks of curve pole flare. This reeks of the curved pole flare.
Yeah, it really does. By the way, we're still under green flag conditions so far. And Yeah, it has that feeling, and I think that we are
One,
indeed
two,
full course.
bam.
Yep, there we go. The back end stepping out, and that's all it takes. A full course yellow. Looks like that we are under those full course yellow conditions, and this is exactly what some of these drivers needed. As Fatalino is going to come right into the pits, and it's not showing on our screen, but we are under a full course yellow as that 4 car still looking still on the upside down position, and we'll see how long it takes for that car to get recovered. Yeah,
You know what the most insane thing is? That there's a good chance this might not trigger a safety car, because this car is sitting on a safe area where there's a pickup truck where it could tow the car in real life.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's just chilling there, so wouldn't be surprised. It may not. There we go. Now the car gets towed, so we should see the full course yellow get lifted at some point, as we're seeing a load of drivers coming into the pits. Tiago Mello for Bravo Snow, Elijah Mitchell for Gamma Sim Racing coming into the pits as well, right? Odo cannot serve his black flag either, so that hangs into the balance. We'll see when Race Control lifts the full course yellow if we go straight to a safety car intervention. But like you said, Lorenzo, I don't think we're going to see that now that the car is in the process of being towed back into the pits.
Yeah, because this car is back into the pits, it will not trigger a safety car. Oh, that is insane, man. The positioning couldn't be better for them.
Yeah, for them it was great positioning, but the rest of the field there, not so good. So we'll see how that works out. Ryan Odo does come into the pits for Team HSK Motorsport. You are watching your overall leader, Team Racing Point, come in and talk about a beneficiary caution for your leader. They're now only 7 seconds ahead of Daniel Struska in the Impact Sim Sport Mustang. You see him slowly making his way up Radion, and talk about luck. This could be the race changer right here.
Yeah, insane, man. If we had a safety car, I would have said this food didn't come at a better time.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. But since it's essentially code 60, that's going to make things a little bit more difficult to close in the gap. Smail Labe into the pits for the Sahara GT Motorsport. We saw Mike Mettinen into the pits, 48 seconds in and out. There is the number 397 you see behind the wall. Now popping out, hello. There's the Porsche of Smail Labe there. There's the Ronin PT back into the pits with 20 laps in the books there. Fisher Motorsport, Tane Hodison sitting there in 7th place in the Pro Class. A lot of drivers, though, deciding that this is the perfect time to come in and take service, because you're essentially giving yourself a free pit stop.
Yeah, freebies for everyone. But it basically, let's just say, go green flag for the remainder of the race. We know one thing for sure. These guys need a splash and dash towards the end. Everyone will.
Well, there's still plenty of racing left to do. So you got a couple of stint options that you can do. You can either stretch things out or continue on the path that you are. I mean, Smail Labe was darn near on the precipice of having to half a pit. He was 22 laps into his stint. By the way, anyone who's close to getting into the pit, why not pit now? You're not going to lose that much time, especially the longer that you go into the full course yellow conditions. You could go in there, pit, not lose too much position, and get back out. By the way, your AM leader, Matthew Orovitz, also into the pits in that 747. So almost everybody taking this opportunity to come in and get service, possibly even do a driver change.
Yeah. Green flag.
All right, we're back underway as the full course yellow has been lifted. You see Team Racing Point trying to hold off and Aston from getting the lap back. Oh, a little bit of a wheel dump there, but a little interesting there as Fatalino tries to hold off and make one less car get an extra lap back as the driver's still into the pits. I think we saw Seth Newfield coming in for Gamma Sim Racing. He's the new driver there, but still side by side. This is an out of class, out of lap position. So Fatalino letting him by. We'll see if that Lamborghini, how fast that gets up to temperature and how fast it gets up to speed just coming out of the pits. By the way, Daniel Struska still 7.5 seconds behind the race leading Lamborghini. So no harm, no foul, and no real position battles as everybody's kind of stretched out just a little bit. We've got a penalty to Hugo Silva. This is actually an iRacing penalty. So the turn 101, fifth in class, will have to come in and serve the penalty. We'll get the word from iRacing here in just a little bit, but still a heavy penalty out of the 101. John Javecki in for PAX SimSport GT. You're watching DCS Racing Blue. Jonathan Petrie in that car right now. It was a quick pit stop from them last time by as they come around up through the Kennel Straight. And a lot of drivers who are caught out by the green flag coming out. They are starting to come out of the pits as Nicolo Monti in number 63, sixth in class, looking pretty good.
Absolutely. As trying to look for other things as Monty is really looking solid on that car. But also looking into more stuff. I'm trying to still look for this chase down from Benaschi on Engeland. As Engeland is now the car with more fuel, potentially more grip in the car, so looking forward to see if that 4-second gap is going to shorten down anytime soon. We're looking at Simcast battling against the car Aston Martin up in front. I'm just trying to see if, and that is not for a position though, because it's from overall. But I was gonna, unless my live timing is playing me tricks. The gap is 1 minute and 59 seconds between Pobati.
Well, that gap there that you see is actually to the next driver in class. So that's to Renan Kasik. This is it took me a while to get used to that as well.
Great.
Yeah. So this so Timothy Johnson trying to hold off the driver of the Simcast Racing team of Christopher Starsmore as PAX SimSport GT also. So we got 3-car battle for 25th overall, which is also the battle for 14th in the pro class between the 55 and the 13 as the beautiful landscape of Belgium. Just I need to explore more of this area right here because Spa and the Ardennes, absolutely beautiful.
Same.
French fries. Oh my goodness.
Why?
Hey, we've got a driver waiting for us in the waiting room. Let's bring in Paulo Calvo as he comes fresh off a stint. By the way, before we do that, we actually have a penalty as car 823 with a drive-through for a full course yellow procedure violation. That's Emma Ryu, who is sitting 5th in class. That's mega.
Yeah, whenever actually she comes out of the pit lane, she might actually be battling for trying to save that 5th position against Nicola Monti when she's out of the car. Sorry, out of the box. Out of the pit lane. That's what I meant to say.
All right, let's bring in Paulo Calvo for Flight with Level Racing, number 7 at 47. Right now, your class leaders in the amateur class, as that Mustang has been at the front most of the race. And Paulo, welcome to the broadcast booth. It's been a great race for your teammates as Orvit's opening up a massive gap, to say the least, in the AM class.
Yeah, no, I mean, as always, we got another really fast Ford Mustang this weekend, and we were able to get, I will admit, we got a little lucky with that last full course yellow. It came out just before, or just after the cars behind us pit, and we were yet to pit, so it worked out good for us. But yeah, no, great car and great work from everybody involved. So really excited to try and keep it going here.
Of course, we've been talking to some of the drivers, and the big story here is trying to conserve penalty points, because we've seen a lot of drivers befall, you know, the iRacing penalty system where they've hit too many incident points, and how easy it is to hit incident points. So what at Flight Level Racing have you guys talked about a strategy for this remaining 3 hours and 20 minutes to kind of conserve that so you guys can push harder at the end if you absolutely have to?
Yeah, we have done. We kind of have our number that we're looking for. Of what we can and cannot afford. I am actually really glad I had a great stint there and had no off tracks or anything like that in that last hour. So that was kind of huge.
Yeah, 0X is absolutely fantastic. All right, we're on race 2 of this new GT Endurance Cup Europe Championship. Let's talk a little bit about it, what your thoughts are about the championship, and what brought you here, considering all the options that we have this weekend to race.
Yeah, well, it's an organization with a lot of people that I've been racing with in other leagues. So it was good seeing, you know, a lot of familiar faces, and that's how I kind of knew it was going to be a good time to be over here. I knew people weren't going to be too unfriendly, and you know, the racing was going to be good. Nobody was going to be doing anything that was too crazy, which was nice. And you know, we looked at what the grids looked like, and, you know, we thought it would be pretty competitive. And, you know, we kind of looked at our lineup and we said, where are we going to be the most competitive? So that's why we decided to go with AM. I think we definitely could have competed in Pro-Am. I think we were talking earlier. I think we were right around the podium for them. But, you know, we really wanted to kind of keep it safe and go with something that we thought we'd be really competitive in. And so glad that we kind of made the right choice, I think.
And of course, also something else that I brought up in the broadcast. It seems like that it's not as high strung and high pressure as it is in what would be a special event this weekend. So for you guys, it seems like, you know, yeah, the pressure's off because A, you've got a big lead, but B, at the same time, you don't have to worry about it being a one-off because everybody's racing for the same goal. They're racing for the season championship.
Yeah, I think that's the best part about doing sort of replacing these special events with league events where it's part of a season. So you're not just thinking about, oh, I gotta win today. It's, you know, you got, you know, today, but we also got Monza, you know, in what, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, something like that. So it's there's more than just today, which is kind of my favorite part about racing in these series is that, you know, you're not just thinking, you know, one race at a time. You're thinking about 5 races, and, you know, today, if we get, you know, obviously we'd love to win. We want to win, of course, but, you know, if we get second today, that's still a massive haul of points, and that's the big thing. And so it's kind of a mindset thing that racing in these series gives you, and also it's just a little bit of pressure off in terms of the fact that if we make a mistake, there are ways back into it. I mean, at this point, it's maybe a little bit beyond that, but, you know, if you have an incident in the first little bit, like, you know, I took the start near the back, I passed about 6 cars that were in the wall, and then, you know, by hour 6 they were back ahead of me, and I was like, wow, that's crazy, good for them. So yeah, that also helps is getting ways to cycle back onto the lead lap and back into competition.
All right, let's talk about the remaining time in the race. What is the strategy for the team? Are you getting back in the car? Are you handing it off? Are you letting the team finish off the race? What's going to happen?
Yeah, well, we got Matt out of the retirement home, and we're putting him to work here. He hasn't driven, or he did a double first thing this morning, and then he's going to be until the end of this thing. So he's the captain of the plane now. So hopefully he can land it.
And last but not least, our ending producer has asked this: is there kerosene on that Mustang?
Yeah, we filled it up with the highest grade Jet A we could find, and we're saving the afterburner if we need it. But yeah, we got plenty of jet fuel in the tank.
I got to take a look and see who said this, because actually that came from the YouTube chat, and that was from Halfernation. So it's better that than methanol, because I'd be standing in the pits the whole time. Paulo, great race so far, and good luck for the remainder of this 24-hour.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Have a great afternoon.
All right, that was definitely an interesting interview there with Paulo Calvo as he makes his way through the rest of this race. There's your 6th place in class with Luis Marino, I should say, as the McLaren making his way around the circuit. Rusty Spatula is kind of threatening this little battle here, the ta-ta-ta. There's the Rusty Spatulas making his way out of Radion and through the Camel straight. A couple of lap-down cars behind as well. So you got a great battle back there. Not sure if that's for position contact back there between the two McLarens. And indeed, that is for out of class. And that's a spin by Ryu. So Emma Ryu had the black flag for FCY violations, and now gets into contact with, I believe that was Renan Kasich, and that definitely will spot the race directors, get them into position, and get them going once again. Lorenzo, let's take a look at the replay.
Getting both racial coming into contact from Ronan. As soon as Emma turns in, there's another door-to-door contact, and Emma goes for a spin. I think this is a racing incident in my point of view.
Yeah.
I know, hard racing, and unfortunately, someone paid the price of going into that hard racing side-by-side.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was an NFA. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a pass-through for Kasich, because, you know, he did drive it in hard going into Lacombe, but at the same time, you don't expect somebody to your outside there on Lacombe trying to make a pass for position. I don't know. Either way, whatever race control does, I would not be surprised either way.
Yeah, same. I'm on the same boat as you are.
Well, in just about 13 minutes time, when we say goodbye to Lorenzo and Morgan, we've got one more part to go, part 5 here on YouTube. So you might want to get that link up in another tab, have it on standby, so you can seamlessly go from one part to another. So that's at about less than 13 minutes or so, as we have the remaining 2 hours and the post-race show here for the Spa 24 hours. A lot of racing left to go, as we mentioned. So let's take a look at what we got here. We've got the Ronan PT Red of Ronan Kasich, and then there is your Project 191 of Raul Hernando trying to close in on Matthew Zuckerman. That's for overall position. That's not necessarily for class position.
Yeah, might be overall position as this battle is going through. As my time is winding down, I'm getting a little bit sad and emotional. But this has been a good race so far. It's been a good race overall. Some good gap battles, drivers trying to push, some drama here and there, some flipped cars, flipped more than my burgers than the burgers in my local joint. But been a great race. Been a great inaugural event for GT Endurance Cup Europe, and provided some good racing for this round 2 of this 5-round championship.
Yeah, 5 rounds, so not much room for mistakes here in this championship. So you really got to be on your game from the word go. As Quad Dash Racing still into the pits with Ryan Stringer behind the wheel. That's our only driver that's really in the pits right now who isn't suffering from some sort of damage. A lot of drivers still trying to figure out if they're going to stay out there, but you have a lot of outs from Hosea Annis all the way down through 51st. A lot of cars though still running as Daniel Struska comes into the pits for his scheduled pit stop, and the former race leader Impact Sim Sport Mustang.
Yeah, as they are still trying to find ways to try to get closer to Vito Fadalino's car, but not being able to do anything of the sort. Apparently in this end, they were a little bit better than Fadalino by the time they went into the pit lane, but still long ways to go to get within striking distance of a Fadalino and coming into the final hours. What is going to help them of sorts, though, is their time in the pit lane is going to be shorter coming to the final pit stop. So maybe any time they win in the pit lane might help them in the long run, depending on circumstances.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how pit cycles are going to work out, because you've got, looking at that, one, maybe 2 pit stops left to go. So we'll see how this all plays out, as Struska is going to stay in the number 6. There's your leader, Vito Fadalino. Overall, they're second place in class and overall. Now, here's what's going to be interesting is Smail Labe, who sits there in third place in the 397 Porsche, now gets into second place. So get to see how long that lasts, as Smail and Fadalino both have 7 laps on this stint. So they've pitted at about the same time. So Sahara doing quite well, up 11 spots from their grid position. So great strategies, put that Porsche up near the front.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm also trying to look into something else that might be a little bit intriguing, is the fact that, of course, they are long ways back. I don't think they are within race contention for now, which is Felipe Pouls in the Delta Racing GDD car. They are a minute and 41 away from the lead of the race, but they are the only team right now, which I think they're gonna make it into the hour, still within the ability of not overstretching the field. So they don't have to do a potential splash and dash or half stop towards the end. Still yet to be seen, but look forward for this team despite being 1 minute and 41 away.
Exactly. I think anybody on the lead lap has an absolute chance to go for the win. And I would even say the DCS Racing Blue would even have a chance. So you got 5 cars who could possibly win this race. It just takes one mistake to get up near the front. But so far, Team Racing Point and Vito Fadalino have not put a toe wrong at all. But Jonathan Petrie, he's a very fast driver. Would not be surprised to see him, A, try to get that lap back, and B, work his way up to the front. But that Lamborghini is absolutely tough to mention. That's something that we talked about. Okay, hasn't had a problem on this stint, but as we said too, something else to keep in mind, that Lamborghini is kind of a dinosaur compared to some of the other cars here that they're racing up against.
In terms of how old the Huracan is in comparison to the more new age cars?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I agree. I think the Huracan came in 2023, this version? Or 2024?
Yes, that was the Evo.
Yeah. So, not even the Evo 2, is the Evo. So, I think this one is meant to is for us to observe what is going to go down, as it is by being a younger car, an older car in comparison to the rest. It still has some pace.
And it does have pace, so that's the good news. So we got that going for us, which is nice. So, watch this battle for third place heat up between Struska and Pouls as they work their way around the circuits through Malmedy. Oh, nice little go to the inside of that lap car. Deciding that discretion is the better part of valor. As you see, it's Mustang over BMW as Impact still trying to get up to speed after their pit stop. Want to remind you once again that here in about 5 minutes and 15 seconds, we're going to go over to our fifth and final stint on the YouTube stream. So go from part 4 to part 5. If you haven't done so, make sure you hop into another link. And of course, look at the sights and the sounds of Spa for a little bit as we not only transfer over streams, we transfer over darn near almost crew. I get to stand old, cold, and so very full to mold, but we get some great voices to join us here at the final 3 hours. A lot can happen here, as we all know, but you'll definitely want to tune in because the Spa 24 is just getting started, and the aggression level will just start to just pick up ever so slightly. As you are on board right now, you're on board with the Gamma Sim Racing 235. That's a team that is sitting 7th in the Pro-Am class right now.
Yeah, sitting quietly right there in the Pro-Am class, trying to do a recovery race of sorts, trying to do their best to try to get into better positions as Zuckerman is a ways away from Emaruyu in the ERR by Dino Rep, as he's about a full minute away from Emma. So still a lot to work with as he's approaching the final laps of this stint, and we are now 3 minutes away from, about over 3 minutes away from the end of our stint.
So we'll see how this all plays out in the remaining 3 hours of this race as Felipe Pouls comes into the pits for his scheduled pit stop. So that could hand off 4th place to Jonathan Petrie as they come down through the pit lane and set themselves up for a pit stop. We'll see if Pouls stays in or if they're going to swap drivers. And now that will bring Petrie into that 4th spot. Delta Racing GTD goes 1 lap down, so 3 cars on the lead lap so far. There's the DCS Racing blue Porsche of Jonathan Petrie making his way out of Radion and down the Kemmel Straight. Through into the final 3 hours of this broadcast. We've seen a lot happen in these past 3 hours. It's been quite interesting. Only one code 60, but it's still one of those races where it just takes, all it does, it takes one incident to just mess with strategy.
And it is that, it feels like the calm before the storm, but the race has been quite streamlined of sorts, despite the Quadash, sorry, not the Quadash, but the Delta Racing incident. But other than that, has been pretty much crisp, clean to the limit of this race. As it's been a pleasure to commentate this second round of the championship. Right now, after this, my focus will be entirely on VSCC. For those who are follow the SEC, which is one of the sister series. Round 3 is going to be this upcoming Saturday at the track of Zandvoort. Sorry, not Zandvoort. I said Zandvoort, but it's not meant to be Zandvoort. It's going to be Imola, as we are going halfway into this championship.
Lorenzo, it's been too long since you and I have shared a booth together. It's been great, as always, to sit here and talk some racing with you. Got a minute and 20 left. Quick final thoughts.
Great racing. I like the racing, what it provides. Great inaugural event. Been a pleasure to commentate on some races with you, Jeremy. Looking forward to the remainder of this final 3 hours. May the best team win, and hope we get green flag racing all the way.
We'll see what happens. Anything can happen. So we've just got a couple of minutes left. Quick look at your class leaders. You've got Team Racing Point with Vito Fatalino leading in the pro class. Rusty Spatulas with Henry Maitanen in the Pro-Am class. And a Flight Level Racing with Matthew Orovitz in the AM class. Your top, all three leaders in the top 13. And of course, that'll do it for part 4. Again, part 5 will be on YouTube here shortly. For Morgan Cook back in the booth and Lorenzo Bonder alongside, I'm Jeremy Scott. I'll join you for part 5 with Howie Burrows and Tristan Herbst here in just a couple of minutes.